Over the next 8 episodes, all included in this one bumper-sized movie, I'll be continuing my journey on the Just Create SMP, starting on my mega base. This includes creating a huge underground area ready for power and storage, and building a very efficient iron farm. Then I'll be hopping over to a nearby ocean monument to convert it into a huge guardian farm and a tree farm. So sit back, relax, grab a cup of tea, and enjoy this Minecraft movie about the best mod in Minecraft. Over the last 8 episodes on the Just Create SMP, I successfully completed all of my projects over at Spawn, including finishing work on my floating island, the big old dock town underneath it, and of course the lake surrounding that. I've even pretty much finished the tunnels that my boat goes through in order to take me to my new base area. And because all of these things are finished, that means I can finally get properly started in this world, transforming my main base island into a production behemoth, which of course means I'm going to be building a whole bunch of factories and farms in order to produce a whole bunch of things, and I might even open up some shops. So it's a good job I already have a power station over here generating a decent amount of power, but what are we actually going to do with this island? I think it's time we came up with some ideas. The island is basically a square on a bit of a slant. See, I can draw on it and make it look even more square. Over here, we're going to be having a dock that our boat pulls into. And if we look at the actual landscape itself, it's not really all that ideal for building lots of things on, because it's a little bit of a mountain. But that's where my ideas come into play. As you can see, the mountain is in the center of the island, giving us a nice flat section all the way around the outside. So I'm thinking to make use of this mountain, inside it is going to be a ginormous storage system, basically a big old mountain of storage, pun definitely intended. And around the outside we'll have all of our production facilities sort of buried into the landscape but poking out, making their way up a sort of a spiral all the way to the top. And in order to transport things up and down this mountain, I'm thinking monorail. Although we don't have monorails at the moment, because in order to make monorails, we really need the Steam and Rails add-on for Create Mod, but it's not been updated for our version yet. But that doesn't mean we can't make temporary monorails using normal rails. For example, if I was to throw down a few girders here and then come along here and throw down a few more girders there, there's no reason we can't stick some track between those, like that. Then we can pop a station on there, chuck that down there for a minute, and then we could use our train casing in order to actually create trains. Now, they will effectively be riding on top of that track, but we can disguise these things with a whole bunch of blocks in order to make them just look like they're holding our monorail up, and then we can create the main part of our actual carriagey bit underneath. And no, it's not just going to be a rectangle of industrial iron blocks, but you kind of get the idea. We can have a monorail system running around our base, raised on platforms, and I'm sure we could probably do something to disguise this track a little bit better. I don't know what that would be, but I'm sure we can come up with something to make it look interesting. But anyway, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves with all this monorail stuff. We actually need to figure out what we're doing with this mountain. And the reason that I want my storage system inside of the mountain is basically to have it in a nice central place for all of my farms and factories to access nice and easily, rather than having belts and chutes and trains and things going about all over my mountain, delivering things where they need to go. If all of the factories and farms can just access everything from one central location, then all my little monorail needs to do is go around collecting the finished items and taking them over to Spawn. So let's just imagine we've got our monorail just circling its way round the island all the way to the top. Then the monorail would get to around here. We would then send it over down there towards the Spawn area. And the reason we want the items there is because that's where we're going to have our shops selling it all. And it makes sense to start with storage, because even though I've got a big old storage system with a lot of big vaults in it, it's all getting a little bit full. full, meaning there's not room for a great deal more storage in here. And as well as that, this workshop is not only in the wrong place, but it's the wrong workshop. Basically, I've got big old plans to recycle it into something even more special. But in order to get to that and the storage, we really need iron. Because basically, I've just been stealing it all from Stam, and I don't really have a massive amount of it left. So I feel like I want to get self-sufficient with iron, make a big storage system inside the mountain to have somewhere to put the storage system. Oh my god, there's so much to do. And before we even get into iron farms, the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of all of the trees on this island so I can see the landscape a bit better and determine what we're working with. And I'm also going to have to move my power station. I know I always have to move things, but that's because I needed it next to my workshop to power my workshop so that we could get moved here. But if we're going to be having our storage system directly under this mountain, it makes sense to sort of centralize the power with the storage system so it can route power to everything in a central location centered on the center of the mountain. That makes sense to me. Oh geez, there's so many. Oh geez, why do I do this every single time? Right, I'm gonna build a chainsaw. So a chainsaw then. I've decided I'm going to try and make my life a little bit easier by building an automatic train saw, which is going to use a furnace minecart. It's going to use a saw blade facing in that direction. It's going to have a bunch of barrels on it. 4 should be enough. It's going to have a copycat thing there with some casing on it for no particular reason. And on the back of this barrel here, it's going to have a filter set for saplings and sticks, and that's going to spit out all of those. Then I just need to glue this thing together. How hard could that be? Make it into a contraption, and off we go. Just need a bit of coal. And the way this should work, providing it works the way I expect it will, is I come down here and put that next to a tree, stick the minecart contraption there, put some coal in it. That's going to then hopefully dig through. Okay, we put the rail there, put that there, and then just give it a push. We set up several tracks in front of the tree. We put that on there, and then we give it redstone power and then give it a push. There we go, a chainsaw, and all of the things should be in these barrels. They are amazing. This is gonna take some time. Can I just like do it with a couple of them? Is it because that's too close? Yeah, okay, we definitely need to be 3 blocks back then. Well, that's a little bit annoying, but does it spit out all of the rubbish? It does. Excellent. And I don't think I need powered rail for this. I'm pretty sure I could just use normal rail. Ow. 3 of those, that there, give it a shove. Yeah, it doesn't even need coal. 3 of those. That there, give it a shove. Oh, we'll have this area cleared in no time. Well, that was noisy, and it also took an incredibly long time, and it doesn't look like there's any difference from where I stood. And even though I spent 3 hours clearing all of the trees from around the sides of the island, and I thought I was nearly finished, I forgot just how many there were on top of the island. That's a whole lot of trees still to get rid of. I'd probably say almost as many as I've just got rid of. Maybe not quite, but don't worry peeps, I've got a plan for that. First things first, we need to take a rather large schematic of the entire island. And once we're happy that we've got absolutely everything we want inside of the schematic, all we then need to do is save it. Then we just need to hop into a flat world, load our schematic, which is not allowed. And just change the config a little bit. Load our island into this schematic, which is going to take an incredibly long time. I would imagine it's slightly quicker than deleting all of the trees manually. Let's just check. It has 0% so far. The question is it broken? Oh no, it is moving. Okay, forget that. It was taking far too long. Instead, we're just going to take a creative download of the world. Then we need a couple of coordinates. So we're going to start over here, and we're going to look at this block and go fill, and basically hit tab a few times to get those, and that's not going to work, but it doesn't matter. And then as long as we're far enough back that we've got everything covered, we can do set block. right here. Let's have a bit of stone. And we can then use a tag to basically say replace all of the logs with air. And if we do that, it's not going to work. So we need to change a game rule. Command modification block limit, many. And now if we do our fill command, boom, all of the logs have gone. And that means the leaves should go as well. So what we need to do now is just set the random tick speed. Let's set it to 1,000. Get rid of all of those leaves. Fly around a bit to get rid of all of those leaves. And now we have an island with no trees on it in a test world, which is not very useful to me at the moment, but that's okay for now. And there we go. We now have a completely treeless island, which means I could potentially just take a schematic of that and then blast it into place with the schematic cannon using the magic of a special button. You see, the schematic cannon doesn't just have the ability to place blocks by clicking on this and then replace solid with empty. I can actually get it to place air where there are existing blocks. So basically, if I just don't put any trees in it, all of the trees in my world would vanish. But that's not the only thing I want to do with this island, of course. I need to hollow it out in order to put a storage system inside, because currently it's absolutely full of stone and rocks and things. So while I'm faffing about in this creative copy of the world, I might as well do a little bit of hollowing. So let's just go and find a corner, let's say here-ish. And we're going to do the same thing again. Just half a fill command, come over to this side here. What we want to make sure we do is we don't delete anything we do want by mistake. So around about this point here should do. Fill in the rest of our fill command. We're just going to do air. And then if I hit enter on that, we should end up with a rather large hole inside of our mountain. I may have clipped the edges a bit. I am going to have to do all of this again. Oh, geez. But the idea is I do that, then I take a schematic of the island, then I put the entire thing back into the world, and it will erase all of the stuff in here as well. Now, of course, I'm not going to get any of the blocks back doing it that way, but I don't want the blocks back. I just want the big hole without putting in the effort to make it. And that seems like a reasonable way of doing it to me. Yes, it's a little bit cheaty. Yes, I probably shouldn't, but the alternative is to just use my tunnel bore and go through it a few times, which I absolutely could do, but then I'm just going to get rid of all of those items by burning them off somewhere. It's just a total waste of time. So I'm going to fix this world now, do it properly, and then take a schematic of it. And a little while later, I'm back in my flat world with the schematic, which is just about uploaded to my little bit of schematic paper. It has taken over 25 minutes already to get this far along in the progress, but it's nearly there. And yes, I'm going to have to do this all over again on the actual world in order to get the schematic on there, but I want to make sure it's actually going to do what I want it to do first. Come on, schematic, you can do it. This just goes this way, into here. Please. Need some YouTube comments while I wait. I follow you and Legion V, and he definitely gave you the smithing tablet. Yes, Miam-Jan. He did. Wasn't it Legion the one who gave you the smithing template? From Whitey. Thank you very much for reminding me. Yes, I'm foolish. You said Throwlash, but wasn't it Legion who gave you the template, Foxy? Yes, no, Madex83, it was. I give up. Oh, it's done! I just had to click away. Hurrah, my island schematic is ready. This is going to be the laggiest thing in the world when I place this. So hold on to your boots. Oh my goodness, it's so laggy. Oh, it's come. It's here. I need to scooch it over that way a bit so it's not taking up. There we go. Keep going. Keep going. It all appears to be in place. There are no trees. Inside, there is a rather large hole ready for a rather large storage system and many being decorated. And there are absolutely no damage marks to the end where I accidentally made the hole inside too big. So that's good news. The question is, when I upload this to the world and run it through the schematic cannon, is it going to work, or am I going to make a big mess of the Just Create server and then have to find somewhere else to live? There's only one way to find out, I guess. And so back on the real world, I'm now just waiting for the schematic to load into the schematic table again. And once that's done, I can get it printed onto the actual island. Begone trees and all of the stuff under the mountain. And there we go, the schematic is now ready, which means I just need to place it that way quite a lot. And I believe that is it there. So at the top up here, somewhere roughly in the middle of the mountain, I'm going to pop down the cannon. Just double check the schematic. Yep, everything's in the right place. Pop that in there, pop that in there. Set that to replace solid with empty, skip missing blocks. And I don't have to put anything in there for it to do its job. So here we go. Print emptiness. Oh, and of course it starts from the bottom up, doesn't it? So FreeCam. It is making empty space within the mountain. Now I've just got to wait quite a long time. But of course, here on the actual real world, none of that just happened because I deemed it too cheaty. I would like to know what you guys think in the comments though. Do you think it would be too cheaty to get rid of all of these trees and dig a big hole in the mountain with a schematic cannon? Nevertheless, all of these trees are still here and this mountain is still very much solid, which means I still got a whole bunch of work to do getting rid of it all. And I think the best thing to do for the top is just to run my tunnel bore backwards and forwards a few times, which will actually flatten out the area nicely for us, then do the same thing on the inside, and then I can get rid of all of these trees around the outside with my chainsaw device. The only problem I've got before I do any of that is the fact that this tunnel bore is still absolutely full of basalt and flagstone, and I don't think it's going to fit inside my storage system. So I guess I'm going to need a big vault. Well, there we go. We are now 100% tree free. And the flat section is flat, ready to put a power station on. Now, obviously, the bit underneath the island has not been dug out yet, but this is still going a whole lot faster than the cheaty method that I've still got running on a different instance, and it's only reached layer 6 so far of digging out the mountain. Look. It's still going. It's doing that bit over there. It's still got all of this to go and all the trees. So while the cheaty method might be technically easier, this is a whole bunch faster, and that means it's now time to get my tunnel bore back out, get inside this mountain and dig out a big hole without tearing through the sides of it and making a big old mess of it, which could be quite tricky, but I'm pretty sure I can manage it. So let's go. Let's do this. So I've just finished a live stream over on twitch.tv/FoxyNoTail, and I say I finished, it actually got cut off short because my internet connection went. But as a result, we have actually tunneled out quite a lot of the underside of this mountain so far. I've still got a couple of layers to go, it's still working through a few bits, and I've got a whole bunch of tidying up to do, but we're getting there. And there we go. Other than a little bit of tidying up and a couple of holes to fill in, we now have a ginormous room underneath the mountain and a little escape hatch up there, but we do kind of need a way to get back to our storage area. But we don't need to worry about that right now, because right now we need to actually move the power station from its temporary location here on the side of the beach onto the top of the mountain, so it can provide power to all of the things around it, as well as all of the other things below it. Oh, and just a quick update to see how the other world is getting on digging out the mountain from the schematic cannon. It's still working its way through the 10th layer. It hasn't gone very far at all, and it's still got a whole way to go. And the schematic cannon is actually on maximum speed as well. So if I had chosen to do that method, I'd still be waiting for it to finish. Oh, jeez. Right, anyway, power station on the mountain. But before that, I have a plan. And that plan is to build a massive structure inside of the hole we've dug out, which I've pretty much already done. As you can see here, we have a massive 5 chunk by 5 chunk by 3 chunk high box. And this box sits quite nicely out in the area that we've dug out, taking up a whole bunch of space and taking a ridiculous amount of time to build. Not to mention the gargantuan amount of tuff that this thing took to actually build. It might not look it from here, but there are over 50,000 tuff blocks in this, and I run out several times, which involved a couple of trips to see Mr. Beardstone. Come on in.
Morning, fancy seeing you here.
Yes, it is fancy, isn't it? Rather fancy of seeing me here. Oh, I didn't bring any money. Can you let me some diamonds? I can't believe I left my money at home.
I see. What were you after? I was actually over here just to...
I got 64. I need loads of tuff.
Yeah, I was over here to rob my own shop, to be honest, to grab a bit of tuff.
Oh, you need tuff as well, do you?
Yeah.
Do you still have that tuff shop in the train station that sells varieties of tuff? Because there is one particular variety I need, and you would have got probably quite a lot of it from the trial chambers as well.
Yeah. You need lots of that sort of tuff, do you?
Yeah, I don't need the bricks. I need the smooth, but the trial chamber smooth, vanilla smooth.
This is the
that
smooth,
one,
the polished one. The polished one. Yes, I've probably got loads of that back at my base if you want more.
Oh yeah, I would love that. Because then I'd have
there's a shulker's worth here basically.
Right, well, I'll take a shulker's worth here then. I'll pay for that. Gee, I don't think I can afford it. No, can't afford it. No, I've only got 20 diamonds left.
Well, give me what diamonds you've got.
Right, okay.
And then we'll just go rob my base.
Yeah. All right then.
Come on,
fill me up, Hank.
So it's almost 2 shulkers for 20 diamonds. You can't argue with that.
And after I'd successfully bought out all of Mr. Beardstone's first lot of stock and borrowed some from his base, I then had to go and see him again to get even more. Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Oh, there you are. I am in desperate need of tuff. I have run out again. Oh. You have, I believe, I'm guessing, around about 65,000 of it in your base, but there's none at your shop. I have many diamonds to spend. I need it.
Okay.
I'm assuming I'm going to get bulk discounts, considering I've literally already bought all of your shops out today.
I like this.
I mean, I could make my own Mr. Beardstone, but I'm choosing to support local businesses.
How much is it normally? Like a diamond for 2 stacks?
No, it's cheaper than that. Yes, I was getting a shulker for a diamond, I think.
Well, I was going to offer you a discount, but you've just been cheeky now.
Yeah. It's a diamond for 2 stacks. Yeah.
I will do a shulker for 10 diamonds. So you're getting like 7 stacks free in every shulker.
That sounds nice.
Sound good?
Yeah. I can't believe it. 9 shulker boxes for a diamond. That's very generous of you, Mr. Beardstone.
That'll be 90 diamonds, I think you'll find.
Huh?
90 diamonds.
No, I think
90.
Maths appears to be off, Mr. Beardstone. There you go, it's 90 diamonds, sir.
Are you filled up yet?
Filled up? I haven't done anything yet. I'm too busy getting your money out. I thought you were doing that. I do not get a delivery with this.
Yeah, it's all in there, look.
Oh my, it's got granite in it. And once they were done, I was able to finish off the floor, which basically finishes off the base of this structure. But what is this structure and why does it look so strange? Well, I have divided the area up into these chunk-sized squares. The idea here is that this area that I'm standing at the bottom is going to be filled with lava. That's going to be 3 blocks deep, which will give us over 16,000 lava inside of the floor. And these little holes in the side are all going to be linked to pumps and pipes which run all the way around, providing access to lava to the entire way around the mountain. And some of these little gullies down between the chunk lines are also going to be providing power. So we'll have our power station on the top, and that will be able to link down some of these, linking all of this to our power network as well. And the reason it's so tall is that each of the lines of chunks horizontally is going to be a different floor. So obviously we're going to have our ground floor down here just above the lava, then we'll have another floor there and another floor there, giving us a massive amount of space for a huge gigantic workshop. But before I can do anything else, the first thing I need to do in here is actually get all of the lava in, and to make sure I don't fall into that lava, I'm just going to add a little walkway around the edge so I've got something to stand on. Now, believe it or not, the majority of this building was not made with schematics. I actually ended up doing just a whole bunch of manual digging, manually placing blocks, and using a couple of contraptions just to fill in some of the wall spaces. And why have I done 5x5 chunks? Well, there's a good reason for that. The full-size brass power loader, which is a chunk loader, can be set to chunk load a 5x5 chunk area. And that means that when I've got trains and monorails coming to this island to be able to pick things up and collect them, it will be able to chunk load this entire workshop and storage area here without a player needing to be nearby, allowing all of my items to be transported and keeping my shop stocked should I ever actually have any in the future, nice and easily. And now we have a big old floor in the middle of our room ready for lava to go underneath. And I've tried to make it an interesting looking pattern using some of the copper grates, a bit of glass so you'll be able to see the lava through it, and I've left these squares in the middle because our power station's going to need water. So we're going to have some big old water tanks there, and around the sides of the building, we're going to have an awful lot of lava tanks and fluid tanks. Even though there'll be an unlimited source of lava down there, I thought it made sense just to have big old tanks in each of the corners, making this look interesting. Again, full of lava, making it easy for all of my factories and things on the outside of the mountain to access them. And then pipes running all the way up and down these things. So let's go and grab a whole bunch of fluid tanks, which I've just spent an absolutely ridiculous amount of copper on crafting, and get those all in place. I don't know if I've got enough, but we'll soon find out. I've got loads. I've got a ridiculous amount of pipe. I've also got loads of shafts and girders, and I've got some spare materials for crafting bits and bobs. So each of these 2x2 channels is going to hold 2 lots of pipe. So we'll basically have pumps there, bringing the lava out from our unlimited lava source. And then these are going to run along here like this, all the way down these gullies into the corners where we're going to have our big old tanks. And we're going to make all of these see-through, so we can see what's in them. They'll also add light in the area, or at least that's the plan. And then we can have 2 of them 2x2 like this, running alongside each other for no reason other than it being aesthetically pleasing. So that'll go that way, and then I guess that can go to the bottom of our tank there. Let's make these ones see through, and then hopefully there's going to be enough room for a big old tank here. And I do not believe there is a limit on how high these can be. The only limit is going to be how much copper I've got, and I think I might end up running out faster than I thought, because we've reached the top. This thing will hold a lot of lava, and I've only got that many fluid tanks left. Perhaps we don't need fluid tanks the entire way up the side. Oh, and there is a limit as well. I didn't realize there's a limit. Okay, well, in that case then we'll take them to the limit, and then above that we'll think about something else in the top of these corners here instead. It has just occurred to me after placing a bunch of these pumps in that this might not be a good way of doing it. You see, the pumps are actually going to take the source lava blocks away, which is going to then stop our infinite lava source actually having lava sources. Really, we need to be pulling it out with hose pulleys, which means we don't want these in here like this at all. So a few more hours have passed, and I've been focusing purely on aesthetics and fiddling about with pipes and girders rather than actually thinking about how I'm going to power all of this or putting any lava in. And I'm really enjoying myself in here making this crazy little contraption-y thing. So let me talk you through it. I've run pipes around the entire building from left to right, and in the corners we've got tanks with pipes in, and they're not 3x3 tanks, they're just 2x2 because they fill the space fine, and the extra pipes in the middle basically go where there are going to be floors. This level here lines up with this line here, so this will be the next floor up here. We'll have a little maintenance gap in the middle for pipes and conveyors and things to run in, and that means that none of these pipes will be seen because there's going to be floor there. The tanks on the corners are going to hold lava. However, there are other types of pipes in here as well, all leading towards the center at the moment, but all linked together underground. The fluid pipe without glass in it is going to hold water, and the ones with the glass are going to hold lava. And the reason I've done them with glass is so that they will actually emit light, meaning we won't need so many torches around here to keep the monsters away. That is going to cause a few problems where I've got sections like this where I've got both glass and not glass pipes running into this, but to fix that it will be as simple as just getting rid of those side ones there and those ones there, popping in a little bit of copper casing there to stop those connecting, and then we can link everything around there. But let's not get carried away with that right now, because that's probably all going to change, because it's all going to need pumps in and stuff in order to actually get the lava from there to there to there to there to there. And I haven't even thought about running any shafts or power lines or things like that. But this bit in the middle is the bit that I've been fiddling with last, because we're going to have our lava pool underneath here. We need to be able to suck that out in order to put it into the pipes and tanks. So in the middle here I've got 4 hose pulleys which are all going down to the bottom of that, surrounded by this sort of safety girder structure here. They're then going up into these glass pipes, running off into the side sections there, and they're just stopping at these copper grates at the moment because they're going to run in between this service gap floor, probably over to there, and then link up with those pipes there. At least that's what I'm thinking at the moment, which means we've then got these pipes which don't really go anywhere down here. And I really like the idea that we've just got pipes actually sat on the platform. But yeah, these wiggly systems here make sure that none of the pipes actually connect together incorrectly, and that means we could have water and lava running onto this floor here, either being sent that way into the pipes or sent this way to contraptions and things we've got. I believe my pipes and power are in. The power lines start in the ceiling because the power station is going to be up there, and they run to these chain drives on the wall over there. They then get distributed on each side down 2 sets of shafts to some more chain drives that go around each layer. They then run down more shafts to more chain drives that run around each layer, and then they go down to more shafts that run down more chain drives on each layer. My pipes that are coming into this system, instead of having pipes at the top here going out into this floor, I've decided to route them all down onto the floor down here so that they all come down to this double pipe work. These water tanks are going to be feeding into these pipes that are shielded, and the lava will be pumped into the pipes with the glass. They then come to this sort of distribution hub here, and then we've got a couple of pumps on each one of those being joined onto the power there. In the corners over here, I've managed to get the pumps working here, or at least I assume they work. I don't know. We've got no power or lava or water yet, but the idea is these are going to be the lava tanks. The lava's going to get pumped up into that one. That will fill up. Then there's another pump on top of that, which will fill that one. Then there's another pump on top of that, which will fill that one. And hopefully I've managed to get it so all of the chain drive and pump should spin in the same direction, which should mean we shouldn't end up with any breakages. Should be in the operative term there, because I haven't tested it, and no doubt when I do plug it in, it'll all break to pieces and everything, all the lava will fall out. And speaking of the lava falling out, on each of these upright bits in the corner, I do have more pipes coming out for the lava to then be distributed along these bits here, but I haven't done that yet because I forgot. And you might be wondering, FoxyNoTail, why is there no time lapse of all of this? Well, the reason is because I have 14 hours of replay footage. Starting from here, we've got all of the holes in the walls I did, the ceiling parts, the floor cannon, my meetings with Beardy, some more floor cannon in, some more Beardy, and some more floor cannon in, and stealing more of Stam's iron. And not only can I not really be bothered to edit 14 hours of replay videos because I don't have time to do that in order to get this video out, the other problem with it is the replay footage is all over the place, with me sort of running backwards and forwards to craft more materials, going back to my workshop to make more materials, going to the shopping area to buy more materials, and basically I wasn't really in one place for long enough to actually have a camera on it and make a nice looking replay. So there you go. No replays, just build in, and I've been having a wonderful time. So let's get these last few pipes in, then we can actually pump all of the lava into here, get the power station moved, and hopefully get this working. Need more pipes, mate. So we're going to need more pipes. I don't think I've got enough, but we'll find out. Some copper casing probably, and a few more metal brackets. Let's see how we get on with this. We need to go around these here, and I think I'm going to choose to go around the outside. And if we throw a little bit of casing on there, we can have a couple of brackets on there, but this is probably all going to be invisible when we've got the floor levels in. Well, it's going to be here, isn't it? So you're not going to see any of this anyway, but for the sake of looking nice for now, I think we should do it. Then we need to get over to here. Obviously, we don't want to join with this pipe, so we'll put some copper casing on there. We do want to join with this pipe, so let's just make that a normal pipe. Then we can link over to that like that, bring that round there, and then we can continue over over in this direction. Let's put some more copper casing on there and make that linkable so we can join that into that. Come around this one here. And then we can run that all the way into the other corner, but there's not actually anywhere to link to because my shaft's in the way over here. I suppose we could kind of come out like that. That could work. Go round these shafts again. And there we go. We now have one line of copper pipe going all the way around the room that way, which I then need to do 3 more times for that section and 3 more times for that section. I don't need to do that because that's going to be the ceiling and the bottom ones have already got it in. That means I'm going to need a lot more pipe. So let's craft as much as we can. Well, I don't need that. Well, maybe I do need that many. I don't know. I'm going to craft 512 just like this. There we go. Lots of pipe. And lots of monsters. Now I've taken away those torches, so we really need to get that lava in here quickly. And I've just got to the very end, and I'm 1 piece of pipe short. I literally run out of pipe here. Oh, well, we can go and colour all of these ones in and get the brackets on and then go and fetch another one and... Oh, jeez. And there we go. My last pipe is in. The whole thing is all now collected. We shouldn't have any pipes just sticking out, not going anywhere, which means it's time to run even more pipe all the way from our power station lava source to get the lava filled in here. So I think it makes sense to basically take some of our pipe out and just run it through this wall, because hopefully on the other side of this wall, not too far away across the mountain, is our power station. And just looking on my mini-map, it looks like I have reached the lava source. It should just, yep, it just should be through this wall. And here we go. Our lava factory. Okay, I have my lava pipe all the way from the new workshop area over to here. I'm going to put a pump in here, I guess. Link that up to this and then make that full speed, but I can't do that because I haven't connected the other end yet. So let's just go back, just bring this along the wall a bit, bring this all the way over this way, and hopefully I can just link that into this lava pipe here, and that should then force it up that pipe down through all of those pipes into our hose pulleys, and each one of those will hopefully start filling up that lava source. Let's go get it linked up at the other end. Ow. Stick on a gearbox, stick on a shaft, and then stick on a couple of cogs, and then fingers crossed, I guess. But is it making it over to our... Oh, it is. It's in the pipes. Does that mean it's going through the hose pulleys? It does. All 4 hose pulleys are pumping lava into our underground area. Oh, this is wonderful. I've just got to wait for a very long time for all of that to fill up. Well, we're nearly there. We now have nearly 2 layers completely full, and I think that's probably actually enough already to consider this an infinite lava source. If we just pop down into FreeCam and check this out, you can see we're just working on the second layer's corners. Slowly but surely it is all filling in. But of course, this is only going to solve our lava problem for our power station. We're also going to need water as well, and it's all right just filling these tanks with water, but eventually that's going to run out. So we need these tanks to fill themselves from an infinite lava source. And I'm thinking the simplest way to do that would be on top of here, just have a pool of water with some pumps going straight into these to fill them in. That seems nice and simple. The only problem we've got with that is there is no power to the center of this at this moment in time. So I'm going to get the pumps and pipes in first and then try and figure that out, I guess. So what I've done so far is I've made these tanks slightly taller, added in some chain drive around the top here with some pumps and pipe coming around to this big square up here, and I've got an infinite lava source there, which is actually going to be the same size as this completely. But I need to block it in because I need to do a little bit of work without everything getting wet. And the first thing I'm going to do is put shafts through these girders here, through those ones there, and then put cogs in the middle there. And those come straight through to these chain drives. On top of those cogs, I can then put pumps going into those pipes there. I can then add in some more pipes just here like this, but I don't want those joined together. I actually want them encased like this. And then when we bring this around here like that and get rid of these bits in the middle, they'll be able to pull the water from there. These cogs are going to spin in different directions, but the chain drive's spinning in the same direction, which means they're going to break. So I can actually only have one cog on here. So we're just going to have a cog and a shaft to make it look more interesting. And we're going to do that all the way through on each side, just like this. Now we just need to make our infinite water source spread all the way across, just like that. Now we now have an infinite pool of water with 8 pumps coming out, which will then fill up each of these water tanks. We just need to get power to these chain drives, and ideally we need to find a way to link those chain drives together, and I think we can just do that in the corners like this, nice and easily, and that sort of ties it all together there. And just because that looks a little bit lacking in structure, I think we should add some more girders. We don't want anything to look like it's floating and not 100% completely supported. Now we can bring these girders over to the edges here, just to make this look a little bit more interesting. And now we have an absolutely crazy abomination of a contraption-y machine right in the center of our workshop-y area, which is totally overkill for everything we need, but I love it. Right, how's our lava getting on? Where are we at? It looks like, oh yes, we're now filling in the 3rd layer, so we definitely have got enough for an infinite lava source already. So in order to get power to these pumps, then the closest power we have is actually down there on that level. We could run it all the way around and bring it up the center of the structure alongside our lava pipes, but I think it might end up getting a little bit messy down there. I think it would be more interesting to actually just bring it across from these chain drives over here through the center of our platform here and right into those that we just happen to have available there. And again, I'm going to use 2. I don't need to use 2. I just want everything to look really interesting and symmetrical and fun. Why symmetrical fun? It's better for my brain, okay? Just better for my brain. It's not symmetrical, it hurts. And I'm not going to do that on all 4 sides because I think that would be ridiculous. I'm just going to do it on 2 sides, and I'm hoping that we won't get opposing rotations. I suppose we'll find out when we turn everything on. Now, these bits in the middle look a little bit floaty, so we should probably put some more girders above those, and then we can hop down underneath those and just pop a couple of brackets on at each end just to make that look a little bit better. In fact, I am going to go right to the ends there. Yeah, that definitely looks more substantial. And of course, we need to do that on the other side as well. Lovely. Right, now I just need to connect these all the way over to here. I'm not going to bother putting any sort of structure on these shafts right now because don't forget, these are going to be in between the floors. That circle in the middle is not just staying a circle in the middle. We will be connected all the way to the edge over here. There might be some glass in it and stuff like that so you can see the workings inside, but for now, I'm not going to do anything with it because I've run out of shafts. More shafts, please. And there we go. That is our entire structure complete for that. So all we need to do now is wait for that lava dust to finish filling in on the 3rd layer. Then we can get the power station moved over here and get it up and running. Why don't you build the power station down here? I know. I wish I kind of hadn't built that power station already because it would be awesome to have this in here. But I guess we could build additional power station-y stuff in here if we ever need it. For now, we're going to keep the nice one that I built. We're just going to move it. Good news! The lava has finished pumping in underneath the floor, which means every single layer is 100% complete, and that means it's time to move our power station, which is going to involve a reasonable amount of demolition. I've already put together the schematic for the power station. We don't need the big old lava pool underneath, so we've just got the bottom floor, and that's going to sit perfectly over the hole we've got, which sits perfectly over our structure below. So I think the easiest thing to do would be to just use my big old tunnel bore to demolish the existing power station and get all of the blocks from that. But before I start tearing it down with my tunnel bar, there are a few things on here that are not going to tear down ever so well. Things that break when you smash them without silk touch, like the windows. So I should probably go and take those all out manually. It's just occurred to me I don't need to schematic any of this. I could just pick the whole thing up as a contraption, and that's going to save me a lot of headache because I think half of the stuff will go missing if I schematic cannon it. So let's put those back in there and go and get some glue. And there we go. The whole thing is now glued. I'm not 100% sure it's going to manage to get everything on the inside. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a few things that fall off or just don't attach. But there's only one way to find out, I guess. And that means breaking that. We'll put a bit of rail there. We'll put one of those in there, unlock rotation, stick a minecart in there, and hopefully, fingers crossed, absolutely nothing happened at all. Is that because it's a hopper minecart? Stupid hopper minecarts. I don't have any normal ones. Try again. Water is going everywhere, but how much of it did we actually get? Oh, it's too big. It's not too big. And I believe this is a bug because Chosen had exactly the same issue earlier trying to pick up his tunnel bore, and I don't know how to fix it. I need Mr. Beardstone. Here he comes, Mr. Beardstone to the rescue. Mr. Beardstone.
Exactly. Hello. What's up?
My power station is leaking.
So it is, yes.
How do you fix the I can't pick it up problem?
How do you fix the I can't pick it up problem?
Yeah, try and pick the contraption up.
Oh, yeah, we didn't fix it.
Oh. I need to move it.
Yeah, we don't actually know what the problem is.
Right.
At the moment. So, yeah, I believe it's been reported. But
well, that's no good, because now I've got no power. My water's leaking, and all of my lava has turned to obsidian, Miss Beardstone.
Yeah, that is a bit of a problem, Foxy. This is the Foxy I remember.
Yeah.
I wondered where this Foxy had been the last few weeks.
Well, the thing is, I don't need that lava anymore because I have new lava.
Okay, that's just as well, really. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't have new power, hence needing to move this. Can I wheel it about on its contraption? I can.
Yes.
Can you pick it up now? I've moved it off the track.
No, it says it seems too big to pick up, which is a complete lie. But sometimes Chosen said he can't even pick up his little delivery van, and then he has to like turn it into a contraption and back to normal again, and then he can pick it up.
Well, let's try that then. Now
there you go. So it's solid again.
It is a building. Water is no longer leaking, Mr. Beardstone. This is a good sign.
No, but your lava is still obsidian.
No, too big.
Still too big.
Right. Okay. Okay. Well,
you're gonna have to do things the old-fashioned way and stick it about on your rails, I guess, which isn't ideal.
It's not ideal, Mr. Beardstone, because I got a long way to take this. So first things first, then let's turn this minecart into a furnace minecart whilst getting hit by a skeleton. Where'd you go? Stop it. Then let's lay an absolutely ridiculous amount of rail all the way up my hill, ideally in as straight a line as possible to make life nice and easy, and then we'll do all sorts of wiggly roundy bits at the top to get it to go where it needs to go. Now that the track's in place, what I can do here is actually break that block, replace it with a barrel so that I can put some coal inside of it, pop the furnace minecart down, make sure this is on lock rotation because we don't want it screwing around all over the place, turn it into a contraption and hope for the best as it goes winging its way up the hill. Have you ever seen a moving power station? I certainly haven't. This is a first for me, but it is making its way up there. It is going. Can we ride on it while it's going? We can go for a ride on the power station as it squirrels its way up the hill. This looks absolutely ridiculous, but will it go into the right place when it gets there? It's getting there, it's getting there. Oh, it's not going to turn, is it? Because it's on lock rotation and I need it to face the other way. Right, so we've got a bit of jiffling about to do with it once it gets here, but how much stuff did I leave behind is more of my question. Some cobblestone up there, a couple of bits down here, but nothing major. I think we got pretty much everything. We're going to have to do all sorts of jiggery-pokery to get this to be where I want it, with rail. So not lock rotation. Let's pick up some of this track and try and figure out how we're going to do this. That's going to spin this corner round. So we want that actually over here. And it is a contraption, so let's just give it a nudge. Off it goes. It didn't turn round. Oh my goodness, what is happening? My power station. Oh no, it did. It turned round. Not quite the way I wanted it to. With the door. That didn't go. What? I thought it would be fixed to it. What if we reverse it a bit? It is turning the wrong... Oh my goodness, no, it's kind of doing what I wanted to do. No, it didn't quite turn far enough. That's it. There you go. And no, you spun the other way again. What are you doing? Where are you going now? You lunatic. I just want you to spin round. I need to pick it up. It's so annoying. Right, go round in circles until you're facing the right way round, and then I can stop you. Oh, it's... No. Is that the door on this side? It is. The door is the right way round. Stop, minecart. Don't spin any further. That's it. The door is on the right side. Let's pop that back in there. Lock rotation this time. Please don't spin round the other way. No, don't do that. No! Why? What are you doing? You stupid thing. But this minecart, I am going to lose my temper with you in a minute if you carry on. Just go. Think about what you've done. Look, it's nighttime. I've been here that long trying to spin around a power station. Maybe it needs to do bigger circles. No, you're totally the wrong way around again. Yeah, that's it. Keep going that way. Now, no, come back. No, you. Yes. Then I'm going to stick that there. Unlock rotation. Ow. Worked out perfectly. Are you telling me it spun right back round the other way again? I'm going to do murders. I am actually going to do murders. What's even the point in me doing all of this train track stuff if you're just going to be that way round? No, don't, no, you... I was so far away from you. Fall down there. Well, this has been a mission. I have spent a long time trying to get this power station working, and it does. However, it wasn't exactly easy. As you can see in here, I've had to clear out quite a lot of the gubbins, replace them with some more lava tanks and water tanks, basically as a backup in case the system downstairs decides it's not going to play, and that will enable the power station to keep running in the meantime. The steam boilers themselves haven't changed a great deal. We've still got the same mechanism to feed lava into them. However, how I'm getting the power out has changed, although it is coming out of two sides. I haven't even connected these ones yet. They link together underneath here into this speed controller, and as you can see, we've only got half the power we should have, and that's then running downstairs through this chain drive into these shafts, which is then distributed around the entire room, meaning that everything is working. My pumps over here are working, my pumps down here are working, and yes, all that's changed as well. Because there was such a complex network of pipes and things, it got very confused and caused incredible amounts of lag trying to figure out where to send lava and water, because there are opposing streams, lots of pipes all connected in different ways, and it was just a big mess. So what I've done is I've taken 4 lines from the middle that are pumping outwards towards the edges, and each one runs along to each edge where there is a tank. There is a tank for water and one for lava. That means that each side of this building is completely separate from the other sides, and you might say, well, you've got pipes going across the top as well. Yes, we have, but again, each one runs into a couple of tanks just so it's got somewhere to terminate. So in the corners, each of the water pipes and lava pipes runs into its own little fluid tank, and then the lava tanks are connected together through these pumps, filling up the corner tanks all the way to the top. And of course, we've got the buffer water tanks in the middle as well, which are more just for looking nice than actually doing anything. The problem, however, is that mobs are still spawning, and that's because pipes don't do what I thought they did. Changing my brightness back to default, you'll see that while the lava pipes do glow, they don't actually emit any light, which means we're only actually getting any light from where there's a tank, because tanks do emit light. And that means we've got these big old dark sections everywhere where mobs are spawning on the ledges, falling down, and then causing me a few headaches. But that's something we can deal with later on. Last time on the Just Create SMP, I finally started on my main base island, carving out the inside of this mountain and building the structure of my mega base. I also moved my power station up the hill and got it working. However, today I intend to turn this building into an elevator and entrance to the mega base, moving the power systems down here and generating even more power. But before that, there are a couple of problems to address. Problem number 1 is because my new power station is up on the top of the hill, my workshop down at the bottom of the hill no longer has any power. Problem number 2 inside of this workshop is that my carrot farm keeps stopping working, and even when it does work, none of my carrots seem to actually make it inside of the storage system. You can see it's absolutely empty of carrots, and even though it's been running for days and days and days, it hasn't generated any. The carrots themselves are growing, but every time it harvests them and puts them into the storage system, for some reason they just disappear. Oh, the barrel's actually got some in. It has done harvesting. And at the moment I can't demonstrate this not working because, as I said, I've got no power. The third problem is not a problem at all. I actually rescued a couple of wolves in the last episode. Not that it made it into the final edit, but they were on the mountain as I was clearing out the trees, and as a result they're here, and I want to tame them. But I only have 2 bones on me, so let's get some more because there's no way I'm going to get them both on the first go. 30 more bones. Yeah, half a stack of bones. What could possibly go wrong? Both of these wolves will be mine. Are you ready, doggies? Yes. Oh, one first time and two. Oh, apparently I only needed 2 bones. So amazing. We now have 2 little pet doggies who both need names. So if you've got any ideas for names, let me know in the comments and I will come back and name these guys at some point. I might even make you both a couple of name tags. Right, anyway, no time for dogs. We need to get our power system sorted out. As you can see, I brought a whole bunch of shafts with me, which should mean that I can just route power from this through the mountain wall into our new workshop area and get it all connected. Temporarily, of course. So I spent a couple of minutes routing some shafts along the holes I'd made previously to move lava to the mega base and got my workshop reconnected once more. Hello workshop, do you have full power and are you going in the correct direction? I'm going to assume you're going in the wrong direction. Oh, no. Everything is right. Oh, this is good. Now, okay, here's another weird situation. I'm not asking my workshop to make any iron sheet at all. Yet, if I head over here, you can see I am producing iron sheet. And I don't know why. Look at all that. It's chucked loads of iron in this. Stop making iron sheet. It's obsessed with iron sheet. Stop it. I need the iron for other things, you moron. Now, if I put that back in there, is it going to stop sending it? The copper's going through, but I want the copper sheet because we're going to need a lot of tanks. Hopefully it's not going to bring any more iron over here. Seems to be in the clear. Good! In that case, that's those 2 problems sorting out. The only other problem is this carrot farm. So let's see, have the carrots made it out of our machine now and into the storage system? They're no longer in that barrel, which should mean they are in my storage system. We knew there was some in there. We've all seen it. Let's search. There are none. There are no carrots in here at all. Why? Why do my carrots vanish when they go into the machine? The thing is, I've actually replaced all of this stuff. I've been round, smashed it all to bits, put it back together again in the hopes that that would solve it. But it didn't. Which is why I'm now eating steak instead of golden carrots, because all of my golden carrots have vanished. Are there any carrots on the belts anywhere trying to go through things? No, they are just gone. My carrots is gone. So what I'm going to do for now, as a temporary measure, is not send them into this vault, which is clearly deleting them. I'm going to get rid of that and have them go straight into a barrel. There we go. Put barrel there. Put a funnel there. And now when we get carrots, they should just go into that barrel and not disappear, and everything should be good. Let's just test that theory. Let's put some carrots into there. They go through that thing into there. And yes, we have a carrot. Good. That works. No more disappearing invisible carrots. So there we go. We have solved all of the problems, and that means I can start work on the next part of my plan, which is to get power moved from in there to in there. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Oh, and just quickly, before you guys all say, oh yes, but you're crafting all of your carrots into golden carrots. I was, but I turned that off, which means none of them are getting sent to the crafter. And as you can see here, we also don't have any golden carrots in stock. We've just got no carrots. No carrots! Anyway, power station stuff. First things first, we need to visit the blaze spawner in order to turn all of my empty blaze burnery things into blaze burnery things. And back at my power station, the next job's going to be to determine where I'm actually going to be having my steam engines. And I think we need a few of them, but I don't want to take up this entire room, and I do want them relatively close to all of this. So I think what we'll do is maybe even get rid of these water tanks, because we don't actually need them, they're just for show, and turn these into the steam engines, and maybe see if we can stick a couple more in there as well. But before I start tearing these things out, we're also going to need to think about how we're going to feed the blaze burners. And currently, in order to do that, we're using a mechanical arm, which is taking buckets of lava, putting them into the blaze burners, and then putting the empty buckets back in that barrel where they get filled back up with lava. But the problem is the mechanical arm's range isn't particularly big, which is why all of these needs to be so close together. And I can't really do that down there, so we're going to have multiple of these, which means we need to think about exactly how we're going to lay everything out. So, for example, if this big old vat of water was a steam engine, it's going to need a mechanical arm somewhere and a way of delivering the lava to it. And I don't want to make a huge mess of this area, but it is going to get a bit messier. So I think the first thing I should do is bypass the water going into these and then out into those pipes, and just take that straight from our water tank, which is up here. So that all runs into these pipes. Those can literally just be sent straight down along these pipes and straight out there like that, like the other ones. And then we don't even need those pumps at the top. So that'll make life easier. Okay, all 4 sides of that are now connected, which is great. However, the pipes that are taking water up to our actual power station are just connected to these tanks, which are no longer being fed water. So eventually these are going to run out. So now we don't need all of this power gubbins around here, because all of this was to provide power to the pumps that were actually powering those things. So we can save ourselves a bit of money here as well. Money? Yeah, money, because it costs money to buy these things from Chosen's Mall, you see. You can make them yourself. Well, I will be, but at the moment, look, shush. So how can we deal with this to make this power situation a bit nice around here? Because I don't really like these poles going up and down there. What I think I could do instead is get rid of that, spin those around, because they don't actually need to be going into these ones anymore. That means instead of having a shaft there, we can literally just bring it straight down here. Although I think it would be even nicer to flip that one around, put the shaft through there, put ourselves a vertical gearbox in there, and then bring that down to the bottom, stick in the vertical gearbox there, bringing that across to here like this, and then we can stick our cog on there and connect that, and then we don't need any of this stuff on the top, and that just looks a whole bunch neater. Right, now we've got that in place, I just need to do that on every side now. And there we go, all 4 sides have the same system on there now, making it all nice and symmetrical, which means we can now turn these boilers into burners. And in order to do that, we are going to want the blaze burners on, and we're going to need to figure out how we're going to deal with the lava. So I like the fact that these are raised off the floor, but they are going to need blaze burners underneath. So let's just throw those in quickly. And then we're going to need a way to get the lava into those blaze burners. And I'm kind of thinking that we could have our little arm doing that from down here, so it's out of the way. We'll still have to pass lava to that, which shouldn't be a problem because we've got lava right there. So yeah, I think that's how I'm going to do it. So this is the system I've come up with. We've got our blaze burners here with our mechanical arm underneath. That's being powered by this cog, which is attached to this belt, which is attached to our pumps, which I've moved back from there to here, so it's all nice and compact. And that means we can just run our water and our lava pipe straight into this spout, which fills the buckets, and the water straight into our actual boiler. And what that means is this boiler is far too big, it's getting too much water, but that doesn't matter. We can make it a little bit smaller, and then everything should be good. But that brings me on to something else. You see, power stations, or particularly steam ones, are a problem when it comes to powering themselves. For whatever reason, should they run out, maybe there's an issue with the lava source or the water source, they're obviously no longer generating any power, and they need power in order to generate power. You need the power to run the mechanical arm in order to fill the buckets, you need the power to power the pumps to get the water in. So we're going to need power down here that will provide power for those things should the power station decide it's not going to work. And what I've decided is we're going to have a whole bunch of water wheels that not only power that, but also power all of these pumps as well that are pumping the lava and the water around the area. And the other thing I want it to power is the elevator that we don't have yet, just in case this power station decides it's not going to work anymore. We need a sustainable way of being able to get up and down there, and I think water wheels are going to be the best plan for that. So somewhere in here we're going to have a whole bunch of water wheels that are powering all these things, and that means all the power station's got to do is power literally everything else. The workshop, all of the factories I'm going to have on the outside of this thing around the island, it's going to have plenty to power, but at least it won't have to power itself. So I'm going to duplicate this 4 more times in order to get everything working, and then even consider adding a couple more. And there we go. All 4 power stations are in and connected and running. Everything's working great, and I've even got this one set up to a little speed controller here, which is now powering all of our pumps. And that means the one upstairs can be completely demolished. And yes, I've made them all the right size so that they're not oversized, and hopefully that means that when I've demolished the one upstairs, I'll have enough materials to basically make a second layer of these, doubling up our total power that we'll have, bringing us to over 1 million stress units. That'd be nice. Right, demolishing time. Well, doesn't this look all kinds of crazy? We now have 8 level 9 steam engines all stacked on top of each other, all squirreled round a bit so that everything's connected and everything should work. But I don't know if it does work because I accidentally broke a pipe while I was building it, which stopped the steam engine from running, which stopped everything altogether, and I've got no way of starting it again, which is exactly why I need those water wheels. Running you through quickly what's happening, we've got all 4 steam engines on each side, all facing towards the middle, all connected. The power's not connected to anything else at the moment. And then on the other side, we've got this higgledy-piggledy mess of pipes and girders and all sorts of stuff basically tying it all together. I've mirrored what's happening on this side, on the other side, and we've got the water and the lava pipes running up doing the same thing on both of them. And I think, other than the belts potentially going in the wrong direction, it all should work. But the only way to know if it's going to work is to connect power to it. So I guess it's water wheels time. And all I'm thinking of doing here is finding ourselves a chunk without a great deal of stuff in it, making a big old selection of water wheels, and then connecting that to all of our pumps. How hard could that be? Oh, geez. We have 24 water wheels in there, creating a whole bunch of power, which is connected through a speed controller, which is connected to all of that over there, which is then connected to all of our pumps, which is running our power stations, which are running. But if we walk around this way, you'll notice they are not running at full speed, and that's because now we're not getting enough water in there, which is weird because the pumps were running on full speed before and we had plenty of water, and you could argue yes, but each pump now is controlling 4 steam engines rather than 1, which is why you're getting a quarter of the water. And I think that's the exact issue. The problem is that's only generated enough power for what we're currently using. So if I was to add another 6 pumps on this, which is what we're going to need to give each power station its own pump, then yeah, I'm going to have to make that bigger. Oh, jeez. Well, some may call it overkill. I call it symmetrical. We're now generating a ridiculous amount of power just from water wheels in here. We've got a whole 16,000 left out of 36,000 SU. But now that that's connected to all of the pumps and each steam engine has its own pump, that means in total we are generating over 1 million stress units. If we look at this here, you can see we have 0.179648 SU, basically 1.2 million SU. That's fantastic, and it's all connected to the outsides. These come down here, come through this, and then go over to there, and then that basically is mirrored on the other side, which is how they've combined, basically combining them through the whole system. And that means we don't actually need these ones that are running across here that were powering all of this before, that are no longer even connected to anything. So let's get rid of those, save ourselves some materials. And there we go. The power station part of this ginormous build is complete. And yes, I probably would have used windmills instead of water wheels if I had any wool, but I don't. And water wheels are absolutely fine unless you turn on shaders, so let's not worry about that. So moving up to the next layer, the next logical thing for me to do is to start building my storage system, which is going on this layer. The top layer is going to be for my workshop, but I can't build a storage system yet because I don't have enough resources. You see, in order to build a storage system, I'm going to need a lot of vaults. And I have got some vaults on my boat. I've got a few of them here. I've even got a couple down there. But I'm going to need a lot more than that. Now, I could take my diamonds, head over to the shopping area, and Chosen's Mall in particular, and literally buy as many as I can, because they're very cheap. But he doesn't have many, and I don't have all that many diamonds left, although I am going to spend them. Thanks very much. And the biggest thing holding me back from making lots of vaults is iron. So I could go over to Stam's little iron farm and steal even more, but I think I'm better off heading back home and building my own. And while I'm here, I'll do a quick carrot check, see if we're actually getting... And now that I have a handful of carrots, it's time to think about iron farms. So iron then. The easiest way to get iron is to wash gravel. And in order to get gravel, hang on a minute, go around the other side of this. You just need to crush down cobblestone. But in order to get a lot of iron, you're going to need a lot of cobblestone. And that brings me to a cobblestone generator, which I have in this workshop. But this workshop is heading for the scrap pile very soon once I've got a new one inside of our new power station-y big underground thing. So I'm thinking the place I should start with this is a brand new cobblestone generator. I don't know why I'm flying up here because I need to go back down there. And if you remember, the plan for this area is to have various layers going around the mountain with the monorail bringing all of the materials generated by all of the little buildings that are doing things on the side of the mountain built into the hill up to our storage system in the middle, the big box where our storage system is going to be, and our power station is at the bottom. Each of these buildings are going to be taking items out of the storage system and then probably putting their items back in again. And while I could build a big old building for a cobblestone generator on the outside, I think I'd like to reserve the spaces on the outside of the mountain for more interesting things like iron farms and redstone farms and tup farms and all of that sort of stuff. And things like cobblestone generators, which are probably going to be feeding a whole bunch of these things, make more sense to have on the inside where they're more centralized, so everything can access them nice and easily. And it would also make sense to give things like cobblestone, which are going to be used by basically every farm that I've got, their own storage system, which means that I don't actually want to be up here on this next level here. I probably want to be back down on our power station level and create a cobblestone farm in some of the spare space that we've got around here. But before we're back down here, I need to get rid of some of these horrible things by adding in a new floor in the most lazy way possible with a schematic cannon, because it's a huge area and I don't want to do it all by hand. And there we go. Just 6.5 hours later, and I've poured more resources into this thing than went into it in the first place, just doing the empty shell. I've put in over 12 more shulker boxes worth of tuff, plus nearly 8 shulker boxes worth of girders, more lanterns than I could possibly imagine, and a whole bunch of copper and industrial iron as well, which means that I actually have no iron left at all. But it also means that we now have finished floors with service gaps in between and lighting to stop all the mobs spawning. It also means we've got this area here for an elevator to come down to this top floor, which will be our workshop, and our second floor, which will be our storage system. It won't, however, go down to our power station right at the bottom, because it would have to travel through the power station to do that. So we'll be basically getting dropped off at this level, having a little walkway over here. We've got these nice stairs that come down to this service gap, and I haven't actually put in the subfloor on this level because I've run out of tuff again, and B, I don't really think it needs it, as this is kind of the basement and it's an area you're probably not going to be spending all that much time in. I have had to add a whole bunch of lanterns to our water wheels though, because a creeper decided to spawn in it. A skeleton then shot the creeper consequently blew up, and now we have 4 pieces of obsidian in my infinite lava source, which doesn't really cause any problems, but I don't like it. But throughout this whole time, this power station has been working perfectly, having absolutely no issues at all, providing plenty of power to my workshop, where I have spent probably most of that 6.5 hours just crafting and gathering resources. Oh, and I did pop over to see Mr. Beardstone for a little bit more tuff. Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Hello?
That was just creepy. Jeez.
You're dropping blocks, fella.
Yeah, I know, that's because I'm rearranging stuff at the moment.
Oh. Well, I would like it if you rearrange some of your tuff into my shulker boxes again for that amazing discount you gave me before, because I can't afford it from my shop.
Oh, jetpack, not light truck.
Yeah, I keep doing that.
Yeah, it happens a lot. Yeah, not a problem. We can arrange that. How many shulkers do you need?
All of them. I've got 6 with me, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough.
Excellent. I will start spewing tuff all over the place.
Okay, brilliant. It was a diamond shulker, right, before? Do I remember correctly?
No, if you're having 6 shulkers, that'll be 60 diamonds, Foxy. I think we did establish your maths wasn't the best.
That's
I'll
the
admit.
same maths that you used last time, Mr. Beardstone. I'm sure it's not right.
I don't know how much I've given you.
Yeah, you've given me enough, I think.
Are you all full?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, 60 diamonds coming your way. Just 10,
Wonderful.
20, 30, 40, 50, 60.
Nope. Thank you. Nice try, Foxy. Nice try.
Next time, I'll get you. Next time.
Yeah, you can't fool me, Foxy. You can't fool me. How is your giant underground cavernous base going?
Oh, mate. Forever.
Okay.
That's how it's going. That's how it's going forever. All I've done today, so I made my power station work. It works really well. 1.2 million SU, thank you very much.
Nice.
And then all I've been doing is working on putting some lights up and the floor in. And it's taken me all day.
Oh, dear, Foxy.
Right, anyway.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Mr. B.
No worries.
See you later.
Catch you later.
Bye. You've not done a replay mod of it all again. I know, but it's like 6.5 hours of me. Right, I'll place a few blocks here. I don't like that. I'll get rid of those and I'll play for some in the slight. Oh, no, I've run out of things. I'll go to my work. Oh, I've run out of that. I'll go to shopping. Oh, I've run out. And I'm just not in the same place for long enough. So the replays will just be like broken. So that you're not getting a replay of it. Oh. Tell you what, here's a very, very quick montagey replay of the whole thing. Jeez. That actually turned out all right. Which means it's now time to add a big old cobblestone generator down here on our power station floor, basically to keep it out of the way. And yes, it needs to be ginormous in order to keep up with literally everything that we're going to need cobblestone for. And I have it under good authority, as per my meeting with Mr. Beardstone previously, that if I want to produce copper and all that sort of funky stuff, I'm going to need a lot of cobblestone.
So from 3 cobble generators running at max capacity and just about feeding all the systems,
Yeah.
I'm getting approximately 1 stack of copper per minute.
Well, that's pretty good though.
No,
It's not good enough,
No.
but it's not bad.
well, I'm trying to make blocks.
Yeah.
So I was AFK
9 minutes per stack
9
of
minutes
blocks.
per stack of blocks. Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, I've been AFK for, I think this farm's been running for probably about 16 hours straight.
Right.
And I've got less than a shulker of each block type.
And that's because in order to get a tiny amount of copper nuggets, you need to mill down dripstone. And in order to get dripstone, you need granite and cobblestone and lava. And if we look at the uses for cobblestone, it's used for just about creating everything. So we're going to need a whole bunch of it. So I think the first thing we should do is come to this flat world and design a cobblestone... Oh, I've already done it. A cobblestone generator with 32 drills in it, generating us half a stack of cobblestone very, very quickly. You see, they made some changes in Create 6 to how cobblestone generators work, so they don't actually break the cobblestone and pop off the item anymore. They just keep spinning and spinning and spinning. The cobblestone stays there, not generating any lag, and the items get forced straight into the chutes, as I'll now demonstrate by flicking this lever here. I've also got a threshold switch on this vault that is set to turn this machine off when we get more than 10 stacks. So let's see how quickly that happens. Flick the switch and go. $14 seconds for 10 stacks. 713 cobblestone. That's pretty quick. And as you can see, this is how it works. The cobblestone looks like it's breaking, but it never actually pops off, meaning the items get forced into the chutes. But what's really happening there is the mod is just placing items into the chutes rather than actually dealing with any entities. So yeah, there's no block breaking, block placing, or tick updates or anything like that. It's very, very quick, very, very efficient, and it works very, very nicely. But I think 10 stacks in 14 seconds is not good enough. We're going to need a whole bunch more than that. So back down in my basement, the schematic that I've just taken for that just happens to fit pretty much perfectly inside of one of my little chunk squares. And if we get it nicely lined up like that, we could have one of these in each of the blank ones of these. And in total, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 blank spaces, which is basically 5 stacks of cobble all being generated at once, and that's 10 times quicker than what we did, meaning we're going to be generating 10 stacks of cobble in just over a second. Oh, I like this idea. let's get many of them built. Okay, so using my little clipboard and a whole bunch of shulker boxes, I've managed to get almost 10 full shulker boxes worth of cobblestone generators. Each one of these shulker boxes contains all of the ingredients I need in order to make one cobblestone generator. And if I hold shift and look at each one, you can see they all contain the exact same ingredients except for this one because I don't have enough chutes. And yet again, my iron supply is looking pretty lacking. So I can't really make any more, which is why I've got diamonds in my pocket because I'm going shopping. All of the way to probably the richest member of the server who is chosen because he just sells absolutely everything everybody needs. I'm going to need a whole bunch more vaults. I could really do with some more chain drive. Well, belts would be nice. Grab a few belts. Oh, and chutes. We're definitely going to need a whole bunch of chutes. Okay, Mr. Shopkeeper, I would like to spend my money. And that is literally all the diamonds I have left now. And with that bit of shopping now done, all of my 10 shulker boxes have exactly the same things in. We've got a whole bunch of spare stuff here as well as a whole bunch of stuff for us to build the rest of the infrastructure there. So I don't think that I'm going to need to be heading back here anytime soon. And now that I've got myself a little temporary workshop set up down here, it's time to take one of these shulker boxes, give it to this cannon and check that we've got everything that we need in there, which we do, which means we can now blast into place our very first cobblestone generator, and it really shouldn't take any time at all. Now, unfortunately, when the schematic cannon runs, it doesn't place in any lava or water, so I'm going to have to do that manually, which is why in one of these boxes I brought myself a whole bunch of buckets, and I can fill those buckets on this little system here that we've got filling those mechanical arms, so that's going to be nice and easy. But there we go, look, it's nearly finished already. This is amazing. And the only thing I might change from the future ones of these that we blast into place is the fact that it's already got cobblestone in it, which is handy, but it does stop you from getting the water into the drills. And there we go, that's all of the drills waterlogged. Now we just need a bunch of lava in each one of those, so I'm going to put the cobblestone back down. Hurrah! That should work. So now that this is all in place, of course, we need to connect it to power and get all of that sorted out. And the power lines themselves are not running at full speed because they're just running at steam engine speed. And I don't want to put a speed controller onto every single one of these. So I think the smartest way to deal with this was to have one speed controller that controls this one and then clutch them all individually. So maybe it would make sense to build a few more before I got them all wired together. So here goes the second one, and the third, and the fourth. And now that we've got 4 in, this is where we get everything connected, make sure everything on this side of the power station, the ground, works, and then basically just duplicate it over onto the other side. And I was going to have 10 of these things, but I think, to be honest with you, 8 of them's going to be more than enough. That's going to give us 2 stacks on that side, 2 more stacks on that side. That's 4 stacks of cobble every, what, is it half a second that it generates? I don't know. It's very quick. So yeah, and we'll see if we need more. I mean, I could always add more layers to this and squeeze more in. Could I squeeze more in? Will it fit? Yep, we could squeeze another one in there if we needed to, so we could literally double these up if we ever need to. Now, at the moment, I'm controlling all of these clutches from a single redstone link over there, so I can turn everything on and off nice and easily. But of course, we want these controlled by the amount of cobblestone we've actually got. But we're not going to be storing the cobblestone in these vaults. It's all going to get shipped off to a much bigger vault, probably in the center of the room over there. And that's where we're going to monitor this, how much cobble we've got, and decide whether we need to turn these things off and on again. But before we get to any of that, I want to make these things look semi-decent, so it's girders and lanterns and all that sort of things time. We now have 4 complete cobble generators, all connected with this conveyor belt system, all connected to the speed, which bring our cobblestone all the way down to here and then dump it on the floor for us in a nice little pile. And I'm assuming this single conveyor belt is going to be fast enough to deal with all of the cobblestone coming from all of these at the same time, but I haven't actually tested it yet. In terms of design, I've tried to make them look a little bit more industrial. They kind of look a little bit like faces spitting out the cobblestone out of there with these these weird looking eyes and these weird looking ears, and I think they've even got earrings with these lanterns. In terms of actually getting the speed to them, all I've done is connected the speed controller down here to our power line, and then that's running up to a clutch for each individual one, so we can turn each individual one on and off if we want to. But is it going to work? I suppose there's only one way to find out, and I'm going to stick a temporary vault over there, have all of the items get pushed into that, and see if we get any backlogs. So here we have a vault connected to our line, and there's a threshold switch on it with a redstone link on it, which is currently powered, meaning all of these are currently stopped. When I flick that lever, they will all start, and I've set the limit on here to 50 stacks, so it should turn off all the cobblestone generators once we reach 50 stacks. Of course, I'm going to be timing that to see how quick it is, and I'm also going to be keeping my eye on this belt, making sure there's no backups towards the end of the line, because I'm assuming if I set all of these to exactly 32 items, they'll only spit out half a stack at a time, which is what each one of these can produce at once, which should mean the belt stays relatively clear. Go. This one is producing cobblestone. This one is producing cobblestone. My frame rate has taken a significant hit now because of that. These are all producing cobblestone. It is all working. And yes, it does look like we're not getting any backups on the belt at all. The system is perfectly capable of taking all of those items in there all at the same time without clogging up the system. So we only need one set of belts, which is very nice. And yeah, it's already turned off. That was quick. I didn't stop my timer. I'll have to find out how fast that was in the edit. Well, that was almost exactly 22 seconds, which works out at 1 stack every 0.44 seconds, which is an entire shulker box in under 12 seconds. That's a lot of cobble. And I want more than that, so it's time that I took a schematic of this entire thing and blasted it all into existence over again over there. Well, that's a bit weird. It says it's finished, but there's still clearly a few bits it hasn't bothered to fill in. I don't know why it's not bothered to put all of the belt in, or why all of these are in the wrong place. I can only assume that's from me spinning it round and mirroring it and stuff like that and getting it all confused. So I've got a bit of work to do on this one, and I'm already started filling in all of the water and the lava, actually getting these things turned into cobblestone generators. So I'll be back with you in a minute. And there we go. I fixed all of those little problems, but the new problem is, because we've got so many cobblestone generators, even though they've completely optimized how cobblestone generators work, I still can't move or see anything when they're turned on. Just looking at my frames per second right now, we are touching on 200, around about 180 to 200, and I flick that switch and all of a sudden I'm down to 50. There's a big noticeable difference in how well I can see, and you might be going, oh, nearly 50 frames per second in Create Mod, that's really good. It's not if you're trying to make videos out of it. It's not. You need to have at least the amount of frames per second that your video is recorded in, and it's not really the frames per second that's so much of the issue. It's more just the stuttering, which is not ideal. So we might have to just use these very sparingly. But anyway, it's working, and we're generating a lot of cobble, but in the wrong places. I don't want them in those vaults. I want them in bigger vaults. Oh, look how smooth it is now. It's like treacle. Treacle? Yeah, smooth treacle. Very smooth, bit sticky. Or something else that's smooth. Silk? No, not silk. Everyone says silk, mate. It's boring. I've added a central cobblestone storage system, and it's much smaller than I'd like it to be, but I don't have enough vaults to make it bigger. I've extended the lines coming from each side to the middle, where they will both be sucked up into these smart chutes put inside this smaller vault here, and it's smaller just to keep things symmetrical, because apparently I have a problem, which I do. And then out of there, the items will be distributed outwards equally into this one and that one. So we'll know when the system is full if this one is full. So all I need now is a threshold switch and a redstone link, which should be in one of these boxes. There we go. Let's just pop it, I guess, there. Stick the redstone link on there. We're going to give it cobble and red wool. And we want to make sure that this can be absolutely full to the brim. So let's move this. Oh, really? You can hold 480 stacks? Well, let's say if this has got over 400 stacks, stop everything else. And if it's got less than 1 stack, then it can restart it. So now our entire system should be controlled by these vaults. And that means it's time to get all of the frames in the world by turning it on and letting those vaults fill up. Right, you are no longer required. Oh, here we go. Oh, jeez. The lags, the many. Why is it laggy when all it's doing is changing the texture on the blocks? I don't understand. Are we getting a backup somehow now? I mean, it is going in, but I'm kind of feeling like this is backing up. Yes, it is. But it didn't back up earlier when I did it, so why is it doing it now? What's going slower or what's going faster? Are we producing more cobble than we did before, or my test just... Oh, geez, it's not even moving on that side. Well, that's weird, because that one belt was way more than enough to keep up with it all before. There were gaps in it, and now it's barely able to keep up with 2 cobblestone generators, which basically means all the cobble coming from those ones is not even being used. I suppose there could be a bit of a delay with it going through here into that. Perhaps if I added more chutes on this bit, that would speed this up a bit, because they're not moving ever so quickly, are they? I'm going to put a lever on here and stop that for a second so I can see. Let all of that filter in, and then get some more chutes. If I came around the corner there like that, and I do the same thing this side, bear in mind these are not smart chutes, but you can actually force 64 items at a time to go through those, providing you use something smart, like a smart funnel or a smart chute, to actually fill them. So now what I could do is put that on there, and that on there, and we should start moving twice as much stuff into there, which we are. Yeah, this might be a safer way of doing it anyway. If I bring that right up there, get rid of that one and that one, put that there, and put that there, and then grab another angled one off there, put that there, then grab another one off there and put that there. Now we should be sucking in many. I mean, something's going on over there. Maybe it's because I'm too far away. Yeah, I just needed to update it. The other way I can actually solve this is to change these from 32 to 64 at a time, and that way each one of the stacks on the belt is going to hold twice as many, and that means the belt will have half as many items on it. And this is the last one I need to change. There we go, we're all on 64 on there now. The other thing I could do if I had more brass funnels, I already got one on me, is I could actually put one there and another one there. Let's turn it back on, get many lags, and see if the belts can actually keep up this time. And just changing those to 64 has made it much slower going onto the belt, which means it is of course keeping up a whole bunch better than it did. Keep our eyes on it for a minute, and yeah, this is no problem at all. In fact, we can save ourselves a little bit of money here. We'll get rid of that one and that one and that one and that one and that one, and we've still got enough going in there. Occasionally we get a couple coming down there, but that's plenty. In fact, I don't even think we need these ones now. Let's see. Is it going to start backing up? It is going to start backing up slowly there. Okay, we'll keep those ones. But how fast is it? That's what I want to know, and it's going to be difficult to find out now because the entire thing's absolutely full of cobblestone. We've got nearly 60,000 in there already. The only way to get it out is to burn it. Well, I've made a few changes. First of all, a temporary change is I've added fire and chutes under there to empty out all of the cobblestone to stop it being full of cobblestone. And the second change is that I've moved the small vault back a little bit in order to add another passer to the bigger vaults on both sides, because items were going in there faster than they were going out. And that's because we're producing basically 4 smart chutes worth of cobble at a time, and we're only moving 2 smart chutes worth of cobble at a time, which means eventually that small one will back up, even though these are not fully empty, and the whole system will back up. And now that I've done all that, I can finally do a rate test. So let's first of all remove all of these chutes, remove the ones from the other side. And the way we're going to do these tests is quite simple. We're going to allow this vault and that vault to completely fill up, and then allow 10 stacks in this vault. Once there are 10 stacks in here, the redstone torch will turn on, stopping all of the cobblestone generators, and that means in total we will have 3,250 stacks of cobblestone in there. And the reason I put the threshold switches on the front of these ones is just so I can see quickly how many stacks are in there and how many stacks they can hold. So without further ado, get your stopwatches ready. It is time to see how many items we're making per hour via the means of doing maths and stuff. Doing maths and stuff? Yes, maths and stuff. On your marks. Get set, go. And I'm just going to free cam here while all of these things run, and I'm going to keep my eye on the little red dot on there so that when it turns on, I know to stop the timer. 9 minutes and 27 seconds. And that's over 1.3 million items per hour. So we've got a power station that makes 1.2 million stress units per hour. And we've got a cobblestone generator that makes 1.3 million cobblestone per hour, which is absolutely ridiculous. Now, there is one more thing I want to do with this, because obviously this storage is pathetic and it's completely bypassing the fact that every single one of these cobblestone generators has a full-size vault underneath it. That's 8 full-size vaults we could be using full of cobblestone, but we're not. In order to do that, instead of using the threshold switches over here on these vaults, what we really should be doing with these is using these to control the conveyors, and then having separate threshold switches on these vaults that control each individual clutch. That way, each one of these can fill up and then stop, and when we're running out of items in the main storage area, it can then call for more by basically just activating the conveyors, which will then take the items out of those vaults, put them in here, and those can start restocking again. And if we do it right, that means we'll hardly ever have to run the cobblestone generators at all, because we'll be able to store, quickly takes a threshold switch to do some calculations, well over 1 million cobblestone, or 16,680 stacks, which is a whole bunch of it. Right, let's do that then. So in order to control this main belt, what we need to do is to come down here. I believe it's that one there. Yep, that's turned off the entire main belt, so we can throw a clutch in there with a redstone link on, just like that. And then we need to do the same thing on this side over here. Let's just break that one there, double check that the main belt has gone off. It has. The little ones can still go, that doesn't matter. Pop in a clutch, stick on a link, invert the link, put on the wall, put on the cobblestone, and now that is all controlled from our main vault thing, which is over here. Now, in order to control the cobblestone generators themselves, we either need to have completely unique redstone link items on each one, or just put the clutches in a place where we can directly link the redstone from the switch to the clutch, which makes a lot more sense to me. Okay, I think the simplest way to do this is, instead of have the threshold switch there, pop it down there. Instead of having the clutch up there, bring it down over here, like that, and then we can literally just run redstone from there up onto there like that, and hopefully that will stop it when it reaches the limit. Let's just tell it we only want 1 stack in there, turn it up so it can start generating some, and that didn't work. And of course the solution is just as simple as adding a little stair there to put that in, which means I'm actually going to make this look a little bit tidier as well. Let's just bring this across here like this, and then we can have the redstone dust running all the way across there and onto the top of that. And I think that just looks a little bit better. Now I've got to connect all of them and set this to the right number of stacks as well. We'll start it when it's got less than 100 stacks in it, and we'll stop it when it's got over 1,000. And now that's the second one plumbed in, and I think that looks even better with the threshold switch halfway up there. Again, we don't need that one, so let's get rid of that. We can make this look even tidier by getting rid of that and putting the threshold switch there. Lovely. And there we go. That is all of the systems now completely independently set up, meaning all the cobblestone generators will only run if their own storage is lacking. And that should mean that hopefully they're not all going to be running at the same time, causing me all sorts of laggy frame rate issues. Although it is going to take a while for them to fill up. So there we go, a job well done. 1.2 million stress units and 1.3 million cobblestone. I'm doing all the millions today, mate. Last time on the Just Create SMP, I created a power station that generates just under 1.2 million SU. And then I created a cobblestone generator system that generates over 1.3 million cobblestone an hour. And since then, all I've done is sat here waiting for everything to finish filling up, and then I added on some stock tickers and things in order to find out exactly how much cobblestone we've got in here. And we actually have altogether nearly 1 million, which is ridiculous. But the way this has to be set up is you need a packager and a stock link on every single thing that you want to monitor how much is in there for. And I don't want packagers and stock links on all of these because I only want to be taking cobblestone from the main vault here, and I don't need to do that right now, but I will need to do it later. So as much as I like to be able to click on this and see exactly how much cobblestone we've got, unfortunately I'm going to have to delete all of these things so the entire thing doesn't get confused when we actually make a storage network and it's trying to pull items out of things that it can't get it from because they're not attached to anything. So now that that they're all successfully removed, I can tell you what we're going to be doing today. And today we're going to be producing an iron farm, because I've literally got none left at all. And at some point or other, Stam's going to catch me stealing all of his. But before we get into that, there's something about these cobblestone generators that I want to check out, because I've been watching Mr. Beardstone. You see, in Mr. Beardstone's latest video, he built a copper farm, which just happened to consist of 3 cobblestone generators, very similar to these ones, but with one subtle difference. Instead of having 1 row of drills per piece of cobblestone, he had 2. And I know that's a thing you used to be able to do with Create, but I'm wondering if that still works and improves how much cobblestone you get in, since they made all of the tweaks and changes to cobblestone generators that I mentioned in the last video. Because if it does work, I can double up how much cobblestone we're getting very easily. So here we are just a couple of minutes later, and I have basically modified this to make it into this, adding another set of drills onto each piece of cobblestone. That did mean I needed to push the chutes out a little bit further in order to actually add them all in, because otherwise I'd have had no room for the lava. But that means that we're now generating potentially 64 cobblestone every however long it takes to break them, as opposed to 32 that this one did. And what I've done here is I've set up a couple of little threshold switches with some redstone lamps to basically see which one can generate 20 stacks of cobblestone the quickest. Before we start, I made sure both of the systems are completely empty of any cobblestone, so let's just get rid of these to make sure they don't empty while we're running the test. Double check on our little stock systems here. Nothing in there. The stock lint says nothing in there. This says nothing, and that says nothing. So everything is nice and even and ready to go. So let's find out which one's quicker. On your marks, get set, go. And they both went on at exactly the same time, which means no, that's not a thing anymore. Which isn't surprising really, because having 2 drills on 1 piece of cobblestone doesn't make it break any quicker than just having 1 drill. So there we go, there's no need to upgrade my cobblestone generators, which means I can actually move on to making that iron farm. The best way to get a small chance of getting iron is to wash gravel. And in order to get gravel, what we need to do is crush cobblestone. However, using a whole bunch less power, we can mill cobblestone and get the same output. But which is better? Or is there really no difference? Oh my goodness, we're back here again. Behind me, I have 2 setups, crushing wheel setup and a millstone setup. Inside these barrels, there are 4 stacks of cobblestone, and everything's linked to this motor, which when I flick the lever, we're going to do the same sort of test we just did over there, but this time for cobblestone. But there's a couple of tests I want to run, because crushing wheels, I believe, will do 16 at a time faster than they will do 64 at a time overall, possibly maybe, whereas millstones do 1 at a time. So we'll find out. Let's see which one's faster. On your marks, get set, go. Oh, and yeah, the crushing wheels by miles, clearly. Yeah, that's still got, oh jeez, they do. Why did I only get 3 stacks worth? That's concerning. I should get 1 for 1, but yet I only got 3. Crushing wheels fast but unreliable? Possibly. Well, aside for the fact that we lost the stack completely, the crushing wheels do seem to be a lot faster. This is still going. But let's set up another one of these and do another test. This time we've got 5 different setups, because I want to know what's quicker, doing 64, 32, 16, 8 or 4 cobblestone at a time. Because I've always been told it's the same doing 16 as it is 64. But I want to know for sure. Each of them 100% does have 4 stacks of cobblestone in there, just like the last test did, and I have checked the footage. I definitely started with 4 stacks in each, so a stack was definitely deleted, and each of the threshold switches is set to do 4 stacks. So we'll know exactly which one's faster. On your marks, get set, go. Well, 64's already taken the lead. How far behind is 32 going to be? I'm going to guess it's twice as long. It was. And then 16 stacks, I guess, is going to be twice as long as that again. It is. And then the rest of them are going to take the rest of my life to measure this, which means there really isn't much point in measuring it. So yeah, doing 64 at a time, definitely better than doing 16. So all of my previous knowledge is wrong. And that's good though, because that means crushing wheels are definitely best, and we might as well set them on 64 at a time to get the most gravel, the most quickliest. The quickliest? Yes, quickliest. But before I do anything at all, I want a chunk loader. You see, every time I load back in at this workshop, everything stops. And whilst this is a temporary workshop, because of the goal of making this iron farm is so that I can build a big old storage system and workshop underneath my power station-y thing inside of my big hole, I do have to keep coming back this way to load the power station so that I can go back that way. And quite often when I do, a bunch of the chain drive down here just randomly breaks, or it says overstressed, and then I have to break something and put it back together again. It all works perfectly. So yeah, chunk loader I think is definitely my next port of call. And to make one of those I need a bunch of glass, some precision mechanisms, a lot of brass casing, a little bit of shaft, and a respawn anchor. And I don't have enough. I don't have any crying obsidian, and there are absolutely no recipes for crying obsidian, so that means I need to go and share some gold with some piggy fellows. I don't have loads. We'll take what we've got, put on our fancy golden boots, equip myself a fancy sharpened sword just in case, then equip some golden carrots that I have been slowly but surely putting together from our carrot farm that also keeps breaking because it stops halfway along here, even though it's not a chunk border, for absolutely no reason. Go. And heading into the nether, I'm immediately greeted by a friendly piglin fellow. Hello, friendly piglin fellow. Would you like some gold in exchange for some crying obsidian? And don't mind me having a shulker box. I'm sure that won't upset you when I open it. No, that's not what I needed, sir. Look, I've made you a circle of gold, sir. Surely from this circle of gold you will be able to grace me with all of your favorite presents. Soul speed. Oh, there we go. We got some. Oh, more crying obsidian. Make you a wiggly. Oh, more crying obsidian. Have I got enough now? I have, but only for one. I'd like more than one because I'm greedy. More crying obsidian. Oh, you're being very generous today, sir. Here, have a wiggly mess of gold on the floor. That seems to be doing a lot better than the circle. I mean, to be fair, I could just capture him, put him in a box and do this the good old-fashioned way with dispensers and whatnot, but I think this is going to work fine for us for now. We just need 2 more pieces, sir. No, that's soul sand. Where are you going? Why are you going over there, sir? I'm over here. Blackstone? I don't need blackstone. Are you taking the mickey, sir? Oh, you gave me a dried ghast. I can make a happy ghast. Oh, wow. Feel this episode may have just gone on a bit of a tangent. Another happy ghast. Hey, and there we go. No, 1? You gave me 1 piece? Come on, you're being so there we go. That's more like it. Thank you very much. You've done a very good job. I'm going to take all my gold back now. I don't know where you're wandering off to holding my gold and then throwing bricks on the floor. Not the best thing you've ever done. But now what I can do, hopefully, is not upset him by opening my Oh, he didn't like it. He did not like it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to open the sugar box. Okay. That was weird. No, thank you. No, business is complete. Ow. Oh, no, you've gone through to my base. So you're going to become zombified now. Oh, you would have if you... Huh. Like that, he was gone. This, well, yeah. Anyway, happy gas time. No. Respawn anchor time. So the recipe for a power loader then. We have a respawn anchor there. We have 3 of those there. A shaft down there. I have a bit of brass casing around there like that. And I believe it's just then glass around the top like this. So hopefully if I click that button, that should all come together and make me one. It did. And now we're going to make one more. And just like that. Amazing. So now we've got 2 power loaders. But of course these are empty because they need a ghast in them. So now I need to go back to the nether to capture a ghast. Or 2. However. No, we're not putting our dried ghast in there. Let's go! Well, that was easy. So first things first, let's head into our base of many things that doesn't have much in it yet. And stick our first power loader. It wants to be in the middle chunk in here somewhere. So let's just stick that on there and we'll set that to 5x5. Amazing. And the other place I'm going to put it is basically here, which is pretty much in the middle of all this. And I'm also going to put that on 5x5. And now that says it's overstressed because that's running off my water wheels. I'm going to stick it on there for now then. We are power loaded, so nothing should go wrong now. For me, at least, the other server members might not be too happy about it because I'm lagging out the server. But shush, it'd be fine. I turn it off when I'm not here. Didn't put a switch on it. Oh, I don't need a switch on it to turn it off, mate. Or maybe I should put a switch on it. Okay, so what we're going to do is remove that, put a clutch in up there, stick a redstone link on it with the power loader and some red wool in receive mode, and then we can put that back on there, stick it on there. I need the power loader. We no longer need this one up here because we don't have Stab's emergency iron anymore. So let's just replace that with that and that with that and put a lever on there. And then we can put that back on there, and it's currently off because the lever is off. And I want it off because I want to make sure that that's going to reach all the way over to our main area over here. So let's grab that, take that, put that on there in receive mode with the power loader and the red wool, and that does work from here. Let's pop that back on there, and hopefully when I go back to my workshop I'll be able to unload this, which won't unload that because these chunks will be unloaded and therefore the redstone link won't be able to activate. So then I'll have to fly back over here to activate that, and then it will be loaded and I can go away again. So basically I'll be able to turn it off from remotely, but I won't be able to turn it back on again, meaning that every time I log back into the server after I finish recording, I'm basically going to have the same problem I had in the first place, which kind of begs the question, why did I even bother? So now we've done all of the tests we need to do and we're power loaded, which means I have no more excuses to build. Oh, it's bedtime. I've got another excuse. Now I have no more excuses to build that iron farm, and I think we're going to start with it basically here. But I need to know exactly what level that's at in relation to our big old box in the middle. You see, I want to keep in line with these floors here. So this floor is basically at 82, and I want to make sure that my foundation for the power station is also at 82, which it just about looks like this point is. I really don't need this rail here anymore. I should get rid of this rail. Stop procrastinating. No, I'm not procrastinating, mate. I'm doing good work. It's very important. Needs doing immediately. It doesn't. Oh, and that stack of things, that needs getting rid of. Well, how did this even occur? I'll spend a week getting rid of all of this rail. And there we go, that's all the rail gone, and I should probably tidy up this mess as well. But I'm not going to do that right now. Right now, I'm going to look for my tunnel bore. And the reason I need my tunnel bore is because I need to make myself an area to actually build this power station. Because as much as, yes, we're going to be up here at Y level 82, we are going to be building these buildings somewhat into the mountain. So I think we should probably bring this bit of the mountain out a bit round here to sort of level this off and make us a nice square foundation, and then push back into the mountain that way a bit. So I've got a little bit of terraforming to do. So why have I made this a long, thin platform? Well, first of all, it's chunk aligned, meaning that we have 2 chunks here to play with, as well as much as I like back into the mountain. But the other reason is because I want my monorail to be able to come along to the front of each of these and sort of park along this platform edge here. And I don't know how wide or big this needs to be, but I'm kind of imagining we would have a little bit in the ground like a track that the monorail would sort of stick into as kind of like a little groove in the ground. I don't know why I'm using cut andesite for that, but just sort of to highlight that. I suppose we could probably do that on this side as well, but that's probably going to look a little bit odd. Yeah, that's not going to work now, because otherwise my monorail is going to have a too wide middle. So let's undo that. And we'll just stick to having a single groove in the ground for now. And I'm guessing we'd probably have the monorail up on posts that are around about at this point here. And then these posts would sort of come along out each way so we can have a track going forwards and then backwards again. And because we don't have monorails yet, we're going to have to do it the good old-fashioned way with actual rail. Something a little bit like, not that, like that. Our monorail would then sit on top of this, and like I showed a couple of episodes ago, we could disguise that, and then we could have it hanging down and then sort of design some sort of carriage that isn't this, and come along here, park up, pick up the iron that's going to the shopping area, and then at some point deposit it over at the shopping area. But as you can see in this particular setup, I've made this too high because otherwise it's not going to reach the floor. So we'll have the monorail line there, a little platform here, probably some storage stuff outside, and that means that we can make the main part of our iron factory over here. For that, we're going to need to bring over that cobble, and that means I need to somehow get that cobble from out of here, up here, and into here. Before I do anything though, I need to go shopping again, because I'm quickly running out of a lot of the things that I need. 36 diamonds, I can do that. Take my money. Here it comes. Lots of things. Seems how I'm here at spawn, it would be rude not to do something else. Is that it? Have you run out of iron? Again? 1? It's almost like I keep stealing it and there's none left every time I come here. Which is exactly why I need this iron farm. Hello, sir. So getting this cobble then. we're going to need a packaging system in order to ferry it over here. I mean, we could just have a belt coming over here. That might be a good idea. Or we could use chain conveyors and packages. However, what I should probably do first is just tunnel my way over there so I know exactly what I'm dealing with. And here we are. Directly behind my iron farm is this area here, and that's quite good because there's power in the walls there that we can steal for our iron farm, which is exactly why we put it in the walls in the first place. And we should be able to link up our cobble system to here pretty easily, but I probably want to make this hole that I've dug a little bit bigger. Well, there we go, that's a bit bigger, and while I was doing that, I've made a couple of decisions. You see, I'd not really put much consideration into how I was going to get the items out of this storage system and to the farms that are going to be existing around the outside of the mountain. I was thinking I could use packages or belts to transport them, but digging that little tunnel made me think of something else. What about minecarts? And I don't mean this kind of minecart, I mean this kind of minecart that's got room for a little driver and a couple of sets of controls and some barrels and vaults, and could be programmed to fetch and deliver items exactly as I need them when I need them to all of the different places around the area. So we'd basically have a station down here, a nice little tunnel running all the way through to where our storage area is going to be inside of there, with another little station in it, and then some clever jiggery pokery allowing it to fetch and deliver things to post boxes so that it can get exactly what we need when we need it. Now, of course, that's not going to be quite as fast as belts, and neither would be a chain conveyor with packages, so we might not have the most efficient farms if we use this method, but I think there'd be a whole bunch more interesting. However, before we get to that, see, I've gone on a big old tangent again. Iron Farm is on hold because I need to make a machine that will actually dig out these tunnels and decorate them ready for these to go through. And this is quite large, meaning this tunnel's going to have to be even bigger, and we're going to need a machine to make them because we're going to be requiring them all over the island. Oh, jeez. Okay, I'll build a thing and then we'll make... Oh, jeez. Well, here I am once again heading back to the shopping area to buy even more of Mr. Beardstone's tuff. However, I've just spotted Mr. Beardstone's van just outside and Mr. Beardstone inside, and I'm wondering if he's got any tuff in here. He has. Oh, I can get all of his tuff out of his van because he's not bothered to lock it. Silly Mr. Beardstone.
Get out of my van!
Why are you not locking your van, Mr. Beardstone?
Get out of my van!
Quick, go. I need it. I need it more than you, Mr. Beardstone. No!
Unbelievable.
I'll tell you what, Mr. B, I'll do you your diamond trick that you like to do.
Do you need like more than almost a shulker, or?
Yeah, I need more than a shulker, yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, back to my base then, I guess, Foxy.
Oh, jeez. Have you not restocked your shop again?
I haven't restocked it over there yet. No, it's on my to-do list. I'm currently stocking this fancy new shop.
You look too expensive for the likes of me, Mr. Beardstone, the sort of person pinching things out of the back of a van. Oh,
yeah. Definitely too expensive for the likes of you. Right, let's. Oh, geez, I need to get my rockets. Right, and locked my van. Excellent. Thanks for the reminder.
How much tuff have I bought from you now? It's unbelievable, Mr. B. I thought I'd finished with it, but then I came up with a good idea.
I mean, I approve of this good idea because it means I can sell you even more tuff.
Yeah, well, I've got enough resources to start making my own now, so it's only because I'm trying to speed through this video that I haven't put my own tuff system together, Mr. Beardstone, so this may well be the last time that I buy many tuff from you.
Well, I'll best make the most of it. How many shulkers would you like?
Well, I've only got 84 diamonds left to my name, so 3, please.
Oh, expensive shulkers, I see.
No. Remember, it was 9 shulkers for a diamond, Mr. Beardstone. I remember the deal well.
No, not this again. Right, come on. So that'll be another 20.
Another 30, because I've already got one.
Oh, you already taken.
Yeah, I've got it in my pocket. The one I've already given you 10 for.
Okay, cool. Right, here's many tough.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
No, you're welcome. Thank you for the diamonds. Oh, I did indeed spend all those diamonds you gave me on a tree.
On a tree?
So, yeah, do you want to see it?
I'd love to see your tree, yeah.
Well, that.
It's got mud in it, Miss Beardstone.
Yep.
And granite.
Yep. It's got all sorts in it, Foxy.
I don't think they make them out of wood, Miss Beardstone. It's more realistic.
Oh, yeah, but these look better than my wooden trees. I'll be honest.
Yeah, well, that's because me and you are rubbish at making trees. You know, you can grow them. You just get a sapling.
I actually ended up buying every single schematic of every single tree he has.
Are you kidding?
So these 40 diamonds have almost added 50% to my wealth.
So you're as poor as I am. Well, at least you've got like 4,000 shops making you money. I've got nothing made to base stone, but I'm working on it.
Yeah. I look forward to seeing all your dog shops.
Yeah.
Mainly the Prismarine shop. I'm very excited about that one because Viridium is very difficult to find and Prismarine's very similar to that. So, you know.
Yeah. Well, I will be getting on that soon. But first of all, I'm getting the basics started. So, you know, iron farm, and then I can do other things.
Yeah, the things that everyone did months ago, yeah. Those things. It's all right, Foxy. Everyone plays differently. There's a wall there. Like, there's literally a massive gap from here to here, Foxy, and you flew into the wall. Good job.
So now that I'm fully filled with pockets of tuff again, I'm going to be able to get my new tunnel making machine on the road. It's got some drills on the front to dig out the shape of the hole. It's then got some deployers on the back to fill in the hole with the tuff that I've just bought. And it's even got some rollers to put tuff in the floor. It's got some barrels on the back for storage, and I've even added on some fancy little controls so I can turn things on and off. My only concern is this might not work very well round corners, and I'm going to have corners in order to get where I'm going. So I think we might end up doing a bit of testing and probably quite a lot of placing things by hand. But anyway, now that we've got all of the different tuff types that I like, I'm going to load a different type into each one of these barrels, just like that. And now I'm going to grab a little bit of tuff here and just try and build the route to where I want it. So obviously we're going to come straight down this tunnel here. So let's just throw on a bit of track there. And then we need to sort of go around the corner and figure out where we're actually going to be bringing our minecarts to the side of this building, which probably means we should smash our way into it and figure out where we're going to have our little minecarts stop. I think we're going to probably have a few of them, and bearing in mind this entire floor is for storage, that gives us plenty of space to have a load of storage there, a load of storage at the back, and a load of storage there. That said, if each of these chunks had its own little minecart stop for all of the different factories that we're going to build around the island, then that would limit our storage to the chunks in the middle, and that one's got stairs in it, so we couldn't use that one. So we've only got 4 then that would actually be useful. So yeah, I think for now we will designate this one as our little minecart stop. We could potentially fit a few different ones in here, although it is quite wide. So let's just bring the track along here like this and say that's where it's going to come to. And then we need to figure out how we're going to meet that with this without too much of a sharp corner. But bearing in mind, these are only little vehicles. There shouldn't be too much of a problem going around corners. I mean, alternatively, I could just run the track all the way down there and then go in at this end. But I'm thinking when we've got more factories along that side of the mountain, unless they sort of squill round down to here and do that, that could be tricky. But I think I kind of like that idea of them sort of running through the hills and down. Yes, that could work. In which case, we don't want any of this track here. Instead, we'll come in, I guess, around about at this point here, which means we need to dig a hole in there. Bring this out across this way a bit. Bring that out just past the wall so it can start turning after the wall and then make a corner. And before we start taking our tunneling machine down there, let's take our little minecart for a ride and see what this actually looks like. Not that I've got a great deal of headroom to go through this tunnel, but here we go. We're going to come along here. We're going to come into here, smack my head on the wall, fall out of the minecart, fill up with cobblestone, and then go back again. Smacking my head on the wall. Ow. Oh, jeez. So without further ado, let's actually make the tunnel. Let's pop that down there. It's already placed, part of the tunnel. Oh, I forgot how slow these things go. Now, as we approach the corner, our tunnel could end up going a little bit weird here. Yes, it is doing. But my biggest concern is, will we destroy the lava tank inside of here as we come through? No. Oh, my lantern. Just pop this lantern back on the wall quickly. And, well, it worked. We kind of got a tunnel, but I don't think it's going to be wide enough for our minecart. Considering this isn't people transport, it only just needs to fit. Fits in this bit okay, but what about as we go around the corner? Yeah, a little bit of scraping, a little bit, but otherwise it fit okay. So yeah, I think that'll do nicely. We're back here again. This time I am here because I'm trying to figure out post boxes, and I think I've just about got this down. Now you're gonna have to use your imagination here. This is our minecart. This is our storage system full of cobblestone, and this is our iron farm that has been producing lots of iron. I don't want this minecart just running backwards and forwards all day long. I only want it to move if it needs to pick something up or drop something off. And to do that, we're going to use post boxes. Here we have our storage post box connected to our storage, and over here we have our iron farm post box connected to our iron farm. On top of this chicken is a hat, which is actually a schedule, which says if it is at the storage station, if the redstone link for the iron farm is on, basically if there's anything in the iron farm post box, then nip over here and go and pick it up. Or if you've got any items in you, then go to the other one and drop them off because they clearly don't belong here. That makes sense. If it's at the other station, then it waits for the redstone link at the storage area to be on, signifying that there is cobblestone waiting to be collected, so it will nip over here and pick that up. And if it isn't, then again, if it's got a package in it and it's over here, it clearly doesn't belong here, otherwise it'd have gone in the post box, so it must belong over here, so it'll come back over here. Simple, right? Let's see if it works. If I give the chicken the schedule, it's not going to go anywhere because there's no cobblestone waiting in here to be sent over there, and there's no iron in here waiting to be sent over there. If I click this button now, that's going to package up some cobble. It's going to go in there, the train's going to pick it up, and it's going to send it over here and drop it off, and it's going to come out of there, go into there, and now we've got cobble in there. And then that all gets processed and turned into iron. So let's send some iron back. That's going to come out of there, go into there. It's going to go on the train. You can see it's in there, and then that's going to come over here, and it's going to send it back to our storage system. There's the iron. Incredible. Now, that's easy enough with buttons, but I want this to work with our storage system, which is why I had these stock links. So if I stick a stock link on there, that connects that to our storage network, and if I click that with that one, that connects that. So if I check on this now, we can see we've got a reasonable amount of iron and we've got a reasonable amount of cobblestone. So with this factory gauge connected to the side of our iron farm, I can say, actually, I want a stack of iron, which should then signify to our storage system, yes, it does, to send an item into here. But this is where things get weird. Once the packager is part of the storage network, the funnels will no longer send items into a named mailbox. As you can see, we've got the package there, it just won't go in. This package is named storage, but it should be labeled iron farm. Maybe that's the problem. Ah, okay. So I'm picking up what you're putting down, game. Let's put that back in there. Let's come back over here, and instead of putting storage on there, put iron farm. Yes. Let's get rid of that promise. Request one iron farm, then that's going to go. Now it's still taking it from there. Now it works. Incredible. So we can basically put a factory gauge on our iron farm saying how many cobblestone we need. And if we need more, let's set that to 20. That's going to go off. It's going to call the train back. Oh, there we go. It's going to drop its egg and pick it up again a few times, and it's going to come back and drop off a whole bunch more cobblestone over here. Look at that. Incredible. It worked. I can't believe that worked. This is amazing. Okay, so now I've got this iron one over here. Then I say I want 10 iron ingots back from the iron farm, please. That's going to send the iron. They're going across there. They've gone onto the train. The train is going to bring it back. It's got delivered, and it's gone in the barrel. But that's only 9 stacks because one package can only do 9 at once. So I need another one, please. But you haven't sent enough. Huh. Well, I guess there's some tweaking and bits and bobs to do to fully understand that, but that's basically the system I need to set up on the server, and it's actually a lot simpler than I thought it would be. So back on the server, let's see if we can get this set up. I've already put in a couple of stations. Oh, and I've got one of my dogs as our train driver. I'm not able to name them yet, though, because the last video I recorded isn't even coming out for a few days yet. Trying to get ahead for the summer holidays. So I haven't seen any of your name suggestions, so for the moment, they're just going to be a dog. The train station is named FNT for me, Iron to Storage. And the one at the other end is called FNT Cobble to Iron. Really, that should be Storage to Iron, because that makes more sense because this is a storage system. While we're over here, let's just link a mailbox to this temporarily. We're going to need to sort those out properly with chutes and storage things and all that sort of stuff to get the items in and out of there eventually. But for now, we're just going to plonk it here. And we're going to call this one FNT Storage. 1. Because there will be multiple post boxes in this storage area, all with different addresses on, and we don't want to get confused. Back out at the other end. I'm glad this isn't a very long tunnel. We're going to link that to that, plonk it on there, and we're going to call this one FNT Iron Farm. Now we need to make a schedule. So we're going to go to the FNT storage to Iron Station, and we're going to move from there if we have at least one package, or if a redstone link with iron and wool is powered, which means we need a redstone link with iron and wool on here. So let's just pop a comparator on there, stick on a redstone link with iron and wool. So now if there's something in there, that's going to light up. That works. Excellent. Back to the other end. Quickly set up a little redstone link in this one. This one is going to be cobble and blue wool, or light blue wool. And that means on our schedule, we can then add another station in, which is going to be the iron to storage. And again, we want to go if there's at least one package in there, or the cobble and light blue wool redstone link is powered. So all I need to do now is give this schedule to the dog, and he's going to go off to the other. There's nothing in you. Why are you moving? You shouldn't be moving at all. Have you got things in you? No. No. Huh. Okay. Well, let's go and simulate the other mailbox actually having power, and that should bring our doggo over to us. We'll just pop some of that in there. That's going to go on, and we should see... There we go. Our dog is coming this way. I don't know if he'll actually collect that, though, because it's not a package. No, he won't. That's fine. We don't want him to collect that. But now that's empty. Let's go and test if it works at the other end. Pop that piece of cobblestone in there, activate that redstone link, and he should come around the corner any second. There he comes. It works. Well, that's the complicated part done. All we've got to do is get our storage system hooked up to this to put cobblestone in it, get our iron farm built and hooked up to that mailbox, start requesting a whole bunch of cobble, and start sending a whole bunch of iron. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Last time on the Just Create SMP, I started working on an amazing iron farm. However, after doing a whole bunch of testing, all we ended up with was a dog in a minecart. A rather fancy minecart, but a minecart nonetheless. So today I plan to finish this iron farm, which is already finished. Get it fully working into production, which it already is. And then build a lovely building around it. And yes, this iron farm is already 100% finished and working. But it's about not to be. But I'll get to why I'm about to destroy this wonderful 100% working hyper-efficient iron farm later in the video, because for now we've still got a lot of testing to do. And yes, we're back here again doing more tests. The slowest part of an iron farm is always going to be how quickly you can wash the gravel into the iron and flint. And that's because washers are pretty slow. Now, washers are a funny thing because it doesn't matter how fast they blow, it matters how many washers you've got washing one stack of items. But the other thing to bear in mind is how many items are being washed at once. And just like the crushing wheels, I've always been led to believe that if you wash 16 items at a time, that's faster than washing a stack of items at a time. So here we've got a bunch more tests that are going to wash different amounts of gravel. This one's going to do a stack at a time. This one's going to do 32, 16, 8, and 4. And each barrel has 2 stacks of gravel inside it. And the way we're going to monitor how quickly these work is not with threshold switches, because you get a random output for how much gravel you wash. We're actually going to be using smart observers looking at the belt to see if there's gravel on it. So the lights are going to start off. Once I start the machine, they'll all turn on. And when they turn off again, that should signify that we've finished the gravel. So let's start this test. On your marks, get set, go. Let's see which one washes 2 stacks of gravel first. And the 64 has done it. Well, the 16 and the 64 both went at pretty much the same time, but the 32's still going. That's a surprise. Did I make a mistake on the 32 one? No, the 32 one has finally gone. So what about the 8 and the 4? The 8 still got half a stack left in the barrel, and the 4 still got loads left. So I want to run that test again, because that seems a bit bizarre that 16 and 64 went at the exact same time, but 32 was slower. And this time 64 was first, followed very closely by 32, followed very closely by 16, which is a different result. So I'm going to do it again. And there we go. exactly the same result again. So I must have had an extra stack in the 32 on the first one, perhaps, or maybe there was already something on the belt from the previous testing I'd done. But yes, it does seem that washing a stack of gravel is faster than doing 16 at a time, but only just. But what about with multiple fans? So this new test, instead of doing different amounts at a time, are all going to do 64 at a time, but this one's got one fan, this one's got one either side, so that's 2. This one's got 3 fans with 1 on the top, and this one's got 4 fans even with 1 at the bottom. I don't know if that's going to make any difference or not, but we'll find out. But because I can't fit smart observers onto the bit of the belt where the gravel's going to go, this time we're going to find out which one runs out of gravel in its initial barrel first by the means of these. So when these redstone lamps go on, that means it's got through all of its gravel, or at least all of its gravel's been sent onto the belt. So really we should be starting with 4 stacks of gravel in each one of these barrels, because one will sit there, one will sit there, and we'll know when 2 stacks has been done, because one will still be being washed and one will be on that part of the belt, meaning 2 stacks have already gone in there. So without further ado, let's get this thing going and find out which fan better. Well, we know the answer, but how much difference is it? What's the speed difference? That's what I want to know. Will 4 fans actually be quicker than 3 fans? Does having a fan on the bottom actually make any difference? No, it doesn't. They went loads faster than those. There we go. And the 1 fan taking a very long time. So yeah, 3 fans seems to be the sweet spot on that. Can we make it better? So according to popular belief, it is possible to not just have a fan facing at the belt where the item is, but also below the belt as well, blowing through the belt. So we're going to find out if that's true as well with these 2 mechanisms. So we've got our 1, 2, and 3 fans. This one has 4, washing both sides of the belt. However, I believe I'm going to need to waterlog the belt in order to do that at the bottom. And this one has the same thing again, but with 1 on the top, giving us 5. And that's just made me realize that our previous test with 1 under the bottom may have worked if I'd actually bothered to remember to waterlog the belt at the bottom. But anyway, we're going to run these and see what happens. They're all loaded and ready to go, so let's see which one can get through 5 stacks of gravel the fastest. Yep, that one's gone first. Oh, followed by that one, then that one, which was a bit weird. And then obviously those 2 are eventually going to get through theirs. But yeah, the 5er was much faster. But can we make it quicker with 6? If I put that fan back under the belt, like I did previously, now that the belt is waterlogged, will it work? It is time for the ultimate test. I now have many gravel machines, ranging from one with 1 fan to 2 fans to 3 fans to 4 fans, because we've got the 1 back on the bottom. This one's got 4 fans without 1 on the bottom, just 2 on the sides. This one's got 5 fans with the 2 on the side, and this one's got 6 fans with the 2 on the side and the 1 on the bottom as well. And the 6er has beat it, then the 5er, then both 4s together, and then obviously it's going to be the 3 and the 2 and the 1. So basically, we can set up a system with 6 fans on 1 piece of belt that washes gravel very quickly. But how fast does it wash that gravel? That's the last test I want to do. How quickly does this actually wash the stack of gravel, because that's going to be what determines the speed of our entire system. And my timer says 47 seconds. To wash 10 stacks of gravel, that's 4.7 seconds a stack. So what do all of these tests tell me? Well, they tell me that having 6 fans is way faster than having 5, 4, 3, 2, or 1. Crushing wheels don't take 4.7 seconds to crush a stack, they actually take 3.5, which means if we had 1 set of crushing wheels, we'd need 2 of these to keep up with it, and that would be overkill. 12 fans altogether to keep up with that, and we'd be washing way faster than the crushing wheels could crush. Whereas if we skip the 5 and go past the 4 and end up at the 3 fan system, 3 lots of a 3 fan system will wash just slightly quicker than a single set of crushing wheels, meaning that we only actually need 9 fans in total to keep up with 1 set of crushing wheels. And that's a little bit more optimized and therefore, as you comments like to point out, more efficient. So I've been spending a little bit of time in this test world trying to come up with a design that takes 1 set of crushing wheels, splits it through our 3 lots of 3 fan things, and then turns it all into ingots inside of a single chunk. And I've achieved that with quite a bit of room to spare. It is quite a bit of a monster, but how fast is it? Just over 4.5 minutes for 1 stack of ingots. That's it's not ever so quick. But what if I could crush down 9 stacks of cobble in 1 chunk? What kind of monster would that be? Behold the new behemoth. This system will take 9 stacks of cobble at once, crush them down, and still send them through 3 lots of fans. We have fans blowing across all 9 belts, fans blowing down into all 9 belts, and fans blowing back across all 9 belts, which means each belt has got 3 fans on it, and it's got 3 rows of fans on it, meaning we've got our 3 fan system 3 times. All of the items will then come through these funnels into this vault. The flint will get spat out there, and the iron nuggets will come out 9 at a time into this little basin here. They'll get turned into ingots and go back into there. But the question is, how long will it take us to get 1 stack of iron ingots? With this setup, there's only one way to find out. 3, 2, 1, go. Well, here we go. We're already starting to go through. As you can see, we're not backing up on the belts because it can wash fast enough to keep up with the crushing wheels. I mean, that's really fast. In fact, I think we're actually almost getting a backup of iron nuggets on there. Yeah, we are. We're now backing up. There we go. It's already done. 47 seconds. That's a stack of iron ingots in less than a minute. That's around about 5,000 ingots an hour, or almost 3 barrels or shulker boxes per hour. Not bad. Well, that's the main part of the system in. We've got all of the fans, everything's blowing in the right direction, all of the filters and even the lava to take out the flint. I haven't added in the press yet to actually turn the nuggets into ingots, and I haven't added a system to actually get the cobblestone out of the post box and into that vault. Nor have I added in a system to take the iron out of here and send it back into our storage system, because we don't actually have one yet. And this is where this video all gets a little bit strange, because as you can see behind me, I actually have a fully functional working iron farm that has already been producing quite a lot of iron for me. Quite a lot, in fact. But the journey to get here was a bit of a headache, and as a result, the clips that I recorded along the way really didn't make any sense, were all a little bit convoluted, and as a result, in order to give you a better video, I'm actually going to smash all of this bit to bits and completely redo it for you on camera. And that way you get to see the process that I went through without getting the same headache that I did. So yeah, I guess it's smash it all to bits time again. Now there are a couple of bits that I'm not going to smash to bits, and they are the chain conveyor system that I've put in our workshop area, basically coming from our cobblestone storage via that frog to chain drives all around the top of the room. The bit over here where they go through the floor is temporary. We need to do something about that, but I'm not going to worry about any of that until I've actually turned this level of our workshop into a huge storage system, and that's not happening today. But everything else I'm going to smash to bits. You're welcome. So now that we've got a clean slate, let's start at the beginning and organise getting our cobblestone over here, which means handing things over to our drivery dog in our minecart, who needs to be getting things from these post boxes and stations. Over here at the iron farm, we already set up a little station which has got a name, Iron Farm B, and we got a post box without a name, which we're going to call FNT Iron Farm, because that's what it is. Now we do have some chain drive coming all the way through from our storage area, which kind of voids the whole point of having the minecart in the first place, but the minecart's fun and I like it, so that's what we're going to use. So now we just need a way to get the cobblestone to this post box, and in order to do that, we need to go through our tunnel and label some other things. Now again, from the last video, we already have a station in here and a post box, because this is going to be our storage layer. So we're going to be calling this FNT Store 1, because there's going to be multiple of them in here. And our station is FNT Iron Farm A, because it goes from A to B. And it's just simpler that way. So we've got this chain drive connected to our cobblestone storage, so we need to be able to request items from that. The frog then needs to put those packages on this line, and then they need to end up in this post box. And the easiest way to do that is to grab a frog, connect it to this line up here, not this one that's going through to our iron farm. That's just to transfer power. So let's get that connected up here, stick him all the way down on this post box down there, and now we've got that frog connected. This frog is going to be called FNT Iron Farm Store, and notice that I'm prefixing everything with FNT Iron Farm. That's going to be important for our addresses later on. So now, if we want cobblestone over at our new mailbox, we just need to request it through the storage system to FNT Iron Farm, which is the post box we've just labeled at the other end, and that should mean, if I've done everything correctly, that it will all get delivered properly. And in order to do that, we're going to be using this redstone requester because that's what it's intended for. We could use stock links, but I don't think we need to use those right now. Instead, we're going to grab this thing, link it to our network, then click on this little fellow, and we're going to tell it we want 9 stacks of cobble at a time. And for the destination address, we're going to put FNT Iron Farm with a wild card, and that basically means the packages will start going through the system to any address that they can find that starts with FNT Iron Farm, and then when they get here, that's basically their final destination. So if I just plonk this down somewhere for now, let's just put it over here, it really doesn't matter where, and give this thing a redstone pulse, that's going to ask for cobblestone from our frog, which has then put it onto there. That's then going to come through our chain drive system to this one over here, at which point this frog gets it. It's in that post box. The redstone links we set up in the last episode have gone off, which means our train should come to collect it, which it is doing. It's gone onto the train. The train's then going to come back this way and then drop it off at this post box over here. Just like that. There we go. We've got a package containing 9 stacks of cobblestone. And why 9 stacks of cobblestone? Well, if you remember from our testing, we're going to be running through 9 sets of crushing wheels, and each set of crushing wheels can crush a stack of cobble in 3.5 seconds. So we want to be calling for cobblestone every 3.5 seconds, and in order to do that, we can use a pulse timer. Unfortunately, however, pulse timers don't actually have 0.5 of a second, so the closest we could get is 4 seconds, and we definitely want that time to be longer than our iron farm can produce at. Otherwise, we'll have a problem, which was one of the headaches I had when I built this previously, where the minecart can't pick it up quick enough, and therefore all of the packages end up just spinning around that thing, which isn't ideal. Now at the moment, that timer, even though it's going off every 4 seconds, isn't actually requesting anything because I've locked this on with that lever, meaning we're not going to get any cobble coming through while we're working on things. And the next thing to work on is to get the cobblestone out of here and into our vault up there. And in order to do that, we've got this chain drive. So all we need to do is get a frog, attach it to there, plonk it on top of that. He's just going to sit there nameless and take things out of there and put them onto the line like he already has done. So now all we need to do is stick a frog up here. And this frog is going to be our final destination. And it's going to have exactly the same name as this post box, because that way it will actually get the items that are addressed for it. So if we click this onto the chain drive up there and stick him on there and give him a name, we could call it anything. We could call it cobble or something like that, but it doesn't matter. FNT Iron Farm is absolutely fine. That package is then going to come up to it. The frog's going to get it, and it's going to go into our vault. So that's how we get the cobblestone in. That's nice and easy, and all we need to do now to get a steady stream of that is just turn that lever back off again, and this timer will request 9 stacks at a time every 4 seconds. Easy. Now this next part is not quite so easy, and that's because I want to produce 4 different items through this farm in the same quantities. But it's tricky because you get 9 nuggets for every ingot. The iron sheets are just 1 ingot, so that's not so much of a problem, but then you need 81 iron nuggets to make a block of iron, and getting all of that to produce at equal amounts requires a lot of maths and timings, and it's something I got almost right with the previous setup, but it wasn't perfect, so we're going to attempt to make things even better this time. So the iron farm setup we've got here is very similar to the one we had in the test world, apart from it doesn't have the big old vault at the front, and instead of having funnels here, it has filtered brass tunnels, and that is basically to try and optimize the items coming out and saving us space, because I'm trying to build all of this inside of a single chunk, but there isn't enough room for that, so we do end up wandering into this chunk a bit. But the reason I want it all in one chunk is to make sure things don't break or get overloaded or clogged up when certain chunks are loaded and certain chunks aren't. So we're going to start with the output from these, and for that we need a vault. So I'm just going to pop one on that belt a second so that I can build these out here. And with the vault in place, we just need to get the iron into the vault with a funnel there, and that funnel's also going to be taking flint in from this thing, so we need a way to get rid of the flint, and the easiest way to do that is just to basically dig down here, stick a bunch of brass funnels on there, label them all for flint, and then we're just going to fill this hole with a little bit of lava so they all get deleted. Now here's the complicated part. Because we need 81 nuggets per iron block, plus 9 nuggets per iron sheet, plus 9 nuggets per iron ingot, plus 1 nugget to go into our storage system, so that we're getting 1 of each every time this system runs, we need exactly 100 nuggets coming out of that vault at a time. But unfortunately, due to science, the most you can have coming out of these at once is 64. That just won't do. So instead of having just 1 of those, we're actually going to have 2. And we need these to come out in multiples of 9, so this one is going to bring out 45 at a time, and this one's going to bring out 54. But that's only 99, FoxyNoTail. You're missing 1. We are missing 1. We then need 1 nugget to come out to go straight into our main storage vault, which is going to be around this side, so we're going to have that one there set to 1. And just to make sure we don't get any flint coming through these things, we are going to filter all of these with the iron nuggets. And now we need to turn all of these ones into ingots, and then this one can just go straight into the vault. So let's sort the ingots out first. That means we need a couple of belts, which we'll bring down to around about here for now. And on top of these, we're going to add a couple of basins with a couple of presses on top. We're going to set those to both make iron ingots, have some andesite funnels going in, and then they're going to eject the ingots onto these belts, which can be picked up via another vault over here. But here's where things are going to differ slightly from what I had originally. You see, in order to make sure we get the right number of items out of there at once, we actually need to lock these funnels until there's enough iron nuggets inside of the vault to actually release the right quantities. Otherwise, we just get a steady stream of 1 nugget at a time coming out of here, and never enough nuggets actually in the system to come out of here. So what we do is we stick a threshold switch on there, we filter that for iron nuggets so it ignores the flint, and then because we want this to work with 100 items, we set that to 100 items, that one to 99, invert the signal so it's already emitting redstone, and then we need to put a block on top of that and a block on top of that, and then we can just run some redstone around here like this. And now when there are 100 items or more in this vault, it's going to allow the nuggets to escape out of both sides, and then it will immediately lock it again, stopping any more coming out until there's enough in there. And that worked in practice. However, because the belts are going to be running at full speed, the nuggets coming out of here often come out too fast, meaning we get way more nuggets than we do of anything else. Speaking of which, we should probably add a little belt on here so they've got somewhere to go. And in order to control that a bit better, this is where things are going to change, because I'm going to add in a speed controller to slow down these belts. Now, I don't want our presses slowed down because I still want everything producing as quick as possible, but I do want to slightly slow down the belts that are running all of this thing. The only problem is right now I don't really know where I'm going to be putting the speed controller in order to deal with that. So for now, I'm going to pop it there, stick a shaft in there, stick a little bit of chain drive on there and a bit on there, and now I can't access the speed controller to change it. Probably wasn't the best place for it. Maybe we should do that at the other end where there's a bit more room. But before we get to the other end, we need to put that vault in to give the item somewhere to go. And it doesn't need to be too far back. We might as well just put it at this point here. Put a couple of andesite funnels on there, and now all of the iron ingots are going to get stored in there. And just in case this thing ever runs in reverse, I'm going to put some of this andesite casing down there to stop any items flying off the belt and going into the lava. I'm also going to put some at this end to stop that coming through. And now we know where to put our speed controller. So we'll pop it on there, stick that on there, stick a shaft in there, put some encased train drive on there, and now this is speed controlled, meaning we've got full control over how fast those belts are going. Although I don't know how fast that needs to be yet, because I've done no testing for that at all. What I have tested, though, is the next section, which means we need to extend this vault and have 3 more brass funnels coming out of here. These are all going to be iron ingots, so we need 9 at a time coming out to get turned into iron blocks, and then 1 coming out to get turned into iron sheet, and 1 more coming out that's just going to go straight through as an iron ingot. But again, we need to make these locked until there are enough in there to actually spit them out, to make sure we've got those nice even quantities. So yet again, we'll stick a threshold switch on there. We're going to put some casing either side. We're going to run some redstone on the top of there. And before we put the redstone on there, we're going to filter that for ingots, set that to 11, and then invert that, and then stick some redstone on there. So now those funnels are going to be locked until there are 11 ingots through there, and once there are 11 ingots, we can make all the things we need to make. So now we need the belt to go back this way. And in order to optimize this space a little bit, what I might do is just shorten this vault a bit so that we can bring the belts back that way and keep that bit nice and short. So let's just get rid of that belt for a second, get rid of that funnel for a second, and that one, and that. We'll move our lava over by 1 block, get rid of those bits there, we don't need those. Then we can put our funnel back on there, set to 1, throw on the nugget, and go to bed before the creepers come and blow it all up again. Again? Yeah, again. Right, we'll just get that temporary belt back in place there for a second, and that's that sorted back out. Apart from, I haven't added on the redstone to lock it, so let's just bring that across there. Lovely. Right, so the belt's coming back this way then. We'll start that one there, and we need to bring this one in line with this. So let's put that there, and we need 3 of those, of course. So let's just run those up and down there like that. And we need these ones to spin to go that way. And obviously those ones are going to go that way. Throw another basin on there with another press on top of it. Set that to iron blocks. Put the andesite funnel on this side this time because it's going in the opposite direction. Spin that around so it spits out on the right side. And then we need one more press above that belt there, and that's going to make the iron sheet. All we need to do now is put the vault on at the end, and this is going to collect everything. So we just need some andesite funnels going in on all of those. And again, just a few of the blocks down here to stop anything flying through underneath it should this ever get full. Now, before I did have some shulker boxes sat underneath this to collect the items, and that was basically just to make sure I could see exactly what was going on in terms of quantities. So I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to put 4 smart chutes underneath, filter these for all of the different things that we're going to be getting, and then stick a shulker box under each one to go into. The only other thing we need to do with this vault, other than making it bigger so it can hold more things in it, is to put on a packager with a stock link on it, and then we're going to just put some factory gauges on there so we can basically just sort of see how many items we've got in here at a glance. The very last thing to do is, of course, connect these to power because they've got no power, and we want those running at full speed. So we're just going to stick a shaft in there, put some chain drive there, and bring that all the way up to those presses there. And in order to get this one going, we're going to stick a shaft there and a little bit of chain drive there. So they're all going to run at the same speed as that belt, which will be full speed, but this belt can still run slightly more slowly. But we don't know how fast that's going to be yet, so we need to do some testing. And that means we can turn it on. Now, there's already a bunch of cobblestone in here for us to test with. We're still not going to be calling any more just yet, but let's just turn on the actual farm and watch everything coming out of here. And then we need to adjust this so our belts are going to be going in the right direction. So let's just start on 32 for now, and you can see how this thing's supposed to work. As long as there's a gap between the items coming out of there and the ones coming in, then our speed is okay. And it looks like there is. They end up all being squished before the next lot come out, so that speed's absolutely fine. And that should hopefully mean if we come round here, we're getting the same quantities of each one actually coming into here. But we're not getting anything at the moment. Why are we not getting anything? Oh, I haven't set these belts going. Wait, stop. Everything's just in here. I need to get these belts going as well. Why are you how are you requesting stuff? Oh, I flicked the wrong lever. Oops. We're going to get a lot of cobble in here now. Oh, well. Okay, in order to connect these, we just bring this one out a block further. These two can come out a block further. And then if we put in a gearbox there, that's going to alternate those. And then as long as these 3 are connected at this end, which they are, that should all work. So let's just turn the power back on. And we should see that, yep, those 3 belts are going in the opposite direction. And what we want to make sure is that we're getting the same number of things coming through, so we're getting equal amounts of things going out of there. We might be. So let's check on our progress and see what we're getting through here. 26, 21, 27... and 12. Well, now that it's up and running, let's take those out of there and see if we actually get a steady amount of each one coming through. I think we might need to speed up these belts slightly because there are random amounts of things. So let's go to 64 on there. Yeah, that's better for that. Okay, good. 12, 12, 12, 7, 13, 14, 14, and 8. Why are there less? How can there be less of those coming through? You should be making the same amount. Bring in the cobble. And cobble should be making its way now. That little train should disappear off and go and collect it for us any second. Here he goes. Let's try and figure out why we're getting less blocks than we are sheets and ingots. Because they should be the same. They should be the same coming out of each of these. So we got 2. Why did we get 2 of each of those, but only 1 nugget? See, that doesn't make sense. That's set to 1 each, yet it led 2 through. 2 again on this, but how did you let 2 through? Okay. So it seems to me if we're overproducing on iron, as in we're getting a good amount of iron back from the amount of cobble we're putting in, these have enough time to let 2 through, while that only has enough time to let 1 through. And that's not what we want. So I think I've got a way to fix my timing system. Instead of just using the threshold switch to control the funnels, because this leaves the redstone on a little bit too long, if we actually then come out into a pulse timer, that will just set a very, very quick blip to the funnel, allowing 1 item out at a time instead of multiple. And back on the world, that should be relatively easy to achieve, but let's turn it all off first before we make a big mess of everything. We'll stick our threshold switch over here, set that for ingots, give this exactly the same settings. Then we can put the pulse timer down. We need to invert that and set that to, I guess, probably 2 seconds or 40 ticks or something. I don't think it really matters as long as it's quick enough to keep up. That's going to then lock those and pulse whenever this gets going. And if this works on here, we'll do exactly the same thing over there as well. So let's find out. Is it going to just allow the right amount out at a time consistently? Oh, it seems to be. Oh, yes, very consistent. Oh, look at it going. It's consistency. It's the most consistent thing I've ever seen. Yep, that works. I'm going to do exactly the same thing on this one. There we go. I've now got that in place. So let's start the system again and see if it actually works this time. So far, we're looking good. 6, 6, 6, and 6. Oh, it's working. 7, 7, 7, and 7. 8, 8, 8, and 8. It's working. Just needed pulse timers. I can't believe it. I have a hyper-efficient, fully functional, 100% working iron farm. It just needs to look a bit nicer and probably have a building around it and a monorail and all that. Oh, jeez, there's so much to do. But before we do any of that, I have been AFK here for about half an hour or so while I've been editing those last few clips. So let's just see if the system is still doing as good a job as it was before I started going AFK. Nuggets, nearly 8.5 stacks. Ingots, oh, the same. Cheese, the same. Logs, yeah, it's the same across the board. I did it. I have a system that it's so, I don't have words to describe it. It's time-lapse time, isn't it? It's time I built a building around this and made it look nice. Good morning. Well, I didn't expect this to be so big, which strangely enough is what she said. I also didn't expect it to take so long. And funnily enough, she didn't say that. But yeah, here we have an absolutely gargantuan building for a not very big farm with the usual color scheme like we've got for our power station and our boat, but with a little splash of limestone here at the front. I've gone for an iron roof because this is an iron farm with lots and lots of iron window glass and lots of girders and things because I've got loads of iron now, so I can. I've added in a reasonable amount of detail down the sides, again mimicking what we had going on some of the other builds, and out the front here I've added in the monorail station with a little bit more of a dip in it and some iron waiting outside to be collected. I've also added a bunch of lanterns because of creepers, and as we walk inside you'll see we've got a big display board here telling us how much cobblestone is in the cobblestone bit over there. and more importantly, how many nuggets, ingots, sheets, and blocks we've got. And look at that, they are all keeping in line with each other. The nuggets will catch up in a second. Considering it's been running all this time, there we go, and they're all in line with each other. I'm very happy with that. In terms of decoration inside, all I've done is added this bit at the front here, added some railings down the side for safety barriers. I've added a few safety barriers around this. We've got a big empty space here because that's where all my shulker boxes were, and I'm not really sure what to do with that now. And I've added a couple of on-off switch for the main power to the farm and the cobblestone requester, which I kind of didn't need to do because they're just there and there, but it just felt important to put them on the wall. In terms of internally, we don't have any second or third floors, although there's definitely room for them if I need them. I've just added in a whole bunch of scaffolding to sort of hold everything together. I've added in another couple of chain drives heading in this direction and a frog on top of this vault, which we can call if we want to get iron out of here and over to this post box here, which is the one that the monorail will connect to. Ah, no, I put lights up. You little so-and-so. You thank my battleship. Stupid creepers. And so aside from a little bit of exterior lighting, I think I'm overall happy with it. Although there are a couple of issues. One is I'm regretting saying that I was going to build this into the mountain because as it turns out, the mountain's not quite as big as I imagined it would be. This was supposed to be one of 3 layers of things going around this mountain. And realistically, at this rate, if we're going to be going up in a steady incline, we're going to have 1 layer. And this is less of a mountain, and I guess more of just a small hill. But we're going to make the most of it and make some more impressive builds as time goes on. And now I've got plenty of iron, it's going to be very easy to do that. Last time on the Just Create SMP, I built this incredible iron farm, and it's been working perfectly, generating us a massive amount of nuggets, ingot sheets, and even blocks. It's just working so well. So today, instead of building the big old storage area and workshop I keep promising to do under the mountain, we're gonna do something else. And that something else is heading out into the ocean, not too far away from my base, and building a guardian farm, for which I foresee me having a lot of deaths, but a whole lot of fun too. Now, I have been doing a whole bunch of testing in a creative world to come up with a relatively simple yet very nice design for killing all of those guardians. But of course, before we get to that, we're going to have to deal with the ocean monument and spawn-proof the ocean, which basically means I'm going to need a ridiculous amount of gravel. And I mean ridiculous. I mean, I've got 5... Oh, geez. I'm going to basically need to fill all of these shulker boxes with gravel or some very large vaults. In order to get lots of gravel, though, that's not really going to be too much of an issue for me because under this workshop we have a big old cobblestone generator that generates 1.3 million cobblestone an hour, and I don't think I need 1.3 million gravel. Although it wouldn't hurt, I suppose. So all I'm going to need to do is basically get these things linked up to a whole bunch of crushing wheels, crush a whole bunch of cobble down into some gravel, into some vaults, and that's a very small portion of what we're going to have to do. So yeah, I'm going to need a lot of crushing wheels. I'm also going to need a ridiculous number of crushing wheels in order to spawn-proof the ocean, but we'll get to that a bit later. First of all, I'm going to actually turn this into an automatic crafting machine so that I can automatically craft a whole bunch of crushing wheels and then make my carrot farm go again. Stop stopping there randomly for no reason. No wonder I've never got any carrots. I'm gonna need a lot of them today. I'm going to be permanently dead. In order to turn this crafter into an automatic one, unfortunately we can't use factory gauges because they can only do a 3x3 crafting grid, which means what we're going to have to do is disconnect a few of these things like that. Then we're going to need to put some funnels onto those, facing inwards ideally. We're then going to need to filter these funnels to put the right things in the right places. And then let's make ourselves a little platform. Throw on 3 depots, grab a mechanical arm, and I'm just going to select those to pick up from, and then all of these to drop off to. And I guess we can just pop that down there, why not? Before I get too carried away with that mechanical arm, I do need to cover up these corner ones with these crafting slot things and make sure all of the things are pointing into the right places, which they are, and these are not joined together correctly. That's wrong. How did I manage that? I want that one. There we go, separating from the rest. Now, behind these depots, I'm going to put these shulker boxes, which just happen to contain all of the materials we need for making the crushing wheels. And then on the front of those, we're going to add some more brass funnels. Now, for our andesite, we actually want 16 at a time coming through there. For our logs, we want 4 at a time. And for our stone, we just want 1 at a time. So let's just suck them all back in and then get the right values out. There we go. And now we just need some power to this mechanical arm, which should be just as simple as that. And then that. That's going to then start putting the right items into the right places. And I believe we just made some crushing wheels already. We did! Oh, that worked out well. Very easy. Right, we'll let this run through all of those materials that we've got then and come back and see how many we've got in a few minutes. And while that's going on, I'm going to use the crushing wheels I already have in order to start making that gravel. And where better to build this gravel machine than right next to our cobblestone factory? It just makes sense. So I've brought a bunch of materials with me, mainly a whole bunch of vaults. So I guess there's no time like the present. Let's do this. And there we go. We have 3 big old vaults ready for taking in lots of gravel. And I'm hoping I've got just enough room below this belt, which is not getting it. Why is my conveyor stopped? Oh, of course, because we're not calling for cobble at the minute. So really, I should be taking it out of there. But I kind of wanted to take it off this belt. So we'll just get this belt moving anyway. We'll turn the clutch off this so that it can just carry on moving, wherever that may be. I think it's at the other end. And then we can just intercept the cobble coming through there and put it straight through the vaults. And with 3 gravel generators on each vault, these vaults should fill up in no time, hopefully. If only I brought something with me so I could actually check the levels of stock we've got in them. Okay, I've added stock links onto each of these, connected to our network, as well as threshold switches, just so we can at a glance get an idea of what's in there. 226 out of 1,620 stacks. That is quite a lot, but it's not enough. Well, the machine has stopped, so it must have gone through all of the andesite alloy it had, and that means we've now got many crushing wheels. Way more than we need. That's perfect. Well, it's not perfect. It's way more than we need, but it's plenty, and there's good amount for the future as well. And good news, the gravel has just about filled up into all of these vaults as well. If we look at these, you can see that is maxed out. This one is maxed out, and that one just has a few more stacks to go. 1 more stack to go. And if you're wondering how much gravel that is in total, if I click on this little fellow, you can see we've got 310,000 gravel, and that took no time at all. But that gravel's no good to me in here. I need it out there, and in order to move it out there, I'm going to first of all disconnect these crushing wheels to stop us crushing anything. I'm then going to glue all of these vaults together, just like that. Stick a block there, some rail there, my little minecart assembler there, glue that to that, stick in my minecart, throw down the lever, and now we can take these with us. If there's no, it's too big again. But I need it. Fine, we'll do 1 vault at a time if you're gonna be stupid. Can I pick up 1 vault? Yes. Jeez, now I'm going to need things for all of them. So I've spent a little bit of time getting ready, in the hopes that all of these things here are going to make my ocean monument dreams a reality. What we've got in here is a barrel full of our contraptions that we need, which include my tunnel bore and our gravel vaults. We've got some raw materials in case we need to craft anything. We've got a whole bunch of stone. We've got some industrial iron and some casing. We've got some bits to make some contraptions with, and we've got some more create bits and bobs for all of the other things that we'll need to do. And I'm hoping that I haven't forgotten anything at all, but no doubt I will have done, and I'll have to be back here. And it would be lovely to just pick all of these things up inside a shulker box, but unfortunately you can't put contraptions inside of shulker boxes, so we're going to either have to carry this barrel over to the ocean monument or break it and just take all of the stuff separately, which I guess is what we're going to be doing. Now, one of the first things we need to do when we get over here is to build a platform so that we've got something to stand on, not only to not suffocate under the water, but also to avoid the laser beams that we are now getting blasted with. Jeez, no, stop it. No, 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 thank you. Ow, no. How can you get... No, stop it. Ow, I'm nearly dead already. Told you I was going to spend most of today dead. Well, let's just see if we can build out a little bit of a platform to actually be big enough to put all of the things on that I brought. Uh-oh, I fell off. Ah, swim, swim, swim. No, no, thank you. No shoot. I only small. No, no shoot. I small. You've got so much range. Stop it. All right, now that we've got a decent sized platform, let's get all of our shulker boxes down and our barrel with the other bits and bobs in it. Pop down a respawn point because I will die a lot. And probably a few bits to make things with. I also need to quickly pop down my tunnel bore so I can get some torches out of it because obviously this platform's not going to be very good at night when things start spawning on it. There we go. That solved that little problem. So now all I need to do is get down there to the lowest point in that corner and just drill my way backwards and forwards through the ocean monument, completely destroying it and managing to not suffocate and or get killed by the guardians. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? I think it might be time for a montage. Well, it happened. And I was right on the last bit as well. Very disappointing. Here I come. Just bobbing up to the surface slowly. Just get my stuff. And run away. And there we go. That is the last bit of Ocean Monument completely deleted. I do need to get rid of all of this dirt, really, and this bit in the middle. But other than that, we are there. Ow. So now it's... Oh, geez, I'm running out of oxygen. Yeah, I've got a lot of work to do down here, which is going to be very difficult to do with all of those little fellows running about. Invisibility potions, says Legion, as if I've got time to make invisibility potions. Need fermented spider eye and some night vision. Golden carrots, I could do that. Fermented spider eye, things I probably don't have. I can make sugar. Sugar made. I can make 6 of them. Okay, well, that's not too bad. I do have a brewing stand. I have a little bit of blaze powder. I have some glass bottles, but I have absolutely no nether wart. But I just happen to know somebody that does. Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Ow. He doesn't have any in his van. Disappointing. Oh, there he is. Mr. Beardstone! I'm going to assume he's AFK. Let's just make him a bit more safe in his little AFK spot. Hopefully he wasn't recording a time lapse from that position, because that would be quite, you know, a problem for him if he was. But now you're safe, Mr. Beardstone. Don't you worry about it, sir. I'm just going to go into your storage system now and steal your netherwort. Thank you very much. One of these vaults as well. Oh, look at it. No, that's redstone. Don't need redstone. I need the netherwort. Apparently it's going up here. Okay. Cinder flower. Netherwort. It's all in this one. Oh, look at it. There's loads of it on the belt. We just take a couple. No one would ever know. Just a few. Here and there. Just the odd 1 or 2. I don't need many. Oh, gee. Oh, no. Oops, I can't put it down. It won't let me click it on the floor. Oh, I'll have to keep that as well. It's a shame. Oops. Okay then, brewing stand, glass bottles filled with water, put them in the brewing stand, stick in some netherwort and a little bit of blaze powder, wait for my entire life for those to turn into awkward potions. While I'm at it, craft some fermented spider eyes, put in a golden carrot to turn the awkward potions into night vision potions, and then go grab some more glass so we can do extra potions. The night vision potions, put the spider eye in there to turn them into the invisibility potions, and then just stick a bit of redstone dust in there to make them extra special. And now we've got this down to a fine art, we can do 5 of them at once. Bit of blaze powder for you, bit of blaze powder for you, and you, and you. Have some bottles and some netherwort. Have some bottles and some netherwort. Have some bottles and some netherwort. I need to make more bottles. There we go. Plenty of potions to hopefully get me through everything I need to do. Okay, it's time to put these potions to the test and see if they actually do anything. I am now invisible. Partially. I guess because I'm wearing this back tank, maybe I'm not all that invisible. We'll find out, I suppose. Nope, I'm not invisible at all. Oh, jeez. Just want to get rid of this structure. Stop shooting me. Oh, jeez. Oh, no, it's happening again. No, I'm invisible. You can't see me. Maybe if I wasn't wearing the back tank and I just hold my breath, water breathing potions might have been a good idea. I don't have any puffer fish. I do have a conduit back at the spawn island though, but I don't really want to steal it from there. So let's just hop down here without the back tank on, hold my breath for a minute and see if that makes me slightly more invisible. Invisible. Yes, invisible. It does. So basically I've got a choice of breathing or being invisible. Not ideal. Yeah, as soon as I put that back tank on, I am fully visible. So I guess, he says, talking to a backpack, I should go and get that conduit. Back to spawn. Wait a minute, though. They didn't see me, even though I was wearing all of this other armor, because I had it hidden with this. So I wonder if I just hide the chest plate as well, if that'll work. I'm going to go back. How long have I got left? 5 minutes. Quick. I am not invisible. I am not even slightly invisible. Oh, jeez, no. Well, I guess we don't need this down here anymore, really, do we? So, and I'm not going to take the Prismarine away. I'm just going to take that because I've got more Prismarine now, obviously. But reading the wiki, it actually says that you can wear one piece of armor while under the effects of invisibility and not be attacked by guardians. So I suppose I could just wear my back tank and nothing else and give that a go. And deploy back tank now. I am invisible with just a back tank on, but now I can't see because I don't have my diving helmet on, but I do appear to actually be invisible now. So I can breathe, but I can't see. So yeah, I think, and I don't breathe without my helmet on either. So the conduit's going to be very important. I've just got to build it before I drown. Oh, I might be too late. Quick, put it in. Break that. Give me some water breathing. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh, wow. Saved myself on half a heart. That's incredible. All right, let's make this full size. Avoid getting got by those pesky little fellows that are down there. And now I think I will wear my elytra rather than my breathing thing. Oh, jeez, they're so close. Leave me alone. But yeah, I am seemingly completely able to get around these guys while wearing one piece of armor. Oh no, I put my boots on. Oh jeez, run away. Oh no. Eat and swim and jump and sleep. Oh jeez. Now I've just got to decide what piece of armor I'm going to wear. You see, I'm going to be working underwater, so Aqua Affinity would be really useful. However, so would Depth Strider, and I think that's going to help me more. So yeah, we're just going to wear boots. We're going to keep plenty of potions on us. And the first thing I'm going to do is drink my bottle of juice and go and find the very center of this ocean monument, which according to my testing earlier is 559 by 767. And we're going to take that all the way up to the top of the water there. And now what I need to do is fill in quite a lot of the area down there to make it more shallow. But before I do that, I'm going to make a big machine. And this is where all of this stuff that I brought with me is going to come in very handy. And where we're going to be using all that gravel as well. But before we go down, I'm actually going to be going up to where we're going to be having our AFK spot. Because from there, I need to make a big sphere. So this farm's actually going to have two different AFK spots. The one right up here at the top is going to be where I stand to get all of the guardians and squid drops, and the one that I'm going to be standing at much further below is if I want to get any fish to stock my little fish market over at the spawn area. But in order to know what I'm doing in terms of spawn proofing down at the guardian farm, I need to enable a mod that is not part of the Just Create mod pack. It's a client-side mod which is a port of the mini HUD mod called Bok HUD, available for Forge and NeoForge, and if I press H, I enable two spheres. The first sphere has a 128 block radius centered around my top AFK spot where I'm going to be located for guardians and squids to spawn, and the second sphere is centered around the lower AFK spot, again with a 128 block radius, where I'm going to be standing if I want fish. You see, fish have a different spawn radius from other mobs. Other mobs can spawn all the way up to 128 blocks away, whereas fish can only do it up to 64 blocks away. And by having these two spawn spheres active, I can see exactly how much of this water I need to make completely spawn proof for anything like squids and fish and drowned and mobs and things like that, and also exactly how much of the underground that I need to spawn proof as well to stop mobs spawning in there. Now, the blue sphere, which is the one I'm most bothered about, is where our guardians are going to be spawning, so that's where we need our water to be available within this ocean monument space. But everything outside of the ocean monument space is going to need spawn proofing, and that's what all my gravel is for. Now, I'm not planning on spawn proofing it all the way to the edge of the fish sphere, just because that's such a huge area. So my fish farm rates are probably not going to be all that fast compared to my Guardian farm rates. And in vanilla, it would take me an awful long time to spawn proof such a huge area. But with Create, it's easy. Although I'm going to definitely need some more invisibility and some glue. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to break the top block of this iron staircase. I'm going to put a windmill bearing on there. And then on top of that, I'm going to add on 8 pieces of wool. Then I'm going to extend this line of wool with these industrial iron blocks because they're nice and cheap, all the way out to the edge of my blue circle, or sphere, or whatever you want to call it, which is a surprisingly long way. Don't remember it being this far in my test world. However, I've already made a mistake because I made my top platform way too low down, meaning I would have to spawn proof a much larger area than I need to. So now that my spawn platform is in the right place, I can move my spawn sphere to the center of this, which now means I've got a much smaller area I actually need to spawn proof if I'm going to AFK all the way up here. Anyway, where was I? Ah, yes, building out this line of things, which I don't need all this way now. So with my line coming all of the way to the edge of the blue sphere, the next thing I need to do is start sticking on these rollers. And I'm going to take these all the way to the very edge of the ocean monument perimeter, which is basically this bit right below me here. And that means I actually needed a lot less of those than I thought I did. Next, I need to set all of these to gravel. And I'm going to put straight fill below. And right out the end here, I'm just going to create a little platform just big enough for me to start popping down these gravel vaults. There's, they fall off. There's 1 and 2. Don't shoot me, I'm busy. And 3. So now we've got these 3 big vaults attached to this big long line of stuff. I just need to glue it all together. Just like that. So now we have a big old line of blocks with a load of rollers on them with 3 massive vaults full of gravel. And now all I need to do is update this bearing. No, it's going backwards. Stop. Go. And there we go. Look at this. There we go. Look at this. We are filling gravel all the way down to the bottom of our ocean monument. But are we going to have enough gravel to fill this entire thing in? It's replacing all the kelp. It's removing all of the spawn spots. It's going really quickly, much faster than if you was to put this thing on a train track and do it with rails. This is incredible. But will we have enough gravel to cover the entire area? And yes, it is going to leave us with a circle in the middle to deal with rather than a square, but that's absolutely fine. Oh, and this was supposed to be a block higher out of the water as well, but it's fine. We'll deal with that in a minute. And there we go. We have about completed the circle. We have a full circle. Okay, how much gravel have we got left, though? Still quite a lot. Nothing in there. And still quite a lot in there. So, yeah, we've managed to blow through an entire vault's worth of gravel doing that. And we still need to go 1 more layer up. And now what I'm going to do is going to come under here, break a couple of these very slowly. Why did I use iron blocks? You're rich. Yeah, but it's also stupid. Stick a mechanical piston under there, spin it round, put 1 of those in there and just give that a quick crank. There we go. It's a block high now. Lovely. So now if I update this again, that'll go round and do the top layer. And it does make me wonder if there's still enough gravel left in those vaults to actually do the big circle to make the fish farm more efficient as well. I don't think there will be, but it's worth a try. And then we'll have a really big donut. This is all going to need lighting on top as well. Spawn proofing. But at some point, we'll make a fancy structure on this and make the Guardian farm look really interesting and nice. Okay, let's see if we can adapt this to make it go all the way to the other edge. It's a bit jibby, but it's doing it. I don't think we're going to even get halfway around here, but it's going to be interesting to find out. We're already missing bits. I don't know how, but we are. Probably because it's just such a weird shape and a weird angle to be filling in. Well, we've run out of gravel around about 1/3 of the way round, which means in order to fill out that entire area, we're probably going to need at least another 6 vaults worth of gravel. Another 6 vaults of gravel, you say? Oh, well, I've got 3 already complete there, and now I've got another 3 already complete there. That's right, we now have 6 vaults of gravel absolutely full to the brim that will hopefully be enough to finish off that big circle And the bit in the actual Guardian farm that I needed it for in the first place. Jeez, that's a lot of gravel. And there we go. Our 6 vaults full of gravel are now fully attached to our whatever this is. All I got to do now is start it. But I kind of want to share this experience with another member. The sort of member that's stuck under a log in a tree watching a schematic cannon do things. Miss Beerstone! Miss Beerstone! Miss Beerstone!
Oh, my days. Hello, Foxy.
Why are you still building this? You built this weeks ago, Mr. Beerstone.
Months ago, technically.
Yeah.
But yeah, it needs to be bigger, and
Right.
I think Spawn's suffering enough. So I'm
Spawn
moving.
is suffering, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm moving the entire thing over here, by which I mean I've rebuilt the entire thing over here with a schematic cannon because I can't actually move anything at the moment.
Ah, okay. Miss Beerstone, I would like to share a moment with you. I
just assumed you wanted more tough.
No, I want to show you the most incredible contraption in the world ever.
Oh.
Would you like
Can
to
you pick
follow
it
me?
up?
I can pick it up, but I don't need to pick it up.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Show me.
Follow me.
Right. Show me what you got.
Okay.
Show me what you
Are
got.
you ready? I'm going to click the windmill. The windmill is turning. Ow.
Still doing a lot, Foxy.
Yeah, well, you wait until it gets to a bit it hasn't done yet. You know how slow those rollers are when they're on the train, Mr. Beardstone?
Yes, very slow.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, my days. Look at that.
Yeah. That's filling all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. Ow. Stop it.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
So I mean, obviously you're making a Prismarine farm, but
Yeah.
why this? Is this your method of draining the ocean? Just replacing it?
Yes. Yes, I'm spawn-proofing, Mr. Beardstone. So I've got 2 AFK platforms up there. One is just for Guardians, which doesn't need the big circle. That only needs the small circle. So by being at the lower AFK spot, I'll be able to get Guardians, squid, fish, and glow squid all from one farm.
I mean, it's pretty genius, Foxy. I have to hand it to you.
Yeah. Yeah, so hopefully I'll have enough gravel left once it's finished this to actually fill in this sort of water a bit as well, because it only needs to be 8 blocks deep.
I mean, this seems to be working so far.
So
if you use 3, you've got another. Oh, I don't know. It's going to be close.
I know, yeah. And there'll be nearly 1 million gravel that's placed by the time it's placed all that gravel.
in what, 5 minutes?
Yeah, exactly. Told you,
That's
it's
ridiculous.
A crazy contraption.
Although don't rollers normally only go down to 12?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes they do. And sometimes they go down to however much I want.
Right, I see. Some server config changes there, Foxy, yeah? Just so everyone realises that they can't actually do this without changing the server config.
Well, yeah, but all you have to do, look, you click on that button, then you go to that one, then you go to...
Yeah, no one can see, I can't see any of this.
Oh,
but it's fine, it's fine.
One of the buttons in there, Miss Beardstone, you just change it from like 12 to a bigger number.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What bigger number did you change it to, Foxy?
Well, 128 to be honest with you, but I don't think it's gone down that far. It's gone down like 30 blocks. So...
Well, unless there's formerly caves down there.
Well, yeah, there was a couple of big caves, hence putting it further than 30.
I see. That was intentional, right? Well, I'm mostly excited about the fact that we're finally going to have some Prismarine on the server.
Yeah, and I don't think it'll be long either, because I'll invite you back probably tomorrow or the next day, because my method for getting them is incredible. It is going to be the laziest yet most effective Guardian farm you've ever seen in your life.
I'm excited to see it considering this contraption. So. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah. Well, there we go. We have now successfully spawn-proofed both of my spheres, which means if I'm at either of these AFK spots, then apart from a few little holes here and there that didn't quite make it, and quite a few caves underground where... we've got a trial chamber down here. Where things can spawn, nothing should really be spawning. I've got some work to do still, but shush, I'm very impressed with my little self for having done all of that in like half an hour. It's amazing. Before I get rid of these rollers, there's a couple more things I need to do with it, and that is basically to lay this top layer with something that's not spawnable, because at night time this entire area becomes a mob fest. And just quickly checking these vaults to see what they've got. This still has 92,000 in it. This has nothing. This has 57,000 in it. This has nothing. This has 103,000 in it. And this has 98,000 in it. So we've still got over 300,000 gravel left. And that means we've got 2 empty vaults to fill with other things. And those other things would be framed glass and industrial iron that I needed in vast quantities. So I added 9 more mechanical source systems to my workshop to get those processing, and then used a little gravel to fill in the holes left by the mechanical rollers in the donut. With that done, I then invisibly relocated the conduit from the bottom of the Guardian-infested donut hole and moved it just out of the water, allowing me to still benefit from the underwater breathing and vision clarity while continuing to work on the farm. After that, I did some more invisible things, invisibly, before using a smaller circle maker to make the Guardian hole more shallow. And with all of the gravel work now done, and stacks upon stacks of framed glass and industrial iron at my disposal, I replaced the top layer of the gravel in the hole with said industrial iron, and then used the huge circle maker to do the same to the surface of the donut, whilst also filling in the sides of the Guardian pit at the same time. Once that was done, I realised my working area with the conduit in was in the way, so I moved it up with a mechanical piston and then filled the layer above the huge ring of industrial iron with all of that framed glass I'd been gathering. Each layer of the ring required 607 stacks to completely fill it. So with just a few stacks of iron and glass left over, I filled in the holes that the circle maker left, added a glass layer at the waterline above the Guardians, and then moved everything up to make another couple of circles above the pit to remove the skylight from the farm. Again, using industrial iron for the lower layer and framed glass on top to make it non-spawnable. This was important to improve the Guardian spawning rates, as apparently they prefer to spawn with a roof over their heads. And spawn they do! As you can see with free cam, there are an awful lot of Guardians in here. There's also an awful lot of fish, and there's quite a few squids, which keep getting killed by the Guardians. It's like they're doing part of my job for me. And speaking of my job, my next job is to kill the Guardians. We obviously have no way of doing that yet, and no way of collecting all of the items that are stuck under this glass. So that's exactly what we're going to do next, and there are a couple of ways I could do this. Down underneath the water, I'm basically just going to be making a windmill. A self-powered system like this with a bunch of saws on it. As the saws spin round, they'll kill the Guardians and the fish and the squid, but unfortunately they won't collect their loot. They just do the killing. The alternative would be to use deployers instead, and then we could put those into attack mode, give them all a sword with mending and looting 3 on it, and not only would that dramatically improve our rates, but it would also collect the items for us, making item collection far easier. But I'm going to need well over 300 of whichever one I choose to use in order to actually fill the area that we've got down there. And whilst I can easily make 300 deployers, getting 300 swords, 300 mending books, and 300 looting 3 blocks right now for me is unachievable. But Chosen's got a no. We are just going to go with saws because it's nice and easy, and that's all we need. But efficiency. No, it doesn't need. No, shh. It's fine. Honestly, it's fine. And while that solves the killing part of the problem, it doesn't solve the loot collection part of the problem, and I can't really show you how we're going to do that until we've got the killing system in place. So I'm now going to have to spend quite a bit of time down there with all of those Guardians, placing a ridiculous amount of saws. But before I do that, let me just come to this and pop a windmill bearing in, because that's going to be very important. So it's time to take my potion of invisibility once again and invisibly do some invisible things. Starting with placing a tower of wool from the center below our mechanical bearing-y windmill thing. Mechanical bearing-y windmill thing? Yep, mechanical bearing-y windmill thing. Then all I need to do is just place a ridiculous number of saws, which is going to take quite a long time, all the way to the edge. And there we go. We have a big old wall of saws now next to our wool blocks. Now, all I've got to do is glue all of this together. So first of all, we'll get the wool. And then, of course, we just need to attach all of the drills to the glue as well. Just like that. There we go. The whole thing is now one big contraption. It is just one big killing machine. It doesn't require any power, and it will kill everything in here. And to demonstrate that, said Mr. Jetpack, let's just turn the thing on, make sure it goes the right way round, and then turn it on, and then realize it's going a little bit slow. Oh, jeez. But it is actually killing them, but it is rather slow. We want to kill them faster than that. So we're going to turn it back off again. All we're going to do is just stick on a whole bunch more wool. Now, we don't want this to go too fast, otherwise it's going to be basically throwing the Guardians out of the tank through the glass. So let's just add on 16 for now, which should triple the speed we've already got, and see how that goes. That is definitely doing a good job of killing all of the Guardians. Now, I could make this wall double wide and have it kill them on the other side and kill them twice as quickly, which I may do, but for now, that's going to work for us absolutely perfectly. But as you can see, all of the items are just getting pushed around and not collected. We're not getting any of them. So that's what I'm going to fix next. To collect the items, we're going to be using belts, hoppers, and chutes. And we're going to be using hoppers mainly because chutes don't actually suck items down from the block above them. So what we're going to do is we're going to go all the way over to this side. We're going to make a little hole in there, and we're going to stick hoppers on that row there. And then we're just going to run a line of hoppers all the way back to the center, 1 block below the glass. Now, because there are probably going to be too many items for these hoppers to actually deal with, in order to stop them from backing up, we're going to put smart chutes underneath. And they will actually suck out 64 items at a time from those hoppers, meaning these hoppers are not actually going to be transferring a great deal at all. The smart chutes are going to be doing all of the work, but then that means the items are just going to be dropping back out into the water. And that's not ideal, said Mr. Jetpack. Jetpack? Yes, Jetpack. And there we go. Now we just need one more hole in there. We're going to put a bit of shaft in there. And this is where our belt is going to come into play. And we're just going to run this belt all the way to this side here, just like that. No, because we need 2 of them because it won't go far enough. So let's put something in the middle. Right about there-ish I can reach. Yep, how far can we come back? Can we come back any further than that? We can, but we might want to go back further that way. So let's just go a few that way, stick another shaft in there, and then connect these ones. And you don't need to worry about these blocks getting in the way of our saws, because once the saws are actually spinning, they become just a contraption. And contraptions can just go through other blocks without any problems at all. I just need to add another row of glass just in front of these hoppers here to make sure the items don't end up flying past the hoppers. They'll get stuck against this row of glass, and then the hoppers will be able to collect it all. But of course, at the moment, the belts are just running into this wall and not going anywhere, which means we need a way of storing them. And that means we need to go back outside and put a vault in, and of course, the belts have no power either. Speaking of power, we actually need to connect those two with a bit of chain drive. There we go. So let's come over here, dig away a little bit of this glass we added in, break a few of these blocks, and there's our belt just there. So all I'm going to do is extend the belt by 1 block and then just place down a big old vault with a couple of torches on so that we don't get mobs spawning in here. Then we just need a funnel on there, and then we just need power to all of this. But how is this going to work? Because we've got no power in this farm. We do. We've got a windmill, mate. We have power coming directly from this windmill bearing here. And yes, it's not a lot of power, but it only needs to power a belt. So let's just stick on a bit of chain drive on there. We'll have a vertical gearbox there, a bunch of shaft running along here like this. And if we break down into there, we can stick a bit more chain drive in here. So let's just bring that out a little bit, put a bit more chain drive on there. And there we go. We've now got speed control for our belt. And that means we can now test and see if this thing's actually going to work, because that's it, I think. I do want to double up the saws on the other side, but I just want to make sure this is all going to work. There we go. Look, it is spinning. We are getting power through, but are the items going to get sucked up? They are, which should mean if we hop down here, the belt is going in the wrong direction. Let's turn it around and make it go very fast. There we go, full speed. Look at all that that's coming through, and we're not even in the AFK spot, which is exactly where I'm going to go now so that we can fully test this thing. And all I'm going to do is go into free cam and see what's happening down there. Many Guardians are being minced. This is good news. And let's just keep our eyes on the items as they come round on the next one. Look, all of the fish are being minced. The Guardians are being minced. The squids are being minced. We've got a whole bunch of items coming through on top of this thing. And they've all, yeah, they're all in the system. These ones floating here. Don't worry about that. They'll come past. And don't forget that all items will float in water because these are water sources. So any that get dropped at the bottom will just float up to the top and then get pushed around on the next one. Like all of these here. Big line of items and poof, they're all gone. A little bit of time has passed, and I have improved my AFK spot by just making it a bit nicer and putting a door on it. Inside our system, we've got a reasonable amount of things, but not loads yet because I've spent my time upgrading this thing. If we fly down to our system now, you will see we now have 2 spinny roundy sorry bits that are going very fast, and all of the items are getting sent here, sucked up by our hoppers and chutes and onto our conveyor belt at such a rate that it's actually now non-stop coming through. It never ever stops coming in. It's absolutely ridiculous. I could stand here all day watching it and it never ever stops, which means it might actually be going too fast and causing us a backup. The reason we didn't have any Prismarine crystals in here though is because I've added in this little section down here. We've got a system here so we can just call for whatever we want and that'll get sent in a nice little package which we can then pick up and collect. I don't have a way of putting anything back in there yet at the moment. I've also got these under here so we're actually getting these straight out into shulker boxes so we can take them off and do whatever we need to until we've actually got a system in place to collect these things automatically and take them over to our shopping area. The reason I've picked these 3 is because obviously that allows us to make the normal Prismarine bricks, the dark Prismarine bricks, but probably most importantly the sea lanterns. So we can stand here, grab a stack of those, grab a stack of those, grab a stack of those, and then just sort of make whatever we want to. Let's have a stack of those. Why not? And then we can just pop those into these here and be on our way with all of the things we need. So now all that's left to do, other than potentially adding in yet more collection system to the other side. Oh, when it's stopped now, because I'm down here, I'm not at the AFK spot, so it's not as optimized as it would be as if I was upstairs. Upstairs? Yeah, I'm in the sky upstairs. That's where, where my AFK spot's upstairs, mate. But yes, all that's left to do now is show Mr. Beardstone. And I might even let him have early access to it. But look at this thing go, it's ridiculous. And mincing time. Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone!
Oh, hello.
Good morning. How you doing, sir?
Yes, good. What's up?
I have finished my Prismarine farm and I would like you to be the first to see it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I would absolutely love to see it.
We head over there, sir.
Yes, take me to your farm. Take me to your farm. Oh, so you just got a big spinning wall of death.
Yeah, no power required at all because it's a windmill. And the windmill's driving the collection system by basically, there's a row of hoppers, chutes and a belt underneath, sucking all of the items out as they swing past, and they're all going into a big old vault down here, Mr. Beardstone.
Where's the hoppers and things?
Over here.
Oh, I see. Oh, so they're pushing everything round and then it's just getting...
Yeah.
That's very clever, Foxy.
Yeah. Good, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it.
I told you it was a very lacy but very... well, I wouldn't say it's efficient, but it's actually running so quick it's backing up at the moment, so I'm going to need another hopper line going the other way and another vault.
Well, that's not a bad problem to have, Foxy.
It's not. So if you'd like to come in here...
I would love to.
This is where it's all happening. So you can stand here and you can collect as much Prismarine and Prismarine crystals and squid ink as you like and then craft your stuff
can
away.
I? Thank you very much.
No, not yet. You can have some. If you want to take a shulker of each for now, that's absolutely not a problem. But I will be opening the shop in the future.
No, that's fine. I can wait for the shop. I don't need it imminently. I'm not in any hurry yet. That's fine.
I've got my little storage guy here that I can get my packages out from, and then a pointless barrel underneath because there isn't actually a chute between that and the barrel. So it's just for looks, that part. I just get rid of it.
But it can hold more than one package at once.
Yeah, but there's no chute going from the packager to the barrel.
Oh, right. Yeah, I see. Yeah.
And it's all just completely self-powered, no power stations or anything like that going on, and I'm really impressed with it. I'm really happy with it. It was surprisingly easy to build, and I have to give pretty much all of the credit to Legion.
All right, okay.
Yeah, because he was
it his idea?
No, he saw me die, and he said, Foxy, invisibility potions. I think if I hadn't had those, I'd probably still be dead.
Right, I see. And the good news is it looks fantastic on the world map as well.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like an error at all.
No, it's massive. It's almost as big as my island.
That is insane. Good work though, Foxy. I'm impressed.
So
I'm very impressed.
Just going to do a bit of AFK, see what I end up with. And yeah, if you'd like to take those shulker boxes out of there and take them home with you and make your own stuff.
No. I would not want to deprive you of diamonds, Foxy. I've charged you enough. I look forward to spending some diamonds on your shops
that you don't have yet. I'm going to sell them to you.
Oh, right. Okay,
10 diamonds a shulker. like the deal
Oh,
you
of course,
did for me.
of course. Yeah, okay. Yeah, in that case, yeah, that's absolutely fine. I don't have any diamonds on me. I don't have any in my ender chest.
Well, I'm going to AFK for a bit, so feel free to pop back, and once they're full, grab them. It's only the squid ink that's just catching up.
Will do. I'll chuck some diamonds in this barrel here.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Since Mr. Beardstone left around about half an hour ago, I've been AFK editing the end of this video, and while I've been doing that, we have generated a ridiculous amount of items. Over 23,000 Prismarine shards, 8,500 crystals, nearly 8,000 ink sacks, and 25,000 cod. It's ridiculous, and it's just about keeping up. I thought I was going to have to put another row of hoppers in to collect all the items, but realistically, we're only getting a little gathering over here where the items are not actually properly getting pushed. So once again, I'm going to don my invisibility potion, hop down into the abyss, and just add in a couple of hoppers on here and hope to not get absolutely minced myself by the thing. Whoa, that was very close. Jeez. And hopefully these will deal with those last few little straggly bits that we couldn't grab. So let's just check the storage system. Everything is coming through thick and fast. We've got shulker boxes full of stuff and many, many, many items. And that means in the next episode, Mr. Jetpack will be having to figure out a way to get all of those items out of there, crafted into the things we need to craft them into, and over to the shopping area. And I think the best way of doing that is with my magic boat, which is just going to magically appear any second now. Any second now. There, that magic boat. It's finally going to have a job. We're going to get this to sail all the way over to there, pick the stuff up, and then go all the way to the shopping area and drop it off. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Last time on the Just Create SMP, I created this incredible Guardian farm, and it just works so well. Too well, in fact. It's not backing up or anything, but the vault underneath this thing is already full. There's just over 200 stacks worth of space left in it, and that means I need more space. But that's not the complete focus of today's video, because I've been talking about adding in a huge storage system to the area underneath the mountain for quite a while now. If you haven't been keeping up, basically that's my old workshop, and inside of this building we're going to be adding a ginormous new workshop and a huge storage system into this underground labyrinth that I've built, which is not a labyrinth at all, because it's all the same. There's nothing that you can't get lost in it because it's all the same. But anyway, this level here where I am right now is going to be an absolutely ginormous storage system full of all sorts of vaults and clever ways of getting items in and out of it. And the area upstairs that I've just fallen down from is going to be a huge workshop full of all of the tools and equipment I'll ever need to fully automate pretty much producing everything. As well as that, on the top of this mountain and around the outsides, there are going to be big old factories like the one we've got here producing iron. And iron is the first step towards our storage system, because vaults are basically iron and barrels need wood. And yeah, that's I don't have a great deal of wood and no way of getting it currently. And the other thing I need to be thinking about as we move towards our new huge workshop is creating andesite alloy, which needs iron and andesite, and possibly some way of automating brass. But then I'm going to need copper, which can be fully automatically produced, but I'll also need zinc. As far as I'm aware, we can't automate zinc, so it might be a little bit tricky automating brass. We'll just have to do a lot of mining to get the zinc, but we're definitely going to need an andesite and copper farm if we're going to get huge quantities of both of those put in place. So what am I going to do today? Well, the next logical step for me is the wood for the vaults. And where better to have a tree farm, a ginormous tree farm, than over here where I've already built one. I tell a lie, this isn't mine. I'm pretty sure this is Chosen's. And whilst we could buy lots of wood from Chosen, that's not my plan. So without further ado, let's go back to my big old circle and think about how we can end up turning this huge platform into a very simple and very effective tree farm. Now, it would be incredibly easy just to automate a single type of wood on here, but why do that when I could have multiple types of wood? And in this game, there are 6 original types of tree, plus 3 brand new types of trees, as well as bamboo, and of course there's azalea leaves. Because I don't want a tree farm to just get wood, I want the leaves as well. And there's a good reason for that, and in order to show you that, I need to go all of the way to spawn. Over at the spawn area, I spent a long time building this big old dock with these fake shops on it. Fake shops that I had an intention to actually turn into real shops at some point. And you might notice that these shops sell fish and squid and glow squid, and this is going to be Prismarine. And over here we also are attempting to sell not rope, lanterns, leaves, and diamond ore apparently. And most of these things I'm going to have in huge quantities by the end of the day. We'll be able to sell all of our leaves in this little bushy leaf shop. We'll be able to sell lanterns from all of that iron we're getting, plus charcoal and sticks we'll get from the wood. We'll be able to turn Ropey's rope shop that sells rope into maybe a log shop that sells wood instead. Or I might save that for Ropey's rope shop that sells rope, I don't know. We could potentially sell something in this little fisherman's hut, but most importantly, we're going to be able to stock this with absolutely everything we need from the Prismarine farm, apart from the glow squid, because I haven't set that farm up yet, but that's going to be a very easy farm to do. But how am I going to achieve this incredibly simple yet incredibly powerful wooden tree and leaves and sticks and charcoal farm? Well, it's all going to come down to circles and schematics. But before we get carried away with that, I need to make this better. And I don't mean the killing or collection system, they work absolutely fine. I mean this bit down here, which is so full of fish, we need to do something with it, and we also need a way of collecting it all, turning all of the Prismarine stuff automatically into the better Prismarine stuff, and sending it to spawn. And with these few shulker boxes here, I believe I've got everything I need to turn my Prismarine dreams into a reality. But first of all, I'm going to need an awful lot of space, so it's smashing gravel time. So there we go, we got a big old space to work in, and now we've got to figure out what we're putting in here. This top row here, the raw materials we've got coming in, and from that I want to produce everything else. These represent cooked fish, because there's absolutely no point in selling raw fish, and from our Prismarine shards and crystals we can basically make these 3 blocks, and then if we turn some of the ink into black dye, then we can make these blocks. The other thing we could produce is bone blocks rather than bone meal, just to make it easier to transport, and the storage a little bit less full, and that means there are 8 things in total I actually want to be producing and sending out of here. The cooked fish and the bone blocks are 3 things. We've got these 3 blocks, that makes 6, and I also want to be sending out the ink sacks and the dark Prismarine as well. So 8 things in total in this little space. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? I think the first thing I should do is create storage for the final 8 things we're going to be creating, and then figure out how we're going to get the things to them, cooked and processed and all that sort of good stuff. And there we go, we've now got 8 storage vaults, all with little placards on showing me what needs to go in where, and we might as well start at the beginning with the Prismarine. And making that so simple as using a press with 4 Prismarine shards at a time to create one of those, which is as simple as throwing down a little bit of belt, sticking a funnel on there, a basin on there, and a press above that. We'll also need a funnel going into there and to set that to Prismarine so it doesn't accidentally make Prismarine bricks. And Prismarine bricks is exactly the same, but instead of requiring 4, it requires 9. So there we go, that's that one set up. Sea lanterns are a little bit different because they need to be crafted using an auto crafter, and that means having a whole bunch of funnels and things set up for those, so that's going to take up a lot of space and be quite awkward. So what we might do is just move down to the dark Prismarine, which also requires an auto crafter. So what about squid ink? Well, that's just coming straight from there. We don't need any processing for that. For the bone blocks, we can press bone meal into bone blocks, in which case we'll take that from there, and we'll take that from there, stick that in there, and we'll just shimmy these things around a little bit. And now we're going to skip past the complicated ones and go over to the fish ones. And obviously, in order to cook cod, we just need a fan with some fire, or a campfire. So again, let's just have a couple of shafts coming out of each one of these vaults. And it might actually make sense to put these a bit closer to each other. This time we'll put some brass funnels on there so we can filter them for the cooked stuff. And then we're just going to need a campfire and a fan sticking in the back of it and some power to that fan. And that should cook our fish. It's not going to cook it particularly quickly, but it'll do the job. I mean, we could double that up, I suppose. Or even better, we can quadruple it up. There we go. Now we've got 4 campfires that are going to be cooking both sides of that belt. Excellent. So for the crafters then, each one's only going to need 2 different ingredients, but they do require them in different ways. So first things first, let's just get a couple of short belts in front of these things. And this time I'm going to push those belts across to the center. And that means when we place these crafters, that'll give us a little bit more room behind them to get all of the gubbins in. Gubbins? Yeah, the gubbins. For the sea lanterns, the central sections can be all connected, meaning we're still going to need 5 funnels on this going in, 4 for the prismarine shards and 1 for all of the crystals. On the dark prismarine, however, it's the outside ones that can all be connected for the prismarine shards, and that means we only need 2 funnels on here, 1 for the black dye and 1 for the prismarine shards. And we could get black dye directly from ink sacs using a crafter. However, if we crush or mill them down, we'll actually get 2 back and some grey dye as well, which I don't really know if I want over here at the moment, because that's more things to collect and store and I don't have anything to do with it. So I think what we might do is literally just have a second crafter on here for the black dye. Oh dear, the machine is full. We're collecting a lot of items that aren't going in there because our vault is completely filled. Oh geez, I need to get on with this quickly. In order to get the correct items into these crafters, we're going to need a couple of depots and of course mechanical arms in order to put them in. So they're going to collect from there, put into there, and they can sit there. And exactly the same thing on this side, but we're going to need a little bit more room. So we'll have to come a block further back. And again, we're going to put into all of these funnels like this and pick up from there, and that can sit there. So now all of that's in place, apart from turning some of the squid into black dye, we just need to connect power and get the items where they need to be. And I haven't really left myself a massive amount of room for that, but I think we might just about be able to squeeze it all in. For these ones, we just need prismarine shards. So if we extend these belts across by 1 like this, in fact, we'll have these coming all the way to the back. That'll be nice and easy for us. We'll extend that out 1 further, put a bit of belt down here and bring that sort of this way-ish. We could send prismarine down there and just have it divert some of it into there and some of it into there with the handy thing known as a tunnel. The bone blocks are going to need bone meal, which is now making this space very, very tight already, and that gives us absolutely no room around all of those things at all. Oh geez, we've got the fish coming there, the other type of fish coming there. I need to optimize this. I think this is going to be quite a headache, squirreling all this around in here and making it all fit. And I suppose I could use frogs and packages with chain drives, but I think I'd rather get this done with belts so it uses a lot less power, and I'm hoping we're going to be able to power this entire thing from that single windmill we've actually got power in the farm, but I don't know how much power that's generating or how much we're going to need, so we'll find out. We now have a window, and I may have got a little bit carried away completing this entire setup and even bringing power in from our main base area all the way across the ocean into here, because the windmill just wasn't enough on its own to keep up with everything we needed to do. As you can see, everything is running very slowly and it looks all a little bit complicated, but let me try and talk you through it very quickly. We're now splitting everything from our main vault 2 ways. We're sending the prismarine and the bone meal over there, and we're sending all of the fish and the ink sacs over here. The fish is just running along here getting cooked by our little cookers, which I've just encased to make it look nice. And here we are actually bringing out a very small amount of ink at a time across here. That's getting split 2 ways. One is just going to go straight into the vault, and the other is coming through here to get turned into black dye. This little mechanical arm is then picking it up from there, as well as some of the prismarine shards, which are coming through over here, which we'll get to in a minute, and that's turning everything into dark prismarine. The other side of that, we've got the sea crystal making one, which is taking more of those shards from there, as well as the prismarine crystals, which are coming from this vault over here. Over here, we've got 9 bone meal at a time coming out, getting just turned into bone blocks, and then we've got all of the prismarine shards coming out, 25 at a time, going into this vault, getting split. So 4 come out of here to make prismarine. The other 21 come across here into this vault. 9 come out of there to make prismarine bricks, and the rest of them come out of here and go into there so it can feed both of these auto crafters. And by doing that and keeping all of the belts slow, but the crafters going very quickly, I'm trying very hard to make sure that we're getting plenty of sea lanterns and dark prismarine and not just turning everything into the bricks and the normal prismarine. As a result, if we look at our little stocky fellow here, you can see we've got roughly the same number of each one, but when I'm AFK, we are still generating more prismarine shards and prismarine crystals than we're actually able to use. And for some reason, even though there's a filter on here that says only allow those things, for somehow or other we're still getting loads of squid ink in there. That doesn't make sense. So now I'm going to attempt to empty it all out. No, I don't want to empty everything. No, stop it. Just all of the squid ink that shouldn't be in there. Oh dear, I've just thrown my rockets in there. That's not ideal. That's better. There's nothing in there that shouldn't be now, and hopefully we won't have any more issues with things going where they shouldn't be going. But that doesn't solve the issue that this entire thing is just too slow. I really need a way to speed up these crafters, and I've already got them going as fast as they can, which probably means I need to double them up and add in multiple crafters. But I don't really have the room in here for that at the moment, so I think that's something we'll come back to. For now, we're going to let this crack on, because now what we need to do is figure out how we're going to get all of these things over to the spawn area so that we can sell it. And that's all going to come down to post boxes. Oh, and before I forget, I've also got a little system in here that actually voids off any excess fish we've got and ink sacks, just in case we start getting a massive backup like we are doing with this cod, which would then back up that, which would then back up that, and potentially prevent anything from happening, because we just get way too much fish. As a result of that, and as a result of me forgetting to set the filter on here, I've been voiding off everything, including my rockets. Fingers crossed I got spare ones in here. Oh geez, not many. Well, let's craft a few more. That should do it. So back over here at spawn at my little fishing village, we are going to be setting up a system that automatically stocks all of these shops with all of those items we've just been producing. And the first place we need to go is inside this building, because this is going to be our warehouse. And I think the first thing we should add in here is a big old vault ready to stock all of the items we're going to be bringing over. And it doesn't need to be too big, that should be more than enough. Next, on the outside of the building, somewhere near our storage vault, we should probably stick on... where are we going to put this? Needs to be close enough to the track for a station. And the track's all... oh geez, where's my station? It's right under here. I need to connect this station to that post box, and I don't know what the range is, but I'm hoping to have the post box sort of up here really, so it can feed items through the wall. Means we probably need to get rid of a bit of this glow lichen. Plonk that there, and let's go and see if we can make this attached to the station. Click on that, and now can I reach all the way over there to where I want it? I'm not sure it'll let me, but we'll find out. No, it's too far away. Oh, but mate, I'm gonna have to do a bit of work with some track, I think. At the moment, the boat sort of comes round here, does a big circle, and then sort of lines itself back up with the tunnel entrance to go back out again, which is clearly too far away from there. So what I'm going to have to do is bring the boat further along through this big old patch of kelp and then turn its way back out there in order to go where I need it to go. Hopefully, by doing that, we'll be close enough to the post box for the train station to reach. But that means I'm going to have to get down underneath all of this and try and do this blind. Hopefully, I can swim around down here. I can just about see. Right, we've got our original bit of track over here. So we're going to come from here, and we need to sort of come round right over in this. I can't breathe. I'll have to do a bit of digging. Find myself a little air hole. Lovely. And I'm going to have to go this way a reasonable amount. It can connect. Yay! I did it. Nice. And we want the station somewhere near our shops, and I think this is probably about as close as I'm going to get. So let's dig through this way a little bit towards our shops, and we'll put the station as far away from the track as we possibly can, in the hopes that then that'll reduce the distance we need to go with the post box to where we want the post box. We're practically at the front door. Can I put it here? I can. Wow, okay. Okay, little post box, can you reach from here? We've clicked on the station. We can. Excellent. So the post box can go there. That's amazing. So now we're just going to get the packages out of there and into the vault in here. So moving on a little bit, I think I've got this set up the way I think it should work. Bear in mind, I've never made shops in Create 6 before, so I'm kind of winging it based on what I've seen from other people's things. Here we've got our post box, which is connected to the train station, so when the boat pulls in, it'll drop the packages off here, and then the packages that are inside the post box will then come out across these two little item drains into this packager here, and they'll get put inside the item vault. And the reason I'm using item drains instead of belts or chain conveyors is basically because then I don't need any power. Here we've got a display board with all of the items I've got at the Prismarine farm, and then next to them all of the items that we've got in this vault, and it's currently showing nothing because this vault is empty. And yes, I've had to put a chunk loader over at the Prismarine farm in order to be able to read the inventory from here, otherwise it'll just show 0, so we're gonna have to get ourselves another chunk loader at some point. Anyway, out the front of our little warehouse here is our shop clerk. This is where we're going to be buying the items from, and I'm probably going to have to tidy this up a little bit. But basically, if you were to go shopping here, you would choose everything, get it on your shopping list, come over to this chap, and once you paid for your items, they would then be sent out of this packager along here, unpackaged into this barrel, and then all of your items would be sent out through the wall into that barrel, which then just makes me think I don't need two lots of barrels here. I might as well shufty this round a little bit. There we go. Then that's a lot less convoluted. So the next thing I'm going to do is try and figure out how I actually set up products on here to sell. I know you use these tablecloths, and I'm assuming you have to link those to your storage network, which I assume means I'm going to need some diamonds and some things to actually sell. These are all the items we're going to be selling. And I'm completely guessing here, but I imagine if I take that tablecloth and come and click it on something like our little stock ticker here, that does nothing at all. Start with the shop's inventory. Employ a mob or a blaze burner. Yeah, I've done that. Yeah. Fill the shop inventory item. Yeah, well, I haven't done that bit, but we'll get to that. Right click. Interact with the shopkeeper while holding a tablecloth. Okay. Well, that's what I thought I did. Oh, configure. But there's no items in there to configure. Okay, in that case then, let me throw in all of the items that we're going to be selling at the shops. There you go. We've got some items now. Now, if I click on you with the tablecloth, I can choose what we're going to sell on it. Okay, well, let's have this one be cooked cod then. And I'm assuming if I put that down there... Yes, that works. Amazing. Okay. Right, we don't want that one there, though. Let's just clear that tablecloth and put that back down. This one's going to be salmon... cod, squid ink we've got. We haven't got any of that yet, but we are going to be using this for our Prismarine, and we've got 4 different types, so let's just clear this up a little bit. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And let's go and see what we can do. So green is salmon, pink is cod, yellow is ink sacs, and then red, we got various. We've got those. Oh, I haven't put bone blocks anywhere. Well, we'll do that there. Bone blocks, sea lanterns, prismarine, dark prismarine, and prismarine. Does that put them all on one, or will that make... Oh, I don't want to do that. No. Not what I want at all, mate. I guess we'll have to do them all individually. Right, no problem, sir. If I click on that with a diamond, I can say 1 diamond for 1 fish. Oh, I've got to set the quantities as well. Oh, my goodness me. This is stupid. I can't set a stack because I've only got 2, so I need stacks of items in there. Right, okay, well, we're selling 1 fish for a diamond at the minute then. That's absolutely fine. We'll have that how it's going to be for now, just so that we can test the system out, and then we'll go and get all of the stock actually filled into the shop. So if I wanted some sea lanterns, can I not buy from my own shop to test it? Oh, there we go. I got a shopping list. I come over to this chap here. There we go. He's took my diamond. And hopefully, there we go, my sea lantern is in the barrel. Where does my diamond go? That's what I want to know. Oh, it just goes in here. That's convenient. So now I need to get all my stock in here, but before I do that, I do kind of want to just make this bit look a little bit nicer because this is rubbish, and I'd like to have an actual shop clerk and not just a blaze burner. So I've reorganized my shop front a little bit to make it look slightly nicer, and now I need a shop clerk, and I can only think of one thing that's going to be the perfect clerk for my shop, and that, of course, is going to be a guardian. So we're going to have to go a very long way on my jetpack, holding this fella. I got a guardian and a flappy tail, apparently. I don't know if I'll be able to get it on the seat, is the thing I'm slightly concerned about. Not far to go now. We have almost arrived at our destination. It has been a very slow journey, and I have burnt through an awful lot of jetpack fuel, but it's hopefully going to be worth it, providing I can get my new shop clerk into his seat. Oh, please don't kill me. He almost killed me near my base. Please don't kill me. Just sit in my... Yes! Don't shoot me! You're going to be called Keith. No, I can't name tag him while he's in a chair. Okay, you have to come out. No. I'm going to have to break your chair, Keith. Sorry about this. There you go. You can be Keith. And now I put your chair back down. Where'd you go? Stop it. Don't shoot. And then now you can sit there. Yes, excellent. Good morning, Keith. I would like to buy something. You're not very tall, are you? You need to be taller. How am I supposed to see you, Keith? Don't worry, Keith. I will solve your small stature problem. There you go. No, oh, geez, that didn't work. Oh, there we go. Got yourself in your chair. Well done, Keith. Good job. No, don't shoot. Oh, look at that. Keith is going to be able to sell everybody all the good things. and shoot them while they're shopping, because he's got an incredible range. It's going to be an experience shopping at the fish market. Right now, we need to put some signs up here. Hopefully that's out, going to block Keith's vision a little bit. It doesn't seem to have done. Let's hope maybe with these copycat steps, I can't put them on because we've got fancy stuff there. Maybe we don't need fancy stuff and we would be better off just doing that in order to limit how much Keith can shoot me. Don't shoot, Keith. Stop me. I foresee this being a bit of a nightmare, not only for the shoppers, but also when I come in to collect my... Don't shoot, Keith, when I go in to collect all my money. If I put up a wall behind Keith, there we go. Now I can get to my money and Keith can't shoot me. Ha! Now the shop area is safe, but outside is not so safe. Ow, I'm trying to write your sign, Keith. And the shop shall henceforth be known as Keith's Prismarine Fish and Stuff Store, which you don't want to get too close to. So now all we need is stock and possibly a less deadly shopkeeper. Now, in order to get stock over to Keith's shop, we're going to be using these factory gauges. But if I actually start calling for items now, they will be released from the vaults at the Prismarine farm, but they've got nowhere to go. So we're not going to do that. We're going to go over there and set up the post box at that end, and then the ship, and then the track, and then figure out how exactly we're going to do this. See you soon, Keith. So over here at the Prismarine farm, behind all of the vaults, I have already put on packages and stock links, which is how we've been able to tell how much stock we've had. And when we call for stock from these vaults, they will appear as in packages inside of there. But they're no good in there. We need to then get them out of there and put them in that post box, which means we're going to either need a bunch of conveyors or some chain conveyors. Doesn't really matter. What matters is how we then get them to our boat. So I'm basically going to have to dig yet again through copious amounts of gravel in order to get the post box close enough to the side of our Prismarine farm so that the boat can reach the post box and collect the items from it. And now that all of that gravel smashing's completed and I have a nice little hallway with some girders and lanterns and a big old conveyor coming down to a post box and some windows as well so I can see my boat when it comes, this should be just about done. But I think we're going to have a problem. You see, when the boat comes to pick up the items, this mailbox needs to be loaded in order for the boat to be able to read the contents of it and take them out. The other thing is, in order to call the boat, we need to fire this comparator to set off this redstone link to tell the boat to come here to collect things. And if these chunks are not loaded, then that's not going to happen. So we need a chunk loader here. But I've already put one in the system just down there so that we can measure how much stock's in the system from the shopping area. But unfortunately, that is too far away from our post box for it to reach to be able to load those chunks as well. And that's annoying. And what's more annoying is this is the one I've stolen from my workshop, which I kind of need at my workshop. So I actually need 2 more chunk loaders just to load this farm. So I spent the last few minutes running around underneath the ocean floor, placing in a whole bunch of track, which should hopefully mean the boat can travel all the way down there, turn around and come back again. That's the plan at least. But of course I haven't tried it yet, so it's time to take our boat for a little bit of a spin and see exactly what it can do. Let's go into I can't see anything cam. Maybe looking through the window would be better. No, I can't see a great deal at all through the window either. I forgot how hard it is to see through this thing. Yet we crash into the side of the farm, scrape along the side of it, and then sort of kind of go back. And I need to try that again. Do we hit it? Oh, no, we're not. We haven't hit it. It just looks like you have from the boat. Okay, let's go a bit further forward then. Have another quick look now. No, we still haven't hit it. Stop when we're roughly alongside it, which is around about here. Check it out now. Oh, look at that. That's perfect. Yep, I think we've nailed it. Let's hop down here and get this post box sorted out. So we need a label for that one. FNT Guardian Farm. And then we just need a schedule and a driver. There you go. Good job, dog. Wolf, whatever your name is. We go and pop the station in roughly around about there, and then we need to bring that back as close to this as possible again to make life nice and easy for us. So let's just pop it on that bit of seagrass there. Call this FNT Guardian Farm as well, and then we can link that post box. Now you're only sending packages, you don't need to do anything else, which actually means I don't think you need a name. So we'll get rid of your name for now. So the schedule for this boat needs to be a bit different from the one I set up at my iron farm, because I actually want this boat to live here and not at spawn if it's not busy doing something like delivering cargo. And the reason for that is it's a bit of a laggy beast, so I kind of want it away from my base as far as possible and away from spawn, because spawn's laggy enough. So the way I've set this schedule up is to basically say, come to the Guardian farm, and if you've got any packages in you at all, then head over to Docktown, wait there for 30 seconds, and then come back here. So it'll only go back to Docktown if it's actually got any packages on it, otherwise it will stay here. And I think that should work. So if I give this schedule to the dog now, it shouldn't go anywhere at all. Excellent job. Good driving to the station, dog friend. Very slow driving, but I like it. And we have stopped. And now you're not going to go anywhere at all, unless there are some packages to collect, which at the moment there aren't. So now this is where I could really do with that chunk loader at this post box, so that we can actually put stuff onto the boat. And for that, I'm going to have to go back to the nether. Chaps, would you like to come play gold with me? I got gold. And that got me another couple of dry ghasts and 20 pieces of crying obsidian, which I can use to make 3 more respawn anchors, which I can then use to make 3 more big old power loaders, which I then need to take back to the nether to bag myself 3 more ghast. And with these, I can put 1 back in my workshop, 1 back into storage for later, and another 1 over at the Guardian farm. And with a little bit of jiggery pokery, we can get this running full speed, just like that, which means we can now load up all the chunks. Nice. So now all I've got to do is call for products over at the shopping area, and they should end up in here, and they should go on the boat, and the boat should then come to me. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Hey Keith, how you doing? I'm getting you some products, mate. Right, okay, so how's this going to work then? If we call with the package address as Docktown and connect that to that, I believe if we then request some, they should just arrive. But let's just get them all connected first. Okay, I think everything is fully connected, so let's request 9 stacks of each one. And hopefully this is doing what we want it to do. I won't know until the boat gets here unless I fly over there and go and check. But I'm going to ask for all of them as quickly as I possibly can. There we go. Fingers crossed. Oh, what's going to have gone wrong? Something's going to have gone wrong. Oh, the boat hasn't left, which is possibly a good sign, possibly a bad sign. And there are no packages in there. However, there are packages in there, but they're not on the belt because I didn't put any funnels on. So it kind of worked. Things to go wrong, number 1. Okay, then let's hop to the end of this belt. Start putting some funnels. Oh, no, I don't want you there. No, that's no. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I'll just pop you on the belt. There you go. The funnel. No, I don't. Stop it. It's because the belt is moving. The boat's going to go before I even got 1 package on it. There we go. 1 there. 1 there. Ah, no, 1 there. Jeez. Hopefully this isn't just going to keep sending loads and loads of packages. It kind of looks like it is. It's slightly concerning. Oh, the boat is gone, which is going backwards. Why are you going backwards, you moron? You stupid. You're supposed to drive forward, mate. It's how boats work. Oh, well, I guess I'll see you in a week. I've never seen my boat go in this perspective before, but this should be interesting. My question is, though, are we going to get any packages into our post box, and is the boat going to smash into literally everything on its way round? Just keep your eyes peeled as it wiggles its way around the area of Docktown. It has not crashed into anything yet. It is slowing down for the state. It's stopped there. Don't know why. Oh, maybe that's where I put the station. Okay, that's fine. But are the packages going in here? There are none in there. Did anything go in at all? No. Oh, yeah, we got 1 stack of cooked salmon. Really? You dropped off 1 pack. Did you only have 1 package in you? Oh, geez. Well, we'll solve the fact that he's going backwards a little bit later. I want to make sure when he comes this time, he takes more than 1 package, because that's quite concerning. But here it is. Here's the boat. Take more than 1. Yeah, they took everything. That's good. You can't even see. Here he comes. I'm prepared. This time I am going to see this thing in action. And then the next time he comes back, I'm actually going to stop him and get him facing in the right direction. But this time I'm ready to see him in action. I want to see all of those packages come through here in a night. Oh, there they go. Look at them going into the system. This is incredible. We are getting stock very slowly because this is probably the most useless way of doing it. but it is coming. You mean it's the most useless way of doing it? Well, if we used a redstone requester rather than using factory gauges, we could request more than one stack at once per package. The problem then is actually requesting the right items, because the advantage of this system is the fact that it's only going to request things that it hasn't got enough of. Right, I will see you when you get back, boat, and I will spin you around. The dog is now facing in the correct direction because I've spun the boat around, and hopefully he will continue to face in this direction. Why are you going? What? Okay. Dog, no more going backwards. Can't just call him Dog. Well, no one give him a name. Yep, stop it. Wait, how you get on my boat? What do you mean it's dark? No, it isn't. Got lanterns on and everything, mate. Okay, reassemble boat. Dog, don't fall out of boat while reassembling boat. Is Dog still in boat? Dog is still in boat. This is good news. Right, we need to send you back to the Guardian Farm, which is what that's on. So now you have no choice but to go forwards, you maniac. Ha! I win. Just let me out. Let me out. Let me out of the boat. Ah! So next time he comes back, he should be facing forward, and we should actually get some more packages in here so that we can actually get this thing properly stocked, and I can finally set those prices. I believe this could be the last delivery, and yes, since I've spun him round, the boat has only been driving forward, which is wonderful, and hopefully by the time this is in, yeah, we somehow have 10 stacks of that, and there are more promises for all of them as well, weirdly. But yes, we got 9 out of 9 on each one, which means I can finally set those shop prices, and providing everything was working correctly, the boat wouldn't come back until we'd actually sold some stock. But it is going to come back because for some reason, even though we've only asked for 9 of 9, it's still got 64 promised in there, which means it's got to bring those next. Well, that's fine. Okay, my little shoppy fellow, I need to come and redo all of these. I would appreciate it very much if you don't shoot me while I'm doing it. 2 stacks for a diamond of salmon, 2 stacks for a diamond of cod, 2 stacks for a diamond of ink sacks. Why not? We'll do 1 stack of bone blocks for a diamond. Stop it. 2 stacks of prismarine bricks for a diamond. Stop it. 4 stacks of normal prismarine for a diamond. Stop it. 1 stack of dark prismarine for a diamond. Stop it. And 2 stacks of sea lanterns for a diamond. Stop it. Okay. Bone. That one. That one. That one and that one. No, stop it. Pop that there. Pop that there. You're on. Oh, I did these the wrong way around. Hang on a minute. Pink is cod. Pink is cod. And we want 2 stacks for diamond on cod. 2 stacks for diamond, please. And yellow is squid. Quick, 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 quick. There we go. One of those there and one of those there. Now I just need my diamonds. Okay, diamonds time. They're going to be for 1 diamond. So are those. Don't shoot. So are those. 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 And so are those. So, if I wanted to buy some sea lanterns, I could get 2 stacks for 1 diamond. I'm going to come over to here, dodge the Guardian, give the Guardian the shopping list. That's going to go through. Both stacks should appear in the barrel in a second. There they are. I can take those. And then my diamond should be in here. There it is. Amazing, we've got a shop and it works. The only question I've now got is how many of each thing should we stock? And the boat is back. Does that mean all of the promises are now done? Oh no, we've asked for more sea lanterns, of course, because I bought some. It's amazing. I genuinely can't believe how good this is and how well it works. I'm so over the moon that we've finally got my boat doing something. Oh, genius. What's not so genius, however, is the string of problems that I've just had with this system. All because I logged in. Basically, I went AFK over here at the Guardian Farm for a few hours last night. And then when I logged in this morning, I got a message on my screen saying that my boat driver had disappeared. As you can see, my boat is driving, so it has a driver. But unfortunately, the dog that was driving it all of a sudden just vanished. When I logged in, the boat was parked just about here, not quite at the station. And when I looked inside, the dog was completely gone and nowhere to be found. And I've run up and down the river all the way back and forth from spawn looking for him, and there's no sign of him anywhere, and also no sign in the logs that he's died, so who knows what's happened to that dog. So then I replaced the dog with a cow, and when the cow came back, he vanished. This driver has gone missing. Just over there, for no reason at all, mid-driving, as I was here. Weird. So in order to make sure that my drivers on my boat don't keep dying, I've replaced the actual driver with a blaze burner. But is my blaze burner able to drive? He is. Excellent. Okay, so we can have a blaze burner as the driver. That's good. A blaze burner can drive your boat, but it can't die because it's a block and not an animal. The good news, however, is because of all of my works being AFK, we've got a whole bunch of stuff in here. We're actually maxed out on ink sacks and cooked fish. We've got loads and loads of prismarine and sea lanterns and a few bone blocks, but not too many because I've been sending it all over to the shopping area in the hopes that people are going to start spending their diamonds. And this is where my next set of problems came into play, because as much as my boat was picking up the packages from the Guardian farm and bringing them over here, it wasn't actually dropping them off because, contrary to what I understood, this area is not chunk loaded. I thought Mr. Beardstone had force loaded the entirety of Spawn, but it turned out it wasn't. So what I've had to do is use that spare chunk loader, put it onto the train station down here that the boat comes to, which means that when the boat gets here to drop off packages, it actually loads these chunks, which then allows the packages to go into the shop and get itself restocked. So now, as you can see, it's slowly nearly filling up to 27 stacks of each one, but unfortunately, peeps, I haven't made any money yet. Sad times. But anyway, now that my driver situation and my stock situation are solved, it's time to turn our thoughts over to that tree farm that I mentioned right at the beginning of the video, and then feel even more sad that it's taken me all this time so far just to get to this point. We haven't got time to do this today. Last time on the Just Create SMP, I opened this Prismarine shop that's got a guardian for a shopkeeper that shoots you. It also sells fish and squid ink and even bone blocks. And I'd love to say that since I recorded the last video, I've made loads of diamonds, but I've still not made any because I literally just stopped recording the last video about half an hour ago. So no one's been on to buy anything yet. And because I spent so much time in the last video setting up this Prismarine construction facility, as well as all of the logistics, getting the items on my boat and over to the shopping area, I never actually got round to doing what I said I was going to do, which is to turn this big old circle I'm standing on, this giant circle, into an amazing tree farm that will hopefully be generating us all of the different types of woods. How are we going to do this, you might ask? Well, I'm going to need a whole bunch of deployers, I'm going to need some schematics, and I'm going to probably need a windmill similar to this one. But before we actually start building the farm, I need to figure out how we're going to lay it out. Because we've got the 6 original types of Minecraft wood, as well as the 3 relatively new types of Minecraft wood, plus bamboo, and I'd also like this system to actually harvest leaves for us as well. But because azalea leaves grow on oak logs, and because oak leaves are exactly the same as dark oak leaves, we don't actually need to grow oak trees. We could just grow azalea trees, get the leaves from them, and then but then we can't replant them. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. I think. I'll have to figure that out. But anyway, that should leave us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different types of tree that we're going to be harvesting. And that means I need to divide this huge circle up into 10 segments, for which I'd rather have 8, because that would be significantly easier. Oh, jeez. In order to do that, though, I'm going to take a download of this world and start doing some preparations on a creative copy of it, so I can get this all sorted without making huge changes to this area, because this area is just so huge. If I start making mistakes, they're gonna be big mistakes, and I don't want to be recording this video for the next 3 weeks. So over here on a creative copy of the world, the first test I want to do is to see if azalea bushes will actually grow without bone meal. And the easiest way to find that out is to plant some and turn random tick speed on and then realize that no, they won't. But if I bone meal them, they will. So the only way I could get oak logs and azalea leaves is if we added bone meal into the system, which is not impossible, but probably quite tricky. And it's not impossible because my Guardian farm produces bone meal. So we could easily route some of that to the azalea tree bits and then just have those automatically grow, which would probably give us quite a lot of oak and azalea leaves. And that sounds good to me. The next test I want to do isn't really a test, it's more of how I'm going to divide a circle up into 10 segments. So let's grab a block that I can easily see and let's draw some lines on this bit here. Now obviously in the real world we're not going to be using this little circle that's at the top of this thing, we're going to be using that big one, but this will give us exactly the same sort of segmenty bits that we're looking for. And I need to basically work out 36-degree angles in Minecraft. And because I can't find a tool online to do that for me, I'm going to have to try and figure it out myself, which is going to be tricky. Perhaps it would be easier to go around this part of the circle and then make lines towards the center of it, counting the number of blocks. But then I need to know how many blocks they are, and it would be a lot easier if this circle was smaller. Let's make this 10 long on each side. And then let's make a circle. And there we go. We got a circle that's 21 blocks in diameter, which should make counting segments much easier. So each side we need 5 segments, and there are 27 blocks on each side, which means each segment needs to be 5.4 blocks wide, which isn't really going to work. And that doesn't take into account the fact that each line is going to be a block's width. So if we're having 5 segments, that's going to be 4 lines. So 27 minus 4 is 23 divided by 5. So each segment needs to be 4.6 blocks wide. Great. So we'll do 5 and see what happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 segments in there. So if we extend those lines all the way to the edge, that's going to give us a perfect 10 thingy segment for the entire thing. But it would also be nice if everything was a bit more symmetrical. Well, this looks a bit weird, doesn't it? Well, this circle that I've made behind me now has 12 segments, and it doesn't really matter if we've got extra segments because I'm sure we can use those for something. And that's a lot more of a nice pattern and certainly easier to make all the way across there than the other one. But if we're doing 12, we don't need it all to be off by a block. This circle also has 12 segments, and this one's going to be substantially easier to get the blocks all the way to the edges because, well, 4 of them are straight lines. So now I've extended the circle onto the edges of our small little disc in the middle, which is not where we're going to be having it when we actually have it out there. And I've also added on some grass blocks and the different saplings for each type. But how's this going to work? How are we going to plant the saplings and harvest the trees and the leaves? Well, that's quite simple. We're going to use a windmill. So basically here in the center of the circle, we'd have a windmill bearing, then a few bits of wool. We don't want many because we don't want this thing going too fast. Then we would extend our little beam all the way to the edge of the circle. Realize I've done it 1 block too low down for the deployers. And then we would add a whole bunch of deployers facing down towards the grass blocks, a couple of blocks up, that are going to be placing our saplings for us. And normally what you do is then put the filters on for the saplings you want to be placed on each of the deployers, so as they go past the grass blocks, providing they've got saplings in their little storage system, which I haven't put on this, they would then place the saplings onto the grass blocks as they go past. The problem with that, however, is we need multiple different types of saplings. We don't want this coming past here, finding an empty spot in the spruce section and then planting spruce, and likewise planting spruce in the birch, and so on and so forth all the way round. We want it to plant the exact right saplings in the exact right spaces, and that's where the schematics come into play. You see, if I take a schematic of this entire area just having the saplings in it and save that, something like sapling circle test, and then I just save and upload that immediately so I get the schematic, I then just need to place that schematic where it needs to go, which is there. And then instead of putting the saplings in the deployers, I just put the schematic in them all. And now if I give this windmill some storage and throw all of the different types of saplings and stuff we want inside of it, and of course let's not forget to glue it all together. Oh, and let's not forget to put the saws on there that are actually going to be cutting these trees down. And then when I set this thing going, if there are saplings missing, it's only going to replace the ones that are supposed to go there. So these are all going to be jungle ones. There we go. These will all be acacia ones. Come on, little machine. There we go. And henceforth, we have a tree farm. A very, very simple, easy, lazy tree farm that doesn't require any power at all. To help me with this build, I'm going to be using a brand new tool that Mr. Beardstone has been recommended I use for a while, called the Wand of Symmetry. So I'm just about to make one. There we go. And this thing should make my life significantly easier with all the modifications and changes I've got to make to that Guardian farm. And now that I've got my Wand of Symmetry, I've spent a little while gathering materials ready to start building this thing. And as you can see, we've got a whole bunch of Prismarine. We've got all of the harvestry things that we're going to be needing. We've got a whole bunch more building blocks. And we've got my usual create boxes. And of course, we've got all of our saplings. Now, I've only got 4 propagules, I've only got 10 acacia saplings, and I've got no jungle saplings at all. So I need to go and grab some of those before we can start. But yeah, otherwise, I think we've got everything we need. And the closest jungle is that spawn. I'm sure there was a jungle nearby. Oh, it's the other side of... Oh, geez, it's miles away. Okay, so the closest jungle is all the way past spawn, all the way over here, over to there. Big flying... all the way up in the sky. Minimap on. Let's get up to around about 500 in the sky. And then we'll just glide all the way there. Well, I may have overcooked it. We're almost there according to the map, and I'm still 400 blocks in the sky. So I think it's time to go down and start getting some of those jungle saplings. Oh, and Mr. Beardstone, I saw you getting these leaves in your last episode, and you didn't even cut down the stumps. Very naughty. His last episode, it was out weeks ago. Yeah, well, I'm recording ahead because it's summer holidays, mate. I've got to go away soon. I've been working like a beaver. Beaver? Yeah, I've been working like a beaver, mate. They make Minecraft videos, do they? Yeah, there's very popular Minecraft beaver videos here. And there we go. We've now got all of the saplings we need, so it's time to start building. And it turns out this wand of symmetry is incredible. I've just come back to our test world to just test out how it all works. I've got it in octagonal mode, which I thought would mean it would do 8 segments, but it doesn't. It means it'll do basically whatever you want. So if I draw a line down here, it's going to do the lines down the other sides. And then when I start doing the diagonals, look how it does all of the diagonals that I need. Every single one. So I basically only need to do 2 lines, and the wand of symmetry is going to do everything else. So back on the world, let's get this set up exactly the same. And now it's building time. I've gone and started making some fancy lines in this big circle, but there are a couple of issues with that wand of symmetry, and one of them I'm not very happy with at all. The first one, which I don't mind too much, is the fact that the range stops here, so I can't actually go any further than that, but the other one seems to be a little bit more problematic. Removing the wand of symmetry for a moment, so I'm going to put down these 3 shulker boxes. I'm going to put some industrial iron in there, I'm going to put some glass in there, and some more glass in that one. I'm now going to pick them all up, put the wand of symmetry back there, and then I'm going to come over here and I'm going to place down the one that's got industrial iron in it. There we go, I've placed that down. It hasn't placed any more. Well, it has actually. It's placed my other ones there, and this one's got industrial iron in it, and this one has nothing in it now, even though I just put glass in it. So now I'm going to go and pick that up. It's going to give me all 3 back, and now the one with the industrial iron has still got industrial iron in it, but the other ones are both empty, and they were full. I had a full shulker box of sea lanterns and a full shulker box of dark prismarine, and now they're empty. So yeah, in order to actually carry enough materials with this thing, in order to place what you need to place, it's quite tricky, hence carrying these shulker boxes with me. But unfortunately, that means all the contents get deleted. So yeah, I'm going to have to be a little bit more careful when dealing with this stuff. Jeez. So yeah, without further ado, let's crack on with that time lapse. And now we've turned into a slideshow for some reason. Oh, geez. It's gone. It's gone. Okay, well, I managed to up the range to 128 using the config, which is only 28 more blocks than it was, but that did turn my PC into a slideshow a couple of minutes ago just from breaking this outer ring of blocks. I didn't even get all the way round, so clearly it doesn't like something. I just have to restart Minecraft and hope for the best. But yes, I got to this bit here. Are we still wanding? I believe so. We got loads of glass from that when I smashed it. Yep. And some of the glass is going into the ocean, but that's absolutely fine because I've got way more glass than I could ever know what to do with. And my pickaxe is dying. My pickaxe doesn't like this at all because every block that I'm breaking, I'm actually breaking 8. Here we go. We can now put this outer ring in round here. Not that I'm going to have enough blocks to do it, but I'm going to try my best. So I've run out of industrial iron. Back to the workshop. Right, disable wand of symmetry so that when I break my shulker boxes, they're not all going to be empty. I can go and deposit all of this glass that I've been collecting back. Let's fix my pickaxe and grab a whole bunch more industrial iron. Then we can request another shulker box worth of sea lanterns and dark prismarine as well. And now I can put these back up here, fill my pockets, put the wand of symmetry back, and go and finish off my circle. And there we go. We've now got 12 segments, a ring round the middle and a ring round the outside, just making all of these segments individual. And yes, if I look at it straight down, you will notice that my angles are not perfect, and therefore some of the segments are bigger than the others. This one, this one, this one, and this one are far wider than the rest, but that really doesn't matter. Now what I need to figure out is where I'm going to put the dirt. See, I don't want millions of trees growing here because I'll be spending a long time AFK at the Prismarine farm, so if there's millions of trees, then I'm just going to get way too much wood. So I basically need to think of a reasonable sort of layout for each one of these segments that's not going to look really weird on the rest of them. So I suppose actually it would be a good idea to put the wand of symmetry back and then start laying some in one of these angled bits and see how it looks in the rest of them. And that looks about perfect for splitting up these segments. I mean, it hasn't done anything for those ones, but for these ones, that's fine. But obviously, we're not actually splitting up these segments. I'm just trying to find out where the best place to put my saplings would be. And I'm thinking... oh, how many saplings do we want on each thing? I don't know. So doing it that way, we would get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 saplings per segment. But it kind of makes me feel like there's an awful lot of empty space in each one of these things. So maybe we should have multiple rows at different angles. This is going to take me a while, so I'll be back with you once I've sorted it. I may have made a bit of a mess of my circle, putting many rings of dirt around it in the hopes that that will help me figure out what spots to put my dirt on. And I don't know if it has, but I quite like the fact that we've got these rings around here. Not made of dirt, obviously. So I'm kind of thinking of adding a whole bunch more sea lanterns and other bits and splitting everything up a bit more, but we'll see what happens. For now, I need to figure out exactly where all of these trees are going to be going, and I want them to go on the lines. So I've got these lines running backwards and forwards to the center, which you can just about see. But then we're going to need more lines in between those running up those ones as well, so we can get lots of trees per segment. So following this line up here would mean we need the tree in one of these spots. So we're going to start with probably that one, then I guess this one, then this one, then this one, and hopefully in a nice line all the way up to the end. And that'll give us 9 trees per segment in a line. And now I just gotta find the next part of the line. Oh, geez. Do they even go up the middle? Kind of, sort of a bit. Not really. Needs to sort of come more that way. Oh, geez. Lines are difficult. Now, there is a slightly easier way for me to figure out where the lines are supposed to go, or where the blocks are supposed to go, and that is basically to come all the way to the edge, find the center of where my last one was and the next one is, which will be over here. So the center between those is going to be roughly around about this point here-ish. And if I break that block, you'll see I get a line. When I place this one, oh, it doesn't reach this far. Well, basically, yeah, I get a line when I get close enough that comes all the way back. Some nice particles. There we go. And I just have to follow that line. And providing I follow that line pretty much smack on, that should take me towards the center, and therefore the blocks that I'm placing should be in a nice diagonal line. There we go. So now if I look up and have a look, yeah, there we go. We got a lovely little line going on there. So I just need to do the same along that bit now. Well, that was easier. The stupid thing is, though, all of the places I'm putting sea lanterns are where I want the dirt, and all of the dirt is probably where I'd like to have sea lanterns. But not to worry. We'll figure it out. That looks better. We've got 3 lovely rows, kind of, sort of a bit the same distance apart from each side. And that gives us 27 trees per segment. And currently we've added them into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 segments. So we need to now do the other ones, which are a completely different shape. But the good thing about these extra wide segments is the fact that they're going to be on a perfect diagonal. So all I got to do is find the very center, which is basically this line of blocks here. Mr. Beardstone!
Hello.
I hear you're having a crashing time, sir.
I did just crash, yeah. My client doesn't usually crash, and neither does the server.
I think it may be the wand of symmetry.
Oh.
Yeah.
You reckon?
Yeah, well, I've got it on octagonal to help me make this circle. And I'm having quite a few issues with it. If I go and start working too far away, and my frames just die and my PC pretty much melts.
It's looking very nice, though.
Yeah. Can you tell what this bit's going to be, Miss Beardstone?
A very nice pattern.
It's not a pattern, Miss Beardstone. The dirt might give it away.
Okay, I'll go into free cam and have a look, but I won't be able to hear you. One sec.
Okay.
A big pattern.
Yeah, no, it's a tree farm, Mr. Beardstone.
Oh, a tree.
Yeah.
This is going to be a humongous tree farm, Foxy.
Yes. But there's only going to be 27 trees per type of tree, but it will do every type of tree.
Oh, okay. So you're not planting trees on all the dirt?
No. Just these singular patches. So I've
Oh, okay.
I've turned the big circle into 12 sections. I need 11 for all of the different tree types and bamboo and whatnot. Basically, very similar to the Guardian Farm. Big windmill with some deployers and saws on it. Goes round and round and round, planting and chopping down trees.
Nice. Just as Throwlash opens his tree shop.
Yeah. There is a tree. If you just, I don't know if you're rendering this.
I can literally see it. I can see it just on the edge of my render distance.
Is that Throwlash's? Is it? I thought it might have been Chosen's, but yeah, there's one there.
Yeah, that's Throwlash's base. That is.
Oh, is it? Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's where he's basing. So I'm assuming that's his tree farm.
Right. Yeah. So 2 tree farms. Well, I just thought it makes sense. Seems like I'm going to be AFK here anyway. You know.
Oh no, I think it makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm going to need a lot of wood. So why not?
I like it.
So slowly but surely I've been making my way around this huge disc, adding in all of these crazy circles made of sea lanterns, dark prismarine and industrial iron. And I've just got to the last 2 rings and I'm almost out of sea lanterns, but my process is relatively simple. In order to save my pickaxe's durability, I've been using my shovel and my axe because they both got silk touch on, and glass and sea lanterns can be smashed with any tool. And I basically just follow this line of dirt like this, smash the glass below it so that I know where my circle's gonna be, smash into the sea lanterns either side of that dirt, and continue this until the symmetry one starts smashing things the other side and I meet up with the gap that it's left. Once I've got this middle gap, I then place in the industrial iron along that line that I've just created, and then I use my axe to do the sides of that where the dark prismarine's going to be, either side of the industrial iron, and then I throw in the dark prismarine, and then eventually I get round to using my pickaxe on the sides where I can start throwing in the sea lanterns. And it's taking forever, but I'm nearly there. I'm just hoping I don't run out of sea lanterns before I get to the end, but fingers crossed everything will go well and this will be finished before I know it. And there we go. I believe all of my rings are now in. There's probably a couple of mistakes here and there. Yep, I can see one just there. But all in all, I think I've got everything. There are some strange shapes going on with some of these circles, but I really don't mind that. And I had to raid my Guardian farm for every last sea lantern. This is literally all I've got left. So I'm going to have to do a whole bunch more AFK here if I want to do anything else with sea lanterns. But yeah, very happy with how that's all turned out. Now I've just got to build a tree farm in it. And poof, just like that, it's the next day. And I've spent a few hours here at the Guardian Farm AFK. As a result, we've got a whole bunch of sea lanterns and dark prismarine now, and even a few bone blocks. But before I get on to making this tree farm, there's just one part of this circle I'm not overly happy with, and that's that weird flat line there. So I'm just going to attempt to make that a little bit more curvy. And then I'll make a tree farm. How does that line look? That looks more curved to me. So if I follow that line with the blocks, and then I just need to do the underside of it as well. Now let's place in the sea lanterns. Then I need to get the dark prismarine on the inside of those, which will go something a little bit like this. Then we need to make the industrial iron follow that line that I've made. Figure out where our dirt's going to live now, and I guess it's going to be there. And then we can do the dark prismarine back on the other side of that. Get rid of this industrial iron. Now I can put my sea lanterns back in, and just like that. And now before I put the glass in, let's just check. That looks weird, but more curved than it did. But regardless, that'll do. Let's get the glass in. Job's a good one, kind of, because now that line looks weirdly not round. So I'll do that one next. And there we go. That one looks more round too. So overall, I think that looks fine. It's not perfect, but it will do. So tree farm then. I've been having some thoughts while I've been building this, and as I said from the beginning of the video, the idea is to use the schematic and a whole bunch of deployers to make each one of these different segments, a different type of tree. But what also could make sense would be to not use any schematics and just have deployers set up that go round these circles and make each one of the circles a different type of tree. That would make the farm significantly simpler, significantly easier to build, and probably significantly nicer to look at, because we'd have circles of different types of trees. The problem with coming up with this idea at this stage, though, is that I've only got 9 circles, and if we remember from the beginning of the video, there are 11 things I want to grow, I think. We've got the 9 normal woods, but we don't want oak, so that's 8. Plus bamboo, plus that. So that's 10. There's 10 things, and I got 9 circles. Well, that's annoying. Suppose we could bring another line over to this bit and have our bamboo maybe running around this point here, just next to that. That could work. And that might also make it look like, once the bamboo has grown, a nice little sort of cage thing surrounding this guardian bit. That could work. So let me just try and plan this out, and we'll see how we get on. So the way I'm thinking of doing this is to have our azalea trees there, then maybe birch there, because that's a single wide tree, then maybe acacia, because that's a single wide tree. Then we'll do single wide jungle and single wide spruce, because we don't need the giant trees. Then we'd go cherry, because they're single wide. Then we'd have to do the double wide woods, which would be dark oak and pale oak, which would then take us to this very edge where we've got a bit more space for wild roots for mangrove. So that would give us all of the different wood types on all of the different rings, and then we just need to do something at the beginning here for the bamboo. Now, another problem that's cropped up with this circular idea is the fact that I'm going to need to bone meal the azalea saplings in order to get those to grow, to get the oak logs and the azalea leaves. And in order to do that, that means I'm then going to have a system that can bone meal all the way around the circle. And that could be tricky, imagining that I was going to put dispensers or something on each one of these, but actually all I need to do is have a few more deployers just behind the sapling as it's getting placed to place bone meal on that. So that actually shouldn't be too much of an issue either. First things first, then I need to actually build the mechanism that's going to be planting the saplings, harvesting the wood, and then doing the bone meal for the azaleas. Oh no, not first things first. First things first, I need to put a ring in for these things so that we can actually grow bamboo. I'll do that first. Well, that didn't take long. I basically added a bunch more dirt for the bamboo ring because we need a lot more bamboo than we do normal logs in order to make the bamboo logs and planks and things. Because in order to make a block of bamboo, we need 9 pieces of bamboo, and then we can cut that thing down into planks and whatnot. So it's overall more expensive per sapling. But yeah, that's going to give us a good amount of bamboo, and that means everything is ready for me to start building the actual tree farm. Yay, finally! So just like the Guardian farm, we're going to be starting with a windmill bearing, and I could attach it to this one and have our tree farm going around with this, but the problem then would be every time our tree farm came across a tree, it would slow down in order to chop down that tree, which would dramatically reduce the rates of our Guardian farm. So we're going to have a new windmill, and we're going to pop that right up at the top of here, just like that. And then we're going to bring a line of blocks all the way across the platform from this point here. And I want this touching the top of our sort of upper disc, just so that we've got room underneath it, and also because I've got an idea for how I'm going to decorate this sort of tree farm spinning arm deployery saw thing later on. I don't know how that's going to come out, but I've got an idea. Probably won't come out very well at all, but I've got an idea. And once we've got our big old line of blocks in going all the way across, you can see I've added these little bits down at the bottom here where we're going to be fixing the deployers to it. We need that for the bamboo as well. We're going to be putting our deployers on this side, 3 across like this, because I don't know if 1 is going to keep up with our circle because they're not perfect circles. And then at the front, what we actually need to do is add on our saws. And now we could stick them out a block like that and then have the deployers right back like that. Or what we could do to keep things nice and tidy is have those there instead, and then we've got the deployers straight behind them to plant the saplings as soon as the tree has been chopped down. But when we get to the section for our 2 wide logs, I'm actually going to have 5 deployers for each one because the dirt's going to have to be 2 by 2, and I'm not convinced that 3 of them are going to cover it. Then yes, that does mean I've got to change all of the dirt patches for this ring and this ring to 2 by 2 ones. And then as we get back to this point, this is where we're going to be having our azalea that needs bone mealing, and in order to do that, we're going to just have a couple more rows of deployers behind this thing. So we'll have a row for bone meal there, and then we'll have another row for bone meal there. And there's no guarantee that those 2 rows of bone mealers will actually make the saplings grow on their first attempt, but after the whole thing's gone round a couple of times, we should have no shortage of azalea trees. So that's the chopping down, the saplings, and the bone meal sorted out for this system. But what about the leaves? Well, for the leaves, what we're going to be doing is adding on harvesters. We're going to have a line of harvesters at the average leaf height for each of the different types of trees, but I can't remember what that is off the top of my head. So we're going to add these on afterwards, once we've got the system actually working just for planting the saplings and chopping the trees down. So now it's time to glue everything together. I think that's everything now glued. And we need to glue this bit over to our windmill bearing, and then we actually need some wool on this to actually power it so that it actually works as a windmill. Then we're just going to use 8 pieces for now because that's the minimum you can have to make the windmills work. Next, I need to set the filters for these deployers. So these ones are going to be for bamboo. These ones here are actually going to be using a filter to allow either type of azalea sapling to be planted. So we'll throw those onto... Oh, it's a... What? You keep the filter? Oh, geez. It's unusual for a deployer. You normally let me have the item back. Well, it's a good job I got more filters. Okay, so you guys get a filter. You all want bone meal. You guys want birch. Do acacia, then spruce, then jungle, then cherry, then dark oak, then pale oak, and then finally mangrove. Right, that's all of the filters in. Next, what I really need to do is sort out the dirt patches for the 2x2 trees, specifically the dark oak and the pale oak saplings, because they need to be planted 2x2 and not singularly, which is going to make a mess of my circles, but it's fine. Wand of symmetry, go. So this is going to be as simple as just making these 2x2. I'm not going to worry about adjusting the circle to make it fit. I think we're just going to do it like that. I think this is absolutely fine. And there we go. That's all of the 2x2s in. And that's basically it for now. And before I start putting storage and things on there, I actually want to test that this thing is going to go round and it's going to go at a decent speed. So let's just activate this, assuming this is going to go the wrong way. It is. So let's spin that round and then activate this and realize I haven't glued half of it together. See, this is why we test things, peeps, rather than just going for it. Let's have another go. See if it all goes round together. It does. It's going round. The deployers are going crazy and the saws are doing soaring. Invisibly. No, they are there. So yes, the windmill works. And they do look to me like they are following our circles just about. That one looked like it was about to miss. But on the majority, we do appear to be following our dirt lines with this. So there might be a little bit of tweaking adjustment to do once we actually get this thing up and running. But at a quick glance, everything seems to be okay. Good. Oh, I better move out of the way before I get squished and sawed to death. I should probably also turn this thing off. Boom. So now that we know this works, the next thing to do is add some storage to it, so it's got somewhere to keep the saplings as well as all of the things it's chopped down, and then we need some way of getting all of the items off this thing so that then we can process them. A little bit like what we've done with the Guardian Farm, where we've got this big old processing thing under here. I want to have a very similar system for the tree farm that's going to produce all of the things I want to produce. That means I'm going to need another big area like this underneath the Guardian Farm that's not this bit, and it also means I'm going to need it somewhere where I can get the items onto this belt and over to our post box so that the ship can pick it up and actually deliver it to my base. So I've got a lot of work to do underground in order to progress with the stuff above ground. But before I do any of that though, why don't we just throw a few barrels onto this thing? I mean, quite a lot of barrels onto this thing, really. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm thinking a lot of barrels onto this thing. Like loads of barrels. That should be enough barrels. Then we can fill it all up with all of the saplings we've already got, throw a few stacks of bone meal in there, and then actually just get it going and seeing how it gets on, with the hopes that it won't have completely filled all of these barrels by the time I've finished digging out the underground area to do all the processing and offloading the items. There's only one way to find out. Let's get it started and, well, first of all, I guess, see if it actually plants the saplings where they're supposed to go. New bugs, get set, go. Quick watch. Oh, yes. Oh, they grew the azaleas very quickly. Okay, so that bone meal system works. We're missing mangrove. Oh, we only got like 2 propagules. Okay, fair enough. Everything else seems to be getting planted okay, though. This is good. We've run out of dark oak saplings already. That's fine. Well, yeah, there we go. Look, we're getting loads of azalea trees growing already. Oh, good. Oh, and it's already growing and it's already chopping things down. We're going to have so much wood, peeps. This is unbelievable. So I suppose I'd better get on with our collection system underground to get this all sorted out. And because we've got our Guardian Farm one there pointing out that way, it makes sense to have the Wood Farm one where it parks over here and have it down there. Well, at least that makes sense to me, but I probably don't want the hole here because that's exactly where the saws are coming in. So, yeah, I guess we'll go here. Oh, gravel. So much gravel. Just over 1 hour later, we've got a big old space to work with down here, and I believe if we check our tree farm, it is just about full. Yep, we're full. We're now dropping items on the floor. Well, that was good timing. So I guess I better stop the machine, just like that. And one thing I was concerned about while that was running was how many saplings we were getting, particularly those of mangrove, because mangrove are known for not dropping ever so many saplings, as are dark oak and I believe pale oak as well. So I just want to have a quick fly around to make sure all of the spots that we've got actually have all of the items in that they need. It's going to be much easier to do that in FreeCam. We've dropped a lot of stuff on the floor. But it looks like, at a quick glance, everything that needs a sapling has a sapling on it. There were a couple of patches earlier as I had a quick fly around where the 4x4s only had 3 saplings on, but they all look okay now. So yeah, I think we're doing well on all of the saplings. All right, I'm going to go pick up all of these blocks that it's dropped on the floor, which wasn't too many to be fair. Last time on the Just Create SMP, I built an incredible tree farm that takes up the entirety of my Guardian Farm circular disky thing. I should probably come up with a name for this. Anyway, this time what we need to do is set up a harvesting system to get a whole bunch of leaves from these trees, as well as an underground storage area that also processes all of the logs into strip logs and things and gets them all over to my base. But in order to get them into this new huge underground storage area, I'm probably going to need one of those, which I haven't done yet. But we've got no time for that because it's time to start improving that tree farm and getting all sorts of wood and trees and stuff and leaves and whatnot. Let's do this. It's time I built a system to get all of the items out of this and into a storage vault down here. But this is where I need to do something clever, and I don't know how I'm going to do it yet, so you have to bear with me. Oh, and I haven't put my windows in. Do the windows, then I'll do something clever. Where's my glass? Okay, glass time. There we go, that's better. We've got a big old window now that spans the whole way round both of our underground areas. So that clever thing then. As the contraption goes round, chopping down trees and planting saplings, it's going to fill itself up with all of the extra saplings, the logs, the sticks and everything else. And then when it gets back to about this point here, a portable storage interface is going to interact with something down there and take all of those items away, which is fine in theory, but then you get trees like mangroves and dark oaks which don't always produce that many saplings, and jungle as well. I mean, these jungle trees have hardly got any leaves at all, and the spruce ones are very similar. So we need to make sure that we're not just taking all of the saplings out of the machine every time it does a loop. We want to keep some in there so it's got plenty to place down on the next one. But if we just put a system on here to stop taking any saplings out of the system, then it'll eventually just fill completely up with saplings and it won't be able to pick up any wood or leaves or sticks, which is not ideal. The way I've accomplished this in the past is with toolboxes, because you can set filters for each of the slots in the toolbox, and that could work in this situation here. However, the problem with toolboxes is they're not ever so reliable on contraptions, or at least in my experience. So what I want to do, although I haven't figured out how yet, is I want to have a system in place that takes all of the logs and leaves and things out every time it goes past, but only takes the saplings out every maybe 4 or 5 times it goes past. And for that we're going to need some sort of counting system. Both of the systems are going to need a portable storage interface to actually interact with what's under the ground, but if we're going to have 2 separate systems, then we're probably going to need 2 separate ones of these, which I can't put there because there's water down there. So we need to actually put these in a place where we can pick them up, so it would make sense to maybe have one of them there facing downwards and perhaps another one there facing downwards, and then that one can be for all of the logs and leaves and sticks, and this one can be for the saplings. That means underneath these, down in our little workshop area, we need to have another one facing upwards for them to interact with each other. And then underneath these, we're going to need chutes, taking all of the items out and putting them into vaults. And we want to take the items out as quickly as possible so that the tree farm can then move on and do its next lap, which means I put all of my shulker boxes and things in the way. Oh, geez. Let's move all of this out of the way a little bit. So first of all, I think let's do what we did in the other place and just throw down a big old vault. Next, I need to create a couple of filters with all the different types of saplings in, and this is where the problem is highlighted. You see, I've been through every single one of these barrels, and within them, there isn't a single jungle sapling or propagule, meaning we're just not getting enough propagules or jungle saplings to be able to then start taking them out of the system. We want to leave as many as we can into it so that it can actually have some in it to plant them. And that means that the only jungle saplings we've got are literally the ones in these deployers. So now I'm just going to put every single type of sapling into these filters. Then I'm going to make one a deny list, and the other one's going to be an allow list. Then back under here on top of our vault, what we need to do is put a chute in there with the one with the deny list in, and that means it can take all of the logs and leaves and sticks out of the system, but it'll leave the saplings alone. Let's just pop that on there. Make sure it's facing in the right direction. So now we've got a way of offloading all the things that we want to offload every single time it goes round. Now I've got to fit. How are you getting? It's light. There's lights everywhere. You telling me this corner's too dark? Really? I will not have my farms blowing up. So now we've got a system for taking out all of the things we want to take out every single time the machine goes past here. Now we need to do the one with some sort of circuit on it to only do it sometimes. That's going to be tricky. How the heck am I going to do this? So the only way I can find to actually get a redstone signal out of this thing once it's done a rotation is to put a redstone contact on both sides. With that in place, we then get a pulse out of there, which I can then put into this little redstone counter. I'm sure there's more optimized ways of doing this, but basically what I've got is a dropper and a hopper. Over here, we've got another hopper with 4 swords in, so when this hopper has more swords in it than that hopper, this comparator basically triggers this to turn off, allowing all of the swords to go back into the dispenser. Just to show you this working, if there's 4 in there, they won't go anywhere, but when you've got 5 in there, they'll all go away again. And that gives us enough time to unlock the chute that's going to be underneath the little interface thingy-mabob to let out all of the saplings. Okay, right. I've just got to build this on the server. So back on the server, I've now put in our little thing in order to count how many times this thing goes round, and we're doing exactly the same thing as on the test world. So every time it goes round 5 times, this chute will unlock, allowing the saplings to come out of there and into this little vault here. The only other thing I've got to do with those interfaces is obviously to get bone meal to go back into the machine so that we can bone meal our azaleas. And fortunately for me, just round here in this big vault, we're actually getting bone meal from the Guardian farm. So I think instead of sending this over here to be turned into bone blocks and sold at our shops, we might as well just divert it all straight over to there to go into the tree farm. That means I've got to get those items over here. And also in this space, I've got to set up 10 different processing lines for all of these different types of wood, as well as the bamboo. And I need systems in place to burn off any excess we've got so we're not overflowing everything, like I've got over here on these ones. On here, we've basically got threshold switches that are looking for items, and if we've got too many of that item, it just burns off any excess. And that way, the vaults don't back up and it doesn't stop our production of everything else. Quite a long time later, I now have a bunch of vaults in here, and it's taken me an awful long time to set this up, believe it or not, because each one of these vaults has a whole bunch of threshold switches and smart chutes underneath it. The idea here is that all of our stuff is going to be in this one big vault, and this little funnel here is going to let everything out except for apples, moss carpet and sticks, which are all just going to get burnt away in a little fire pit there from that smart chute, which is allowing those things through. Everything else is going to run along this conveyor here and get picked up by these funnels into these vaults. And there's a different vault for each tree type. And what we're going to be doing is storing not just the logs, but the leaves and the saplings in these as well. So all of them have got chutes with threshold switches attached to basically say, if we've got too many of these things, burn the rest in fire. And that way we won't get any backups. What that means is we actually need to get the saplings from this little vault here into there, and And I've also got this little row above this that is going to be sending the bone meal back into the system via this chute here. And believe it or not, that has all taken about 2 hours. Just fiddling with these threshold switches, getting all of the stack numbers right and putting it all in place. It's a nightmare. But anyway, now that we've got these here, it's going to be very easy for us to make stripped variants of all the logs, and we've even got space down at the bottom to do all of the bamboo stuff. So really, the next thing I should do is get some power to this and actually test it's actually going to work with our tree farm, which has been sat there dormant for a while, and as a result, we've got a lot of trees that have grown. We don't have any mangrove growing over here, but I think that's because it's just out of my simulation distance as I'm working on the other side of this disc. Well, yeah, that's a lot of trees to chop down, which means that's a lot of wood to chop down. So I guess we need to make our final changes to that tree farm and get some power connected down here. Power's now attached from that chain drive over there, so all of these belts are now active, but it has just occurred to me if we're going to be burning off all of the leaves from these things, instead of burning them off, we could compost them and make the bone meal that way, which I might do, but not now because I need to concentrate on all of the other things I need to do in here. So for now, let's just get the bone meal diverted from this system here instead of actually turning it into bone blocks. Or alternatively, we could split the belt and have half of it going as bone blocks and the other half going into our system. I mean, it's not going to be a lot, but it's going to be plenty, I think. And that means we need a belt coming along around about here, like this, a belt attached to there like that, and then I guess what we can do at this point is just stick a vault on there rather than using a tunnel. We'll have a chute on there, a chute on there, and a chute on there, and if we just let 9 at a time out of there, because we've got 18 at a time coming out of there, we'll get 9 at a time that way. But there's no point in wasting money on the brass ones when the silver ones will do. Found a site? Yeah, the silver ones. So there we go. Now we can send bone meal up there with a little bit of chain drive. And there we go. Lovely. Right, let's get the tree farm working. Oh, and let's get the saplings out of there and into there. And I think for that, we'll just use item drains. We'll have an andesite funnel there facing inwards and a brass funnel there facing outwards. And there we go. All of the saplings will go across there and into there. How are you getting in now? And now he's gone. I was going to kill you, but clearly I'm not getting enough light over here, so I think for now I'm just going to dot a few extra sea lanterns around and then light this place up properly a little bit later on. Jeez. Tree farm. So let's just see if this is going to work by turning it all on. Hopefully it'll sit here for a minute and dump all of that stuff into our new storage system. It is. It's sitting there. Hopefully it is dumping stuff. Is it all going in? I've got bone meal sat there doing nothing. Now I'm stuck in a hole. How do I get back in? Got nothing going in there and nothing going in there, but things are coming along here. Excellent, yes, and they're hopefully all getting picked up by the right places. This looks good. We can see, looking at that, just how many items are actually in the tree farm that it's got to send through. And at the moment, it's not going to allow any bone meal through, and it's not going to allow any of the saplings out because I've also linked the bone meal up to this, because otherwise, if we end up with a backup of bone meal, we could end up filling the entire tree farm with bone meal, which wouldn't leave any room for anything that it actually harvests and collects. Oh, and speaking of the tree farm, I haven't even put the leaf gathering thing on there yet, have I? I should probably do that before it starts chopping down all of the trees. Wait! Stop. Okay, we can't harvest leaves from bamboo because they don't have any, and the acacia looks like the average leaf height is pretty much in line with the top of our thingy here, so we might as well just stick a couple more of those on there, stick those on there, whack on a little bit of glue there and a little bit more glue there, and move on to the next tree. And birch is probably around about the same, so let's do exactly the same thing there. Acacia is a little bit higher up, so let's just bring these harvesters probably around about that height there, and then spruce are pretty low down, so we'll probably go about the same as we did for the other ones, just about there. Jungle is a lot higher, but the problem with gathering jungle leaves is we don't really get enough saplings. So instead of having 3 for these, I think what I'm just going to do is have 1. Now, one thing we've got to be careful about when doing this is that we don't harvest all of the leaves, because then we won't get any saplings. And if we haven't got any saplings, we've got no trees. So we're only going to be adding a few harvesters onto each section of this. Cherry trees all seem to be a little bit higher up. Dark oak, again, one of those ones that just don't give you many saplings back for how many leaves they've got. So I think for now we'll be just quite sparing and just have the one harvester for the dark oak. And I think we'll do the same for the pale oak as well. And then the mangrove, the leaves for that are much higher up, and you don't actually get the propagules from the leaves. Propagules grow on them separately, so we can harvest as many leaves as we want from the mangrove. So let's just have 9 on there. That should do it. Give that a glue together and get all of that glue to this. And that should be everything glued on now. Everything should be ready to go. Now let's get this machine turned on. You haven't decorated it yet? No, I know I haven't decorated it yet, and I'm not going to have time to do that today, but, you know, it's all about getting it working and getting that system in place to get all of the stuff back to our storage system. It's still got so much to empty out. Maybe we could add more than one portable storage interface. That might make things a little bit quicker. There we go. Now we've got 2 on there, so hopefully that means things are going to come out a little bit faster. And they are, but not fast enough. One other thing I've added to this system is a vault right at the end of this conveyor, just in case items do go flying past the funnels they're designated for, and they'll end up coming into here. And it looks like, for some reason, we've got a load of bone meal going in there. How have we ended up with bone meal in there? Oh, of course, because the system already had bone meal in it, so we need to filter. Oh yeah, and I've just oh jeez, we need to filter these to stop the bone meal as well. Oh jeez, I literally just sucked all of the saplings out of there now. Oopsie. Well, it's definitely moving its way round, chopping down plenty of trees, so we should have a whole bunch of stuff coming through into the storage system when it's finished this round. But I'm interested to see how many leaves we'll get in. It looks like we're getting a decent amount of leaves in these barrels, so that's good. It's all working out rather well. And here we go. It is just about to complete its first trip round since we stuck it all together. It has stopped. It is unloading things. Wow, we got all sorts of stuff in that one. But I want to know exactly how many things it's got, so I need to add some stock stuff to all of these so I can see how many things we've got. And there we go. We've now got packages and stock links on every single one of these, so we should be able to see what we've got in stock by going over to the Guardian Farm thingamabobby. Thingamabobby? Yep, this thingamabobby here. And there we go. We got loads in stock already. Wow. 11,000 dark oak already? Not so many leaves, but they'll add up over time. I thought mangrove would be slow, but we're getting a decent amount of that. And we are storing quite a few saplings, including propagules and jungle, so that's good. Well, I guess it's working out rather well. Okay, it's coming back round again, and I've set this so that the next time it comes round, this should activate the saplings and the bone meal. It's doing it. It's letting a lot through because I've allowed 30 seconds, but yeah, the saplings are coming through and the bone meal is going in. And now, has that reset? It has. So it won't do that again for another 5 times round. I can't believe how well it works. The next part of my cutting plan is to turn half of the logs into strip logs. And in order to do that, what I've got coming out of each vault are logs and leaves all coming to this conveyor. The logs are going to come out of these funnels 64 at a time, get split here. So 32 there and 32 there. 32 are going to end up getting stripped and onto this belt. 64 leaves, and the other 32 are also going to go onto this belt, and they're all going to end up in that vault at the end. And, oh, there's a Mr. Beardstone behind me. Hello, Mr. Beardstone.
Hello. I'm doing my best not to do any spoilers, so whatever's behind you, you know, that's fair. As long as you don't move around too much. Yeah. I won't be spoiling anything you're doing. It's fine.
Come to put my back on the wall.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's it. I mean, this looks quite menacing now, Foxy. But this is the only way I can talk to you over here without spoiling your video. So.
Right. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Yep. Cool. What are you up to right now? Have you got a few minutes?
No. Yeah, I've got a few minutes. What do you need, Miss B?
Do you fancy a quick round of golf?
Yes.
Just like a little test. It's just a 5-minute quick proof of concept type thing.
Oh, that sounds like a long time. But yes, I would like to do that.
As in it took me 5 minutes to build.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. It is a lovely looking tree farm, I must say.
Yeah, it took me long enough. And it works really well. Where have you gone?
I'm exactly where we were. How did you get out there?
Oh, jetpack.
Right, I can do this.
Good luck, Mr. B.
Ow.
Yay, you're out. Good job.
Yes. Yeah, that was smooth.
Yeah, really smooth.
Yeah, we're going to play 5 holes of golf, Foxy.
5 holes of golf? Wow, it's almost a round.
Yes.
Or half round.
Yeah, kind of, but not.
There's a lot of creepers at your base, Mr. Beardstone.
Yeah. It's okay. We're flying away again now.
Oh, okay.
So if we carry on in this direction to over here somewhere.
Was it ice golf?
Here, ice golf, best golf.
Ice golf, best golf. I'm into it. Oh, is this this is the green?
This is the where you put your ball to start.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and the first hole. Look, you see the greens just down there. So nice, straightforward one.
That's a big hole.
Yeah, you'll see why.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Right. So grab a set of clubs.
Okay. No woods in there then.
No drivers. Ignore all this stuff. No. These are the tools we're working with, Foxy.
Okay.
Right, I'm just gonna get the ball dispenser ready.
Ball dispenser. Oh, I like the idea of this. Okay.
Yeah, so let's just do that.
Ball dispenser. Right. Okay.
Right, grab your ball. Okay, and I'll grab my ball.
And I put it here, do I? And then I tee off.
Right, so you'll notice your clubs, you've got a putter, and then you've got a 3, a 6, and a 9 iron, which Google tells me the higher the number, the
weaker
less
it is.
distance.
Have you never actually played golf, Mr. Beardstone?
No.
Oh, right.
I've played crazy golf, which is what this is a precursor to.
Right. Well, in that case, you only need your putter then, if it's crazy golf. But yeah.
Well, yeah, but you still kind of need a little bit of variation for funsies.
Have you got your pitching wedge, your sand wedge, your drivers?
Sandwich. It's past lunchtime, Foxy.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Right. Okay, Mr. Pro.
Go on then.
Okay, so
I'm
assuming that this is a short course, so I would opt for my 9 iron, right? Or is this a long course? I don't know how much knockback works.
Basically, the difference is about 2 blocks extra difference.
Right,
distance.
I'm going to go.
So I'd recommend you start with your 3.
Right, I'm going to start with my 3 iron then. This is a long course, right? Okay, I'm going to hit this package all the way down the fairway, Mr. Beardstone. Hopefully not end up in the rough.
The fairway? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, just
go.
Put the ball in the hole.
I picked it up.
Yeah, wrong one. Yeah, don't do that. That's cheating.
Whee! Oh, I did.
Right, so... Okay, so what you can do, if you run and hit it, I believe...
okay. Oh, momentum.
You might get a bit more distance, yeah.
Okay. Oh, nicely done, Mr. Beardstone.
Yeah, you see that?
Right, okay, ready, go.
Yeah, go.
Whoa!
I
overshot. Shouldn't have used my 3. Should have gone down to my 6, Mr. Beardstone.
Yeah, I've gone down to my 6.
Oh, look at that. You got a birdie. Oh, what's par on this hole?
3, let's say.
Yeah, got birdie. Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. I'll take it. Oh. Yeah, now you're in a pickle. This is why you need the different clubs.
Yay!
So you got a bogey.
Yeah, I got a bogey, yeah.
See? Yeah, I know these terms
I didn't think I had my camera on.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Oh, right. So this one's got tricky bits in it, is it? Okay.
Hazards.
Oh,
just got away with that. Yeah.
Okay. I should go for my 3 again. I'm going to give a good running jump and...
Nice. You've just gone in front of me. That's going to make my shot really awkward.
I saw this in Mr. Beardstone's video weeks ago.
Shut
up, you.
You're the one pre-recording. This is fun. Right.
Done.
Hey.
It's like you've played this before.
To be honest, I've hit probably about 20 boxes.
No. My putts are too strong with Beardstone. Can I punch it?
No.
Oh, my ball broke, Beardstone. Got me a new ball.
Right.
Okay. I get it first time this time. So we're going to go 6 iron, but with a running start. Okay. There we go. It's Beardstone.
You hit the hazard. New ball.
New ball. Bring a few. I'm going to get this in 1. Okay, so I'm going 3 iron, running start, avoid the thingies. Oh, it went in water again, Beardstone.
There we go.
Okay.
So what you on now? You're on like 5?
No. I started again. You don't know the rules of golf, so I can get away with anything.
I reckon you should try a different shot because that's clearly not working.
I am trying a different shot. I was trying my angles a bit better. Okay.
I see. This is good.
In for 2. Oh, come on.
See, now what you want to do is you want to use a stronger club. No, that's cheating.
Oh, was it? You're not allowed to do that?
Unbelievable.
Right, okay. So stronger
Unbelievable.
club,
yeah. So you use a stronger club to hit it further away, and then use your weaker club to hit it back into the hole.
Or use my brain, hit it away from the hole. Right.
Or that. Yeah. I mean, that's the same thing I said, just the other way around.
I don't think it is. Yay, look at that.
Okay, so that's
Hole in
like 10
one.
you're on, Foxy. Yeah, right. So this hole is behind the igloo.
Oh, it's behind the igloo. Okay. So we need a power shot to get started then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, big old strong shot.
Okay. And go. Oh, it wasn't bad.
Nice.
Not bad.
It was
Not
good.
bad.
It was good.
Is there no hole through the igloo?
Oh, no, not on this one. I didn't want to smash it up. Right,
geez.
so
We're in the rough.
now we're in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah,
I'm behind a wall.
I'm guessing they don't bounce off walls.
No, but you can kind of like chip them off the side. Yeah, if you look away from the wall.
Right.
Yeah, like that.
Oh.
Hey,
How did you do
straight in.
it? Oh, so sneaky. Okay.
I made sure I wasn't moving when I hit it, so it didn't give it any extra momentum.
Oh, come on.
There will be a player survey after this.
Oh, I see. Over the wall. Sneaky, sneaky.
I mean, I could have tried to go over both the walls, but I wasn't brave enough. Oh, you did. Oh, you're closer, so you go first.
I thought the hole was there. I was looking at the sign and I didn't realise it was tucked behind there. Oh, well.
It's all right. It's your go.
Oh, it's my go. Okay.
You're closer, yeah. I think that's how it works, right?
Yay! I think, in like Crazy Golf, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's
Probably
essentially
normal golf.
what
I
this
can't
will
remember. I
end
haven't
up.
played golf in years, Miss Bistone.
Right.
Oh, look at the hazard here.
You putted first, so off you go. The hole is about 100 blocks that way.
Okay. 100 blocks? Oh, jeez.
Well, it's quite far.
Big jump.
And here's your replacement box.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go for a shorter one this time, and then I'll get the hole on the second go. There we go.
Okay, nice. Right, let me...
Nice. You need a caddy, like a little golf cart to take you to each hole, just totally pointlessly, just the minecart track just running around.
That would be amazing. You
it's like,
knocked me out of the way. This
you could do bowls, I was going to say.
Oh, you could, yeah. Right, well, you're in front now, so...
I didn't know that was a thing.
Hacks.
No, it was accident, Miss Beardstone. Oh, look at that. Oh.
And what I have worked out is if you put bits of, like here, look, we've got some packed dice. Dice, it slides more.
Have you tried any blue ice?
Yes, it slides more.
More. Wow. Oh, you've done this before. Come on.
That was just a bad shot, really, wasn't it?
I'm using the pot of more for pushing things away from the hole than pushing it in. There we go.
That's fine.
Lovely.
Hey, good shot. So that was the that was the sort of proof of concept, Foxy.
Well, I loved it.
So,
I thought it was great.
Okay, so imagine that, but fully themed up with something. There'll be like moving bits and hazards and, a bit of an interweaved reason for it being there, like a little story type thing.
Yeah. Now, where was I before I was rudely interrupted? Yes, stripped logs. Now, all of these are exactly the same, except for bamboo, of course, which actually needs turning into the bamboo block before it can be then stripped. In order to do that, down the side of the vault, I've got a little funnel here letting the bamboo out. That's going to get pressed into blocks of bamboo, and then that's going to get split onto these bits, and there we go. So I've got that belt running there. I need to get the rest of these belts running. I think the easiest way to do that is just going to be to link them all together at this point here. But saws are funny little things because they actually need to be powered in the opposite direction to belts just to make life interesting for everybody. So that's going to be an interesting thing to try and power. So at this point here, what I'm going to need to do, stick in a couple of gearboxes. One there to get those going. Oh, we're already sending things through. I didn't think about that. That's fine, doesn't matter. And then we'll need another one there, and hopefully that'll send the saw the right way. Guess we should test this. Let's grab one of those, throw it onto there, and yes, it does. Excellent. Good. Then that should be going the right way to then move that way, which it is. That's good. Excellent. We're just sending out millions of leaves now. I don't want that going yet. And now I got to try and do that for all of these as well. So can I just go like that, and like that, and get that going the right way? I can. Okay, well, that makes life nice and easy then. Excellent. And there we go. That's all of the saws now connected. So this should be just about ready to go then, apart from our basin here. So in order to get this working, all we need to do is break that, stick a little bit of chain drive in here and connect that to that. And there we go. Now we're making the bamboo, which is getting split. That's working. Excellent. Let's plug this back in then and watch everything start getting split. Now, we are going to get a backup of the belts while this thing is still funneling through because it's still kind of full from before, but I didn't expect that to happen. But other than that, we should be all good. But once it's sort of filtered through from everything that we've already collected, it should all be okay after that, I think. If it's not, I can always make more belts and split things evenly, but that might not be a bad idea. We're only getting one at a time coming through there, whereas we're getting a stack at a time there. I'll just set that to 2 instead of 64. That makes more sense. So there we go. We've now got multiple lanes that are splitting everything up, keeping everything flowing much nicer. So everything is going into here. And that means all I've got to do is get all of that on the boat and over to my huge storage area, which I haven't built yet. So we can't do any of that yet. Oh, geez. Look at all of that wood. It's ridiculous. I might have been AFK for a little while, letting this thing run, and as a result, we've now completely backed up the system because this vault is completely full of all the things we're collecting. That means none of our items can process, meaning we've got a backup of every single one of these, and we're even voiding some off into that fire. What we have got now, however, are frogs all over this little thing on all of the vaults that we need to take items from. And those frogs even come all the way over here behind all of the Guardian stuff that we're doing on all of these systems where I previously had a belt leading out to our post box where our boat can pick it up. So I can now send all of it at least out to the post box. That means I just need the boat to come and collect it and then drop it off at my base area. Where for now I think we'll just set up a temporary storage area on the dock that I haven't built yet so that we can at least get things offloaded over here and then worry about moving them into my actual storage system in the next video, which means I'm gonna need a lot of vaults. And there we go, in no time at all, we've now got 4 vaults just sat on the edge of this dock here, and I've got a post box here which is not connected to anything, so we need a station down there. So let's just go throw this somewhere onto the track we've got visible. Let's just pop it there, I guess. And then let's see if we can actually bring this all the way up here so I can actually access it out of the water. I don't know what the range is on these things, but let's see if I can bring it somewhere close to all of this. I mean, could I even get it over here? No, it's too far away. About here? No, it's too far away. What about here? Yes, I can put it there. Okay, that's fine. We're going to call this one Foxy's base. And now I need to link this post box to it, which just means clicking on that and then putting this back over here somewhere. There we go. And this needs an address as well. And we'll call it Foxy's base. And I'm hoping that once the packages are in there, this packager here will unpackage them, send them through here, they'll go into that vault, and then they'll come out and they'll go in and go in and go in, and basically they'll fill up all the way down to the bottom. That's my plan, at least. The problem now that I've got is I need to get my boat to come and drop things off here, if it's got stuff over there, without doing a big old loop all the way around the shopping area and back again. And that could be a problem because at the moment there's no way for the boat to turn round here to go back that way. So I'm going to have to add in even more rail. Oh, geez. Okay, the track is now in place. I have had to move the station slightly in order to get a curve to go all the way around there and then back up to there. And that means that the post box and the station are not in the same chunk, so we could end up with some chunk loading problems here. But let's not worry about that right now. Let's worry about how I'm going to set the schedule on this boat to sort all of that out. At the moment, the schedule for this boat is basically to say it's stay at the Guardian farm unless you've got packages in. If you've got packages in, wait 30 seconds and then set off. Then you're going to head for Docktown, wait 30 seconds, drop your packages off, and then you're going to come back to the base. But now we've got to squeeze in more stations, and I really only want this thing going if it's actually got any packages in it. So I guess either way round of doing this, it's going to be better off going to my base first, then going to Docktown if it needs to, and then coming back here again. So we need to add in a station on here, which is Foxy's base, put that in the middle, but we don't want it to go to Docktown unless it really needs to do that. that, and I don't know how to make it not go somewhere it doesn't need to go. Okay, I think I've figured this out, and I think it's very simple. You literally have it coming to the Guardian farm. If it's got any packages on it, wait 30 seconds and then deliver that package, and it will basically deliver it to wherever it needs to go, and then it'll just come back to here. Easy. So if I now give this fellow that schedule, he shouldn't go anywhere because there are no packages on board at the moment. So now what we need to do is a little bit of clever jiggery-pokery with the postbox names and whatnot in order to make sure those packages get delivered to the right place. At the moment, the items coming from the Guardian farm are being delivered to Docktown. All of the packages are being addressed to Docktown, so when Docktown calls for them, whichever frog the items are in will put the items onto this line and they'll go in here that says to Docktown, because the address is wildcard Docktown. Now, obviously, this isn't just Docktown, this is also Foxy's base. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to just to Docktown and Foxy's base. I can't fit all that in. We'll just put Docktown and Foxy's base. There we go. So now when items are called from our little shops that spawn that say Docktown, they should still go to this, get sent to that post box, get put on the boat and arrive where they need to go. But obviously the wood stuff is going to be a slightly different story. We need to set up a call-in system from those new vaults we've set up, but change the address to Foxy's base. And that means I need factory gauges, which I think I've got at my base. Don't need to be here at all. But because there are so many different types of items that I want delivered, using factory gauges would take forever and require a lot of factory gauges, so this time I'm actually going to be using a redstone requester. First of all though, I am just going to set up a stock link for what we've got at our Prismarine and wood farm so I can see what's going on, and then if I click on that with the redstone requester, we can basically click each of the things that we want to have delivered, and now all I need to do is set the address to wildcard Foxy's base, click configure, and now if I put that down and give it a redstone pulse, it should request all of those items from the tree farm. But I can only select 9 different types of items at a time with this, and obviously from the tree farm we've got a whole bunch of different things we want to request, so I'm going to need a couple of these things. So now I've got 4 redstone requesters with all of the different items in I want to be requesting, and I can set each stack up to 256 at a time, which is 4 stacks worth of each one. Then we get in all of the logs, all of the strip logs, all of the bamboo, and all of the leaves. There we go, everything's now set to 256, so all I need to do is add on a little bit of redstone like this, and then at the end here I need to put on a pulse timer, but I don't want these going off just yet, so I'm going to put that a block away, and I'm going to set that to send maybe every 10 minutes or so. Should be plenty. Let's connect that to that. Let's put a lever on so we can just lock this thing if we want to, and then if I give this its initial pulse, that should have requested everything. So we should now, if we fly over, see a whole bunch of mailboxes all heading out towards the boat with a little bit of luck. So let's just stand here, free cam down, and there we go. Loads and loads of post boxes are all coming out towards the mailbox. These items are now moving again because it's been able to take them from the system. We've got a couple spinning around there that seem to be a little bit confused, so we'll look at that in a minute, but they've got on the boat and the boat should go any minute. They're still going onto the boat. Yeah, so they're now all on the boat, all of those packages, so that should mean in 30 seconds this boat disappears and goes and drops it all off at my base. There we go, it's going. The boat is going. Let's get over there before it does so we can see what happens when it gets to the other end. But which route is it going to go round? There we go, it's coming, it's here already. Is my little system for getting the packages off going to work? It is. Oh, they're going in as packages though, which is not what I wanted them unpackaged, which is why I put the packager there. So we're going to have to deal with that. But apart from that, the system works. Right, I'm going to get rid of that for a minute so we don't get any pulses. And now what I'm going to do is sort this out so that the items go in and not the packages. So in order to change this then, I think all I need to do is stick the packager onto there, put a funnel on there. We can keep the postbox where it was. And then we just need a funnel coming out the back of there. And hopefully that'll work. It's working! It's working! So all I need to do is just ping that, sit that there to go every 10 minutes, unping that, And now all of my items are just going to come over here from the tree farm regularly, saving us a whole bunch of space at the tree farm. And that means once I actually get my big old storage system inside of the mountain, everything can be fully automated and we'll have millions and millions of wood in my storage system. So now we don't need these bits here. Instead, just for now, so you can see what's going on, I'm going to stick a packager on there. I'm going to create a new stock network. And then if I just plonk that there and that there, we can see inside of this vault, we've got 512 of everything. Amazing! So all that's left to do is go and investigate what was going on with those packages that didn't seem to have an address. And also, where's my boat gone? I think my boat may have gone to Docktown in order to come back here. That's fine. It can go to Docktown. I don't mind. All right, packagey fellows, what's your problem? Ah, you're trying to go to Docktown. Yeah, okay. I need to change the wildcard on Docktown to Docktown Star, not Star Docktown. That's what I've done wrong. There you go, Docktown. I believe you were expecting these items. I can't put them in now. I broke you. Good job I brought one of these with me. Let's just throw them at there. And now I just need to change the addresses on here to, instead of Docktown wildcard, in fact, we'll just have the wildcard at both ends. That should work, I think. So basically, anything with Docktown in its name will come to here. And while I'm here, I might as well see if I've made any money in my fish shop. And no, not a bean yet. Oh, jeez. Maybe one day.